Midnight moon-embracing palace. Beside the Lotus Flower Pond, Xiao Lingxi placed her hands on her cheeks as she sat there silently, watching the ripples form under the cool wind breeze. The bright moonlight which was shining directly at the pond provided a bright and clear reflection of her snow-white face and her moving and dazed eyes. She had already sat for quite a while, and no one knew what she was thinking. "Little aunt, why aren't you asleep yet?" The familiar yet surprising voice caused Xiao Lingxi to look up, and she saw Yunqi, whom she didn't know when, standing beside her. Stunned, she softly called out to him, "Little Qi, why are you here? Shouldn't you be in the wedding chamber with Princess Sis today? Why are you not accompanying her and came here instead?" "She is already sleeping. Then, being a little worried about you, I went to your room before finding you here." Yunqi smiled as he spoke. Then he took a step forward and sat beside Xiao Lingxi, enjoying the view of the Lotus Flower Pond which was glimmering under the moonlight. I can't sleep." Xiao Lingxi looked down as her heart seemed to suddenly beat faster. She stopped for a moment before continuing softly, "Why are you worried about me? There's nothing wrong with me. All your time and thoughts today should be with Princess Sis." Yunqi did not reply. Instead, he stared at Xiao Lingxi for some time before suddenly stretching his hand out, putting it on her shoulder and pulling her closer to hug. "Ah!" Xiao Lingxi softly cried out in shock. However, she did not resist and just gently laid within his clutches. "Don't you feel that? This is the same as that other time." Yunqi smelled Xiao Lingxi's scent as he said with a smile. "Other time what? 3 years ago when I first got married. That night was the same as today. Under the night sky, I was hugging little aunt the same way." This sentence seemed to invoke the memories of the two, as they instantly recalled the memories of that day. That ambiguity vaguely consisted of the forbidden, but it still silently intoxicated them. Neither of them was willing to break the image of that night. That night was supposed to be Yunqi and Xia Qingyu's wedding night. However, he spent the entire night hugging Xiao Lingxi in his embrace in the rear mountain. Tonight, it was similarly his wedding night, and similarly, he was beside Xiao Lingxi. "It's not the same." Xiao Lingxi shook her head slowly, replying softly. "That time when you were going to get married to Xia Qingyu, actually, I felt more unhappiness than happiness. As the wedding neared, I felt that little Qi would no longer belong to me anymore, and belong to someone else. Furthermore, I was afraid that Xia Qingyu would mistreat you or even bully you. She was regarded as the #1 talent in Floating Cloud City. You were no match for her, and I could no longer stand by your side to protect you. It seems that Dad had the same feelings. He was elated that you got married, but at the same time he was also very stressed, but this time is totally different." Xiao Lingxi's beautiful eyes lit up immediately. "Princess Sis is a princess. She is the most honorable girl in the entire Blue Wind. She is gentle and looks so pretty. I can tell that Dad is also exceptionally happy today. This is the first time I have seen him drunk. Seeing little Qi obtain such a good wife makes me really happy too. If little aunt is truly happy, then why are you unable to sleep and is instead daydreaming here alone?" Xiao Lingxi became silent. She leaned so close to Yunqi's chest that she could hear his heartbeat. After a while, she finally uttered out, "I suddenly miss the old times, those times me and little Qi were together, every minute, every second. If I wanted to, I could see little Qi anytime. At that time, little Qi completely belonged to me, and it seemed as though the whole world belonged to us." Yunqi. "Now, little Qi is all grown up and has become so strong. You're admired by many and have even married the most outstanding girls in the whole world. One is the #1 fairy of Blue Wind Empire, and the other is Blue Wind Empire's sole princess. I'm very happy and proud, but a little sad because." Xiao Lingxi gently shrunk herself tightly in order to get closer to him, as though he would just disappear if she were to relax even for a little. "Because I can no longer catch up to little Qi's footsteps, and be in your world, I'm so normal. I can't compare to Princess Sis, can't compare to Xia Qingyu. All the people that came today were all huge figures that I normally get to hear in legends. I also do not possess the ability to protect little Qi anymore. Instead, I can only be little Qi's burden. Ooh." Xiao Lingxi's lips were gently covered by Yunqi's hands, preventing her from speaking any further. "Little aunt, do you know?" Yunqi spoke in a calm and determined manner. "If you really want me to say who's the most important in my heart, that person would definitely be you. Furthermore, it will forever be you. No matter who or what, you cannot be replaced. Therefore, I definitely will not allow anyone to say that my little aunt is inferior to others, even if it was you yourself." "Ah." A very silent cry sounded, as though her heart had been moved by the speech. Xiao Lingxi's soft body shuddered a few times and her heartbeat sped up. Then she placed a hand on Yun Qi's chest and laughed a little. Little Qi will always be little Qi, so glib-tongued, cheering me up. I am not glib-tongued. Every sentence I say to little Aunt comes from my heart. What I say today is true, and what I said in the past is true as well. Yun Qi assured frantically. Just like those words I said to little Aunt in the past, I wonder if little Aunt still remembers it. Which words? Yun Qi looked into her eyes and said affectionately, If you weren't my little Aunt, I'd marry you. The air seemed to grow tense as the two froze while looking into the other's eyes. The first time Yun Qi said that to Xiao Lingxi was on the night of his marriage with Xia Qingyu, however. The same words held a very different meaning between then and now. Because at that time, Xiao Lingxi was his little aunt. Now, however, they and everyone else already knew that they were not blood-related. Badump, badump, badump. In the silent night, Yun Qi could hear Xiao Lingxi's heartbeat clearly. Suddenly, the soft body in front of his chest started to shift away, replaced by a push that was not strong nor light. Unable to block in time, he fell and sat onto the ground. In front of him, Xiao Lingxi stood up and actually had on an angry expression. Why, you're using those nonsensical talk to take advantage of me again like last time? Xiao Lingxi's cheeks flushed red as she seemed to be rather confused, and her speech started becoming incoherent. Today you married Princess Sis, yet you're telling another girl that you want to marry her on the night of your marriage last time. It was the same last time. Little Qi, you are indeed a super womanizer. Yun Qi immediately stood up with a face of innocence. I stopped talking. Xiao Lingxi turned away and said loudly, Why haven't you returned to accompany your princess wife? If you stay here and say any more nonsense, I'll tell Princess Sis and ignore you. Hurry up and go back, go. Yun Qi and Xiao Lingxi had lived together for more than 10 years, and he thought that he knew everything about her, so much that he would even be able to detect any slight changes in her emotions accurately. This time, however, he was stunned by her sudden change in emotions. He could only reply somewhat panikedly, All right, I understand, I'll go back now, little aunt, you need to rest earlier. Leave quickly. All right. Xiao Lingxi used a commanding tone that Yun Qi had never disobeyed before. This has become a habit that had been followed for more than 10 years. Yun Qi obediently disappeared from Xiao Lingxi's presence and returned to his new room. Xiao Lingxi, however, did not return to her room immediately. She remained standing beside the Lotus Flower Pond for some time. This time, she did not have her initial dazed look and covered her face occasionally, laughing sillily. Her smile was even brighter than the stars that filled the sky. After the fifth period of the night, the sky outside the window was already started becoming bright. Kang Yue, who bore her first rain, had already woken up at this time. As she opened her eyes, all she felt was a slight tearing pain. Then the soreness of her body reminded her that what happened yesterday was not a dream. Zuruo, you don't want to sleep a little more? It's still early. At her slight movement, Yun Qi had awoken. Seeing her shy, timid eyes, he smiled. Ooh! When she saw the completely naked male body in front of her and her similarly undressed body, Kang Yue let out a cry that sounded like that of a small animal and hid her body into the blankets. After a while, she said softly, Today is our first day as a married couple. We shall pay respects father earlier today. Shall I help you wear your clothes first? Behind the obscure red veil, Kang Yue knelt on the bed and helped Yun Qi wear his clothes with her slim jade hands. At this point, she was no longer a princess, but a wife giving her husband her tender care. However, it was obvious that she had not done this before as her actions were unfamiliar and slow. During the entire process, she was completely naked and was being constantly groped by Yun Qi. When she had finally helped him wear his clothes, she was already panting and her face bright red. She then frantically wore her own embroidered golden phoenix dress. Yun Qi pay respects to father-in-law. Yue pay respects to father. Yun Qi and Kang Yue came into the monarch palace hand in hand to pay respects Kang Wan. Kang Wan nodded slowly and smiled pleasingly. Chair, now that I have handed Yue to you, I feel completely reassured, especially since you two love each other. This cannot be more perfect. Yuer's mother would also rest in peace in heaven. After 3 days, you need to remember to go pay homage to her mother. Yes, this is Yun Qi's duty, Yun Qi replied. Okay, Kang Wan nodded as his expression suddenly turned stern. Chair, yesterday was your big day, so some words were better left unsaid. Today, however, I must say that I believe you're not a rash person. Yesterday's incident does indeed bring about the possibility of huge repercussions. The strength of the Divine Phoenix sect is far beyond your imagination. Even if our four major sects were to combine together, they would not be comparable to even one of the branch sects of the Divine Phoenix sect. Their heritage and legacy are so vast that it is comparable to that of the sacred grounds. Yesterday, the reason you dared to injure them and force them to retreat is probably because you know that they would probably try to cover up this matter. However, we do not understand their true intentions and are uncertain whether they would really do that. Furthermore, there were so many people present. Although we have warned them, we cannot be certain they would not divulge this matter or even spread it to the public. If this matter were to really spread, Divine Phoenix sect would definitely attempt to kill you. Even after what Kang Wan had said, Xianxia still had a completely calm face. He merely nodded and said, "I have thought about what Father is worried about. Please rest assured. The fact that I dared to act like that against the three from the Divine Phoenix sect was not only because of the fact that they might hide this matter. Actually, even if this matter were to spread, or if they were to voluntarily inform their sect, the Divine Phoenix sect would not exact revenge against me in the short term." "Oh," Kang Wan had a face full of questions. Xianxia looked up and said, "Because of the upcoming Profound Sky 7 Nation ranking tournament and the Primordial Profound Arc thing. With these two important matters at hand, and the fact that I already told the three of them that I would be heading to the Divine Phoenix Empire in 5 months, even if the Divine Phoenix sect found out about what happened yesterday, they probably wouldn't be so free to look for me to take revenge. However, just as a precaution, I would still need to prepare for possible changes. Therefore, I will be leaving the palace in 1 month's time." "Ah, you want to leave the palace? Where do you want to go?" Kang Yue caught hold of Xianxi's arm and asked nervously. Xianxia did not belong to the palace. This was something Kang Yue was very clear of, however, she did not expect him to leave so quickly. Xianxia laughed comfortingly. "I have not decided yet. Maybe I'll leave Blue Wind Empire, however, don't worry, the Divine Phoenix sect will not find out about what happened yesterday, and there is a 99% chance they won't touch me within the short term. My decision to leave is only to take precaution against the slight chance it happens. At the same time, I will be able to prepare for the upcoming 7-nation ranking tournament." Kang Wan pondered for a moment, then said, "Chair, do you really want to participate in the 7-nation ranking tournament? After your conflict with the 13th Prince yesterday, when you arrive in Divine Phoenix Empire's territory, we're afraid you'll sigh. Although you have frightening talent, the Divine Phoenix Empire is really too strong. They are so strong that we can't help but tremble every time we think about it. Within the Divine Phoenix Empire, there are overlords. And they have more than one? I have to go," Xianxia replied calmly. "After revealing my phoenix flames, clashing against the Divine Phoenix sect is inevitable. Since there is no escape, it's better for me to look for them myself." Kang Wan was very worried, but this was quickly appeased by Xianxia. Looking at him, he slowly said, "Chair, we believe you. With your talent and wits, we believe that even if it were Divine Phoenix sect, you would be able to return safely. Amen, I will definitely not disappoint Father." Xianxia thought for a moment and said, "Father, do you know what the Primordial Profound Arc is?" "Primordial Profound Arc." Kang Wan's expression changed, revealing an obvious yearning. "It is a mystical existence. It is shaped like that of a gigantic flying arc, and its size is nearly as big as the entire Blue Wind Imperial City." "That's huge," Xianxia was amazed. "Nobody knows what it actually is or where it came from. The name Primordial Profound Arc was given by the Divine Phoenix sect. Since a very, very long time ago, it had already begun to appear above the Divine Phoenix capital. It is exceptionally high away from the ground, and that height was only achievable by an overlord. Every time it appears, it would hover at the same place for 6 months. On the last day of the 6 months, the door to the Primordial Profound Arc would open by itself for 24 hours before closing. After that, the Primordial Profound Arc will disappear. The next time it appears would be 300 years later. Every time on the last day before it disappears, many strong profound practitioners would try to board the Profound Arc to search for treasure. However, since the numerous times in the past, it has always ended in failure. "Why do people think that the Primordial Profound Arc holds treasure?" Xianxia asked. "Within the Divine Phoenix sect, there is a special branch sect in charge of searching for treasures from all over the world. It has been rumored that every time the Primordial Profound Arc appears, The spirit stones that the branch sect used to search for treasure would give off a bright gold light. Some of the stones would even break apart. Such strange observations undoubtedly prove that there are unimaginable treasures on the Ark. Furthermore, there is nothing on profound sky continent that has been able to make the stones give off a golden light. Therefore, even though the elders that have went on to the primordial profound Ark have not received any success in all these years, the Divine Phoenix sect have never given up on searching. Every time the profound Ark appears, searching the profound Ark for treasure would be the biggest event for the clan. Kang Wan paused for a moment before continuing. Feng Zichen mentioned yesterday that the top 3 ranking sects would be able to enter the primordial profound Ark with the Divine Phoenix sect. Every time the primordial profound Ark appears above the Divine Phoenix capital, the Divine Phoenix sect would never allow people to meddle with it, even if it were people from the sacred grounds. This is the first time they have allowed others to have the chance to explore it with them. Primordial, profound, Ark, what exactly was it? Jasmine, do you know what is it? It seems to be extremely strange, Xianxia said in his mind. Jasmine said indifferently, I have indeed seen a profound Ark so large that it's bigger than an imperial city, but a profound Ark that repeatedly appears and disappears over time, HMPH. That's the first time I've heard about it before. I am quite interested in this primordial profound Ark that this emperor is describing. Xianxia. At this point, following 2 announcements, 2 men dressed in extravagant clothing walked in with a formal gait. The moment they saw Xianxia and Kang Yue, their expression changed visibly. These 2 people were the Crown Prince Kang Lin and 3rd Prince Kang Xiu. This son pays respect to royal father. We wish father longevity and good health. Kang Lin and Kang Xiu was careful and respectful. There was no sign of the insolence they had before. Kang Wan raised his brow and waved them away. Since you have already paid your respects, if there is nothing else, leave. We are discussing matters with Yuer's husband. Xianxia's actions the day before left Kang Lin and Kang Xiu with lingering fear. Seeing Xianxia this time, their scalps grew numb. They did not dare to stay for long and immediately announced their leave. Xianxia looked at them from his peripheral before turning and speaking in a stern manner. Father, how do you want to deal with the 2 of them? Hearing what Xianxia said, Kang Yue was shocked. She turned and looked nervously at Kang Wan's reactions. Kang Wan was stunned for a moment, then he suddenly became dejected. Chair, what do you think we should do? Xianxia replied calmly without hesitation. The most heartless is the imperial household. This phrase is a mockery of and an attack on the imperial family. However, at the same time, it also represented the helplessness of the family. The vast history has already proven, with bloodshed, that if the emperor does things kindly, the imperial family would unquestionably be in danger. Therefore, even if we cannot bear it sometimes, we still have no choice but to be heartless. Furthermore, it was them who were heartless first. If father were to just forgive, it would be like telling the imperial household that rebelling and revolting is forgivable. This would tempt more people to bear the intention to revolt. Kang Wan closed his eyes and said with a face of helplessness, We know all of this. They had even nearly destroyed the entire imperial household. The attempt to murder me is undoubtedly related to them as well. Chair, if it weren't for you, we would have already died. Yuer's fate would have been miserable as well. The imperial family would have become the puppets of the Xiao sect and burning Heaven clan. We hate that we cannot kill them ourselves. However, they are the only 2 among my sons who possess the ability to become an emperor. Otherwise, we wouldn't have ignored their internal conflicts all this time. We would be unable to rest at ease if we pass my throne to any of the other 5 princes. And Yuer just had to be a girl on one hand. It is the crime of revolt. On the other, it is the bloodline and the imperial family's future. We truly cannot make a decision. Actually, father does not need to be so conflicted. This matter is an easy choice. Xianxia leaned forward and whispered secretly to Kang Wan's ears. Kang Wan was shocked at first. Then his entire body started to tremble and his eyes revealed extreme excitement. He held onto Xianxia and asked agitatedly, Chair, is what you said really true? Of course, Xianxia said while beaming. With my medical skills, such a matter is exceptionally simple. I'll go prescribe some medication later, and I assure that father, he can battle for another 300 years. In regards to Xianxia's medical abilities, Kang Wan did not doubt them at all. He was so agitated that his beard was also trembling. Suddenly, he stood up and slammed the table, shouting, Men, quickly arrest our unfilial sons, Kang Ling and Kang Xiu, and lock them in the prison. Get the Minister of Justice, Shen Taimian, to come meet me. We will personally pass down the punishments of our two unfilial sons." Outside of the imperial hall, Kang Yue could not help but ask, "Husband, what did you tell father just now? Why did he have such a huge change in attitude?" "This is a secret between men." Xianxia laughed cheekily. The main reason Kang Wan was so worried was because he overindulged in his youth and had already lost his reproduction ability. After Kang Yue, he did not have any more children. Therefore, if a prince died, he would have one less prince, for he could not impregnate and train up another prince. If the problem of unable to impregnate did not exist, Kang Wan would not be so conflicted. Given another few years of time, he would easily be able to get another 10 children and concentrate on training and nurturing them to succeed the throne. "Xianxia." Above him came a gentle and cool female voice. Chu Yueli and Xia Qingyu slowly descended and stood in front of Xianxia and Kang Yue. Kang Yue's eyes met with Xia Qingyu's for a moment before they both shifted their gaze. Xia Qingyu's icy eyes looked to be a cold field of eerie calmness. Kang Yue's expression, however, was far more complicated. After all, Xia Qingyu was Xianxia's official wife, whom he had married first. In this case, Kang Yue was considered his second wife. Compared to Xia Qingyu, she naturally felt unusual. She pursed her lips and softly greeted, "Chu Fairy, Xia Fairy." A strange atmosphere surrounded Kang Yue and Xia Qingyu. Chu Yueli slightly raised her brows and went straight to the point with Xianxia. "Xianxia, other than coming here to attend you and Princess Kang Yue's wedding, the two of us have come here for another matter." "Chu Fairy, please speak freely," Xianxia replied. "Our Grand Asgard Mistress would like to meet you." Xianxia looked up in shock. "Grand Asgard Mistress, meet me?" "That's right." Chu Yueli stared slightly and said, "The Grand Asgard Mistress already knows about the matter between you and my sister. Naturally, she also knows that you know some frozen cloud arts, as well as the fact that you came to frozen cloud Asgard to cause trouble previously. However, the reason why she wants to meet you is not to punish you, nor is it to harm you. I can assure you that. If you can spare some time, why not follow us to our frozen cloud Asgard?" He had never expected that the frozen cloud Asgard's Grand Mistress would want to meet him. He thought for a while before nodding slightly. "All right. Previously, I lost control of myself out of anger and went to cause trouble for frozen cloud Asgard. I should go ask for forgiveness from Asgard Mistress, so I will go alone in a month's time." Chu Yueli nodded gently. "I hope you keep to your word. Qingyu, let's go." Xia Qingyu's gaze stopped on Xianxia for a while before she turned and floated far away, turning into a snowy silhouette in the sky. The joyous atmosphere enveloping the entire city, which was brought about by the grand marriage of Xianxia and Kang Yue, had yet to be completely dispersed when astonishing news arrived from within the imperial palace 2 days after the grand marriage of Xianxia and Kang Yue. Kang Wan suddenly issued the order to arrest the crown prince and the third prince, locking them within the maximum security prison. Later, he personally enumerated dozens of crimes, which actually included the shocking crimes of rebellion and patricide. Then, after 3 days, Crown Prince Kang Lin and Third Prince Kang Shu were publicly beheaded, and all the other members of their camps were also arrested and eliminated without exception. Kang Wan had acted in an unparalleled calm manner till now after recovering a few months ago, and seized back the authority of an emperor under Xianxia's influence. However, as soon as Xianxia and Kang Yue got married, he suddenly took drastic actions. He didn't hesitate to use all the means at his disposal to show the determination and mercilessness of an emperor. It seemed as if he had already decided on doing so and was just waiting for the right opportunity. Seeing such an attitude from Kang Wan, all the other princes, as well as the influential factions and officials that had originally preferred to side with the crown prince and third prince, felt themselves in danger as their hearts trembled in fear. Now that Kang Wan had Xianxia's support, the deterrent force of his authority was absolutely no less than that of the 3 major sects. They didn't have any guts at all to defy or disobey Kang Wan at this point. Fortunately, after beheading the crown prince and third prince, as well as their group members, Kang Wan didn't show any signs of taking action against them. It greatly relieved them to know that they were not in imminent danger, and they didn't lose any time to express their loyalty towards Kang Wan by making use of all kinds of ways. They behaved so desperately, as though they wanted to dig open their chests and take out their hearts in order to present them to Kang Wan, and have him see their devotion towards him filled in them so as to prove their loyalty. The power in Kang Wan's grasp had reached to the highest point since his reign as the Emperor of the Blue Wind Empire. It was a height that he had never even dared to think about before. His position as the Emperor had also extremely stabilized compared to the past. Now, even the three major sects would no longer dare to look down on his dignity as the Emperor. Kang Wan was very clear that it was only because of Xianxi's favor that he was able to enjoy all these things. He was extremely grateful to Xianxi and extremely respectful to Xiao Li. In Xiao Li's presence he would act without showing any majesty of an emperor, and treated him like a brother on an equal footing. As for the newlyweds, Xianxi and Kang Yue, they had no interest in what was going on in the imperial palace, and spent there every day with their bodies glued to each other. Days passed by without anyone realizing it, and the 1-month period within which Xianxi had agreed to go to the frozen cloud Asgard was very quickly approaching its end. Before leaving for frozen cloud Asgard, Xianxi hadn't forgotten to deal with a certain matter of significance. This matter was indeed the very reason due to which he was actually seen as a fiend, who kills others with total disregard for human life by ordinary people. Blue Wind Imperial City, Medical Saint Hall. As the medicine hall opened by the generally acknowledged first genius doctor of the Blue Wind Empire, countless people from all parts of the Blue Wind Empire would come every day to seek medical treatment, and numerous people among them would bring great amounts of profound coins and treasures with them to request Gu Qiuhong to open the profound veins of the genius disciples of their sects and families. Due to his medical skill and influence, Gu Qiuhong had amassed so much property that it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that his wealth could rival that of an empire. However, during the last few days, the entrance of the Medical Saint Hall had remained closed, and it never opened even once. In the past, the reason behind the Medical Saint Hall remaining closed for a long duration was perhaps because of Gu Qiuhong leaving the place for some time to wander about somewhere else. But this time, the reason was not the same as before. These days, Gu Qiuhong had stayed inside the medical hall the whole time. Ever since he heard the news about the sudden arrest, then beheading of the Crown Prince and Third Prince, his mind had been in a greatly disordered state. His mind was completely occupied by fear, as he spent every day in worry and anxiousness. A couple of months ago, he had vaguely realized that Xianxi's treatment had cured Kang Wan's illness. He was obviously very clear about the illness Kang Wan was suffering from. Since Xianxi was able to successfully treat Kang Wan, he must have naturally understood the reason behind the illness. In that case, he would certainly be the first person to be suspected. No, wrong. He would be the one and only suspect. If it was some other person he was confronting, Gu Qiuhong was well aware that with his influence, he didn't have to fear any sort of retaliation. But Xianxi was a madman who didn't hesitate to directly exterminate the Burning Heaven clan and cruelly beat up a prince of the Divine Phoenix sect. So long as Xianxi felt like killing a doctor like him, he would definitely do so without any scruples. These days, he stayed inside the medicine hall, spending his days praying for his well-being and doing his utmost to ponder some way to survive through the current predicament. He had even thought of running away to another empire. However, before he could get the chance to act on it, the Grim Reaper had already descended behind him. Great genius Dr. Gu, the area outside the entrance of the medicine hall is as crowded as a marketplace, but here you are, leisurely and comfortably passing your time. The legendary #1 genius doctor of the Blue Wind Empire is spending his days as pleasurably as an immortal. Gu Qiuhong startled when a voice suddenly rang out from behind him, and he turned around as fast as lightning. When he saw Xianxi, his whole body shivered as his heart contorted. He said stammeringly, so it's Yun, Lord Yun. I'm truly moved and extremely honored to have Lord Yun personally visit my humble abode." There were 4 personal disciples at Gu Qiuhong's side, and none of them detected Xianxi's arrival at this place. Looking at Xianxi, who had suddenly appeared like a ghost, all of them were trembling with fear. They stooped and didn't even dare to let out a breath, as his successor disciples. They knew what Gu Qiuhong had done to Kang Wan very clearly. They also spent the past days in the same manner as Gu Qiuhong, in a constant state of anxiety. Xianxi approached them with a sneer on his face. "Moved? Honored? Then why do I see nothing but fear written all over your face? Are you by chance afraid of me? Man, that's really strange. We didn't have any sort of connection between us till now and have hardly seen each other's faces, so just why would you be afraid of me?" No, Gu Qiuhong uttered in fear. Within this extremely short time of several breaths, His body was already perspiring profusely, and even beads of sweat were dripping from his fingertips. Lord Yun is the only son-in-law of the Emperor of Blue Wind Empire, and is also publicly known as Blue Wind's #1. It is naturally a matter of utmost glory for a mere doctor like me to be able to meet Lord Yun. Oh, doctor, you say that you're a doctor. I just happen to have a question regarding medical treatment. I don't know whether I could consult about it with you, Xianxia said as he narrowed his eyes. There was cold light lurking in the depths of his eyes. Gu Qiuhong used to call himself a medical saint. He naturally had no idea that this self-proclaimed title made Xianxia feel extremely unpleasant, because his master who had taught him the art of healing was called the medical saint of the Azure Cloud continent. For this trash of a doctor with a malicious heart to have the same title as his most respected master was completely sullying the two words, medical saint. Gu Qiuhong was already out of his wits and could only nod his head in response. It's too much of an honor to me that you want to seek my consultation. Lord Yun, please tell me what you want to know. This lowly one will certainly do his best to give a satisfactory answer. You don't need to be so nervous. I just have a very small problem that I wish to consult about. I believe that a doctor of your level can easily come up with the solution. Xianxia moved a corner of his mouth upwards, his eyes nefarious and strange. There's someone close to me who has a venomous parasite called the soul-devouring life-binding parasite within his body. I don't know whether great genius Dr. Gu is aware of some way to save him. To Gu Qiuhong, the 5 words, soul-devouring life-binding parasite, sounded like a grim reaper pressuring him to die, and caused his whole body to quiver violently. His legs went limp and he almost kneeled on the floor. He said in an extremely trembling voice, "No, I don't know. This lowly one only possesses insignificant medical skill and has never heard of anything like soul-devouring life-binding parasite. I ask Lord Yun to pardon my ignorance." "Oh, you don't know?" Xianxia laughed grimly. "After wasting over 100 years, you don't even know about something as small as the soul-devouring life-binding parasite, yet you still dare to call yourself Blue Wind's #1 genius doctor. So you're just another one of those people who gained fame by deceiving the public, huh? If it was someone else doing such a thing, I wouldn't have cared about it. However, if a doctor who's supposed to do good to society by saving people's lives doesn't possess decent medical skill, the will to treat people, and medical ethics, let alone saving people, he would instead do harm to them. Furthermore, it won't be just 1 or 2 persons, but a large number of people who would be harmed by such deception. Since you're already trash that can do nothing but harm people, there's no need for you to stay in this world any longer." "Ah," Gu Qiuhong's eyes widened. He was just trying to say something when a red light suddenly flashed before his eyes. RIP. A streak of phoenix flame glittered past and instantly penetrated Gu Qiuhong's chest, leaving behind a large hole on it. Gu Qiuhong's facial expression froze, and his body fell down on the floor with a thud sound. Blood started to flow out and very quickly gathered under his body. Master!" Gu Qiuhong's 4 disciples were so frightened that their faces completely turned pale. Although they subconsciously let out their voices in panic, none of them had the courage to go over to Gu Qiuhong's body, and they just remained crouched at the corner of a wall. When Xianxia's gaze shifted to them, their entire bodies shuddered, and their teeth clattered. 2 of them even urinated on the spot. Xianxia's means were indeed as ferocious and ruthless as a devil. Even before Gu Qiuhong, who was the Blue Wind's #1 genius doctor who possessed such a huge influence. He had first spoke indifferently for a while before actually killing him when he felt like it. He acted so casually as if he was merely trampling an ant to death. "You 4 idiots must be Gu Qiuhong's successor disciples, right? Say, do you want to live or die?" Xianxia said with an expressionless face. As soon as the 4 heard that they still had the hope to live through their current predicament, all of them immediately kneeled down, kowtowing again and again. "We want to live, we truly want to live. So long as Lord Yun agrees to spare our life, we'll willingly work extremely hard for our entire life," Xianxia coldly said. Gu Qiuhong had conspired to murder his majesty. He was guilty of a crime for which even death cannot atone. As for you, I can still give you the chance to live. You guys have always followed Gu Qiuhong and should be very clear about the many disgraceful and evil deeds he had done over these years using his medical skill and reputation. I'll give you 3 days' time. Within these 3 days, properly gather ironclad proofs related to Gu Qiuhong plotting to murder his majesty and his all other disgraceful deeds, and let everyone under the heaven know about them, so that all people could know that he absolutely did not deserve the title of medical saint. Afterwards, Make sure to save people with the art of healing you've learned. That's how you're going to atone for the sin you've committed by following Gu Qiuhong. Keep in mind to not use your medical skills for evil ever again, otherwise, you will definitely die by my hands. The four people were pleased beyond belief when they heard Xianxi's words. They hurriedly promised to do as he said, while shedding tears of gratitude. 3 days later, the information about Gu Qiuhong colluding with the Crown Prince and Third Prince, and conspiring to murder His Majesty using the soul-devouring life-binding parasite spread widely in the entire city. The four successor disciples of Gu Qiuhong revealed a lot of ironclad evidences about all kinds of disgraceful deeds he did during the time he practiced medicine by making use of his medical skill. All of his evil deeds were listed by the four of them, which surprisingly added up to a grand total of more than 1,000, shocking the entire Blue Wind Imperial City. For a while, the medical saint whose name once shook the Blue Wind was condemned in speech and writing by all the people. The people and forces he was on friendly terms with in the normal times made it publicly clear in succession that they no longer any relation with him whatsoever, reasoning being that they feel indignant at the injustice he had done. At this time, Xianxi had already bid his farewell to Kang Yue and Xiao Lingxi and was flying towards the snowy region of extreme ice on the Snow Phoenix Beast. Jasmine, I feel that my current cultivation has apparently reached a bottleneck. Xianxi, who was lying on the back of the Snow Phoenix Beast with his eyes closed, suddenly brought up a topic that had been bothering him for past some time. Bottleneck, your advancement had always been without a hitch until now. What bottleneck are you talking about? Jasmine said in reply. What I'm trying to say is that it has been a very long time, but I've yet to find a way to upgrade my strength with the same extreme rate as before. Xianxi slowly said. During the more than 1 year time, when I was under Heavenly Sword Villa's sword management terrace, my profound power cultivation had increased at an explosive rate. But now, let alone the fact that I've almost finished drinking and eating all of the dragon blood and flesh, their ability to promote my strength is already extremely limited at my current level. There is still 4 months' time before the 7-nation ranking tournament. After going to the Divine Phoenix Empire, it's not just the ranking tournament that I'd have to face. Right now, I'm in dire need of a way or opportunity that could successfully allow me to achieve a breakthrough again. Opportunity? HMPH. One should advance in order, step by step. The way you forcefully upgraded your strength, by absorbing the power from the blood and flesh of the Emperor Profound Dragon over a long period of time before, was actually extremely dangerous. If you didn't have the protection of the Great Way of Buddha, many hidden damages would have been left behind in your body due to that forced power amplification. Your current cultivation speed without the help of any external thing is already quite fast. But my current strength is practically worthless in the face of the Divine Phoenix sect, Xianxi said in a somewhat depressed manner. Looks like I'll have to go all out to increase my cultivation during these next 4 months. Returning to the point, it seems you, my master, haven't taught me anything for a long time. I don't even know what kind of profound art you cultivate. As you're so powerful, the arts and skills you're practicing must be incomparably powerful. I mean, why don't you try teaching me some of them? How childish, Jasmine said in a voice that was devoid of any emotion. Among the abilities I possess, Star God's Broken Shadow is the only one that you can practice with your current cultivation level. Your current foundation and level is too insufficient to practice anything else. If you were to forcefully practice any of my profound arts or killing moves, it'll be harmful to your life. I'm currently practicing the evil gods, as well as the rage god's profound arts at the same time, and don't feel any problem supporting them. Could it be that your profound arts are even more powerful than the evil god art and the Great Way of Buddha? Xianxi widened his eyes and said with some astonishment. They're completely different, Jasmine coldly said. If you truly want to practice my profound arts, wait for your profound strength to reach the later stages of the sovereign profound realm. After reconstructing my body, I'll also be able to consider bestowing you with a drop of heaven slaughter blood, which will allow you to practice my profound arts. So, sovereign profound, and its late stage at that. Xianxi was startled to the extent that it caused him to sit up on his butt. And what is that heaven slaughter blood thing? You don't need to know. Black Fiend Empire, land of enormity. Dense sinister aura and gray fog lingered around this whole place, and the sound of wind rang out incessantly, which bore similarity to the cry of a ghost or the howl of a devil. At such a horrifying place, Fen Juchen, who should have been dead several tens of times by now, had somehow survived and managed to come here. He employed every bit of power in his limbs to climb upwards, and with an incomparably formidable willpower and obsessiveness, he forcefully supported his life that should have already dried up a long time ago. Finally, he climbed up to the extremity of this place. There was a huge jade coffin before his eyes. The jade coffin was semi-transparent, and there was a barely visible black fog moving around within it. So you have at last arrived. This king has waited a very long time for you. The gray fog inside the jade coffin suddenly started to sway, and an eerie voice rang out in Feng Hengkong's mind. Who are you? This king is the very person you're looking for, and you are precisely the one this king has been waiting for. Use the key in your hand to open this shackle that has sealed my soul. This king shall bestow upon you supreme power as your reward. On what basis do you expect me to believe you? This king has no means to testify his words, but the current you could only choose to believe in this king. If you don't obtain this king's power right here and now, then you'll die very soon. This king and you share the same kind of disposition, the infinite hatred and obsessiveness inside your soul, and this king's hatred and obsessiveness will combine together, making you countless times stronger than your current self. With the power of this king, you'd be able to get revenge against anyone in this world you have a blood feud with. This king is just a leftover, damaged soul now, so if you want to take revenge, it's necessary to draw support from your body. If this king gets released, there is nothing but infinite benefits for you. Otherwise, if you go on like this, you could only desperately wait to meet your death. Feng Hengkong's hand extended forward as it trembled, and the pitch-black key fell on the soul-sealing coffin. In the blink of an eye, mist sprang up from every part of the soul-sealing coffin, and rays of light flashed for a brief moment from a formation, before disappearing without a trace. WOSH. Eerie wind started to blow from all directions as the soul-sealing coffin suddenly opened up. The soul sealed inside the coffin immediately escaped out of it and laughed out wildly in extreme pleasure. Then it straightway rushed towards Feng Hengkong, mercilessly piercing his soul and entering inside it. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. A millennium, it has already been a millennium. This king has finally obtained freedom. Looks like the heavens have at long last showed some compassion, and gave this king the opportunity to get revenge against the ones this king harbors bloody hatred for. Ha 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 ha. Boy, this king is grateful to you for allowing this king to regain freedom. To repay your kindness, this king shall replace your soul and become the new owner of this dilapidated body of yours. It would certainly be the greatest favor you could hope to receive in return. Ha 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 ha. You, ah. Feng Hengkong felt as if a myriad of steel needles were fiercely pricking inside his soul, and his complexion turned pale in an instant. Blood flowing out of his eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouth, and he issued an extremely painful shout from his mouth. So you want to swallow my soul? It truly amazes this king that you can still talk about me swallowing your soul in such a weak condition. You don't have to worry. After swallowing your soul, this king will look into your memories and kill the person you want to kill the most in this world so as to respond to the bitter hatred in your heart. Would that be enough to satisfy you? Now obediently let your soul become my soul's offering. Ah! Feng Hengkong let out a heartbreaking howl, and his whole body spasmed and twisted frantically. Every part of his body was completely drenched with sweat, as though he was hit by torrential rain. No matter how painful his body felt, he could still completely endure it without even making a little sound. But the pain he felt from his mind ripping apart was countless times more cruel and horrifying than tearing him apart limb from limb. He felt as if innumerable steel pins and bayonets were pricking and stabbing his soul in an attempt to cut it, which made his consciousness fall towards a bottomless abyss in the midst of extreme pain. If his soul was destroyed and swallowed, leading to him losing all of his consciousness, then his body would turn into a shell without any consciousness of its own. If that were to happen, he would have no means left to ever take revenge, and he would also become someone else's puppet for eternity. Compared to killing him or slicing his body thousands of times, this sort of end to his life was even more unacceptable to him. Feng Hengkong could accept death, and he could even accept dying without leaving a complete corpse behind, but he definitely couldn't allow himself to fall to the level of a mere puppet. I've suffered untold hardships to arrive at this place, because I wanted to seek the thing that could grant me the power to take revenge. Becoming a puppet was never an option. Ah! Feng Hengkong ferociously opened his eyes wide. The originally slackened glow of his eyes crazily condensed and released such a hateful light that could even make a devil shudder in fear. all of his willpower and conviction released along with the yell he let out with his utmost might. Tusk tusk, I didn't think you'd still try to struggle in vain. Ha ha ha, this is truly and extremely funny. Just how can a small and weak soul like yours, which is no different from a completely insignificant ant in my eyes, possibly escape from him? What? This is impossible. What did you do? This is impossible. This is impossible. Fen Juchen's extremely weak soul that was on the verge of being destroyed and swallowed suddenly burst out an inconceivably formidable resistance. Following Fen Juchen's hoarse shout, the power of this resistance unceasingly increased. Not only did it prevent Fen Juchen's soul from being swallowed by the dark soul, it contrarily encircled and confined the dark soul bit by bit, and even began to swallow it. Impossible, this is impossible. How can a mere boy at spirit profound realm possibly have such a formidable willpower? The black soul was unable to wildly laugh any longer. His voice now carried panic and fear. It was as if he suddenly fell from paradise to the abyss of hell. I, Fen Juchen, have been defeated, trampled, and humiliated, but I can still somehow endure them, because there will come a day when I'll make the one responsible pay countless times more for it. However, no one should even think about making my body into something as extremely humiliating as a puppet. Don't even think about it. The black soul let out a blood-curdling scream. His powerful soul was actually completely confined inside Fen Juchen's soul and was instead being swallowed by it. If his soul were to be swallowed, his existence would completely disappear from the world, and then his memories and the power in his soul would all belong to Fen Juchen. He shouted loudly in panic and even painfully pleaded to Fen Juchen. Let off this king, stop this moment. This king will let you have his strongest power. This king can't afford to die now. The black soul's voice suddenly stopped for a moment, and then it abruptly began to tremble in excitement. Huenger, you are Huenger, Fen Juchen. Huenger, it's truly Huenger. It was as if the black soul had forgotten the pain of being swallowed. It let out an extremely joyful and sobbing voice. Huenger, I am king of the eternal night royal family, your very own biological father. Fen Juchen's entire body was drenched with sweat. He sneered and gritted his teeth as he said, You stupid and devious, pitiful residual soul, in order to survive through your current predicament, you are going as far as uttering such an absurd and ridiculous thing, huh? Huenger, I'm truly your father. When our eternal night royal family was exterminated by those scoundrels, you were also murdered bloodily by them at that time. Then, your mother confined a wisp of your soul after your death, and using her own life, she unleashed eternal night's taboo technique so that you could reincarnate after a millennium with half of your blood vessels and soul. Enough. Your death is near at hand, and you're still going on with your ridiculous nonsense. Fen Juchen firmly clenched his teeth. I'll have you shut your mouth forever. The tenaciousness of Fen Juchen's willpower far exceeded the imagination of the dark soul. His residual soul gradually lost even the last of its struggling power, and he also just gave up on struggling altogether. This is also fine. When you obtain my memories and my power confined inside the soul, you'll naturally become clear about everything. Huenger, you are the prince of my eternal night royal family, the last of my eternal night royal clan's lineage and hope. I wish you live a good life. Seize back my clan's heavenly sin divine sword, re-establish the eternal night royal clan, and take revenge for your mother, for all of your clan members. And for your very own self, you must take revenge. Never forget to take revenge. The black soul's voice resounded in Fen Juchen's mind for a very long time, and then disappeared into oblivion. Subsequently, not only did this soul give up on struggling, it even took the initiative to integrate every bit of his memories and special soul power into Fen Juchen's soul. The memories accumulated over the long span of 1,000 years gushed towards Fen Juchen's soul like tidewater, and his expression gradually became sluggish. Finally, he kneeled down on the ground like a lifeless person, and didn't make any sort of movement for a very long time. His face was filled with the stains of tears that were overflowing from his eyes. With the help of the snow phoenix beast, it took Xianxia a very short time to reach frozen cloud Asgard compared to his previous trip. After flying through the boundless snowfield, the location of the frozen cloud Asgard quickly appeared in his line of sight. Looking at the frozen cloud Asgard, he was getting closer to at a very fast rate. Xianxia couldn't help but think of Chu Yuechen. In these last few months, he still hadn't obtained any information related to her, and it was the same in Xia Yuanba's case. With his current influence, his name was already resounding through every corner of the Blue Wind Empire. as Chu Yuechen had their child, and Xia Yuanba had left due to the sorrow of Yun Qi's death. They should have immediately come look for him after finding out the information that he was still alive. Could it be that you guys are no longer in the Blue Wind Empire? Yun Qi said to himself, somewhat absent-mindedly. Frozen Cloud Asgard was still shut off from the outside world, however. It was natural that no one would stop Yun Qi from entering the palace this time. Even before he landed at the entrance, Frozen Cloud Asgard had already sensed his arrival, and Chu Yueli was waiting in front of the main entrance. "So you've come." Chu Yueli's face looked as cold as frost, and she spoke in a voice that was completely devoid of emotions. "Junior Yun Qi greets Chu Fairy. I eventually managed to keep the appointment." Yun Qi stepped forward as he said, "Chu Fairy personally welcoming me makes this junior feel extremely terrified. Letting King Yu come is enough." Chu Yueli didn't show any response towards Yun Qi's words and indifferently said, "Asgard Mistress is already aware that you've arrived. Follow me." Yun Qi originally wanted to make some fun of this fairy of frozen glass. He would have felt satisfied as long as he could at least see her angry look, but the result he got was quite dull. He crooked his mouth and followed Chu Yueli inside. Even during the time when the palace was not shut off from the outside world, Frozen Cloud Asgard would have extremely few visitors. So the female disciples of Frozen Cloud Asgard mostly didn't get that many opportunities to come in contact with a man. Therefore, as Yun Qi followed Chu Yueli inside the Frozen Cloud Asgard, along with the additional effect of his name, Yun Qi, it immediately caused a lot of Frozen Cloud Asgard's disciples to gather around and watch him with attention. Their gazes were filled with intense curiosity towards this young man who was the nominal husband of their young Asgard mistress, as well as the one who let Chu Yuechen break her vow of abstinence. When Yun Qi saw Gong Yuxian, he discovered that Xia Qingyu was present right beside her. He went closer to them and said, "Junior Yun Qi greets the mistress of Frozen Cloud Asgard." This junior had recklessly intruded Frozen Cloud Asgard 4 months ago and showed disrespect towards senior at that time. "I hope that senior will pardon my wrongdoings." Gong Yuxian felt surprised at first, then faintly smiled. "I never expected that the person who can destroy the Burning Heaven clan and dare to trample a prince of the Divine Phoenix Empire under his foot would lower his head and acknowledge his mistake. Yun Qi, you've really made me view you in a new light. There is no need to apologize. You're losing control of yourself that day due to the anxiousness in your heart, and forcefully rushing inside the Frozen Cloud Asgard is understandable. Hence, it could be pardoned. Furthermore, it does seem that you are indeed concerned about Yuechen. Moreover, there's also some truth in the words you spoke to me that day. Let's not bring up these things for now. Yun Qi, my Asgard's grand Asgard mistress, wants to see you. Follow me, King Yu, you should also come along with us." There were several Frozen Cloud secret grounds within Frozen Cloud Asgard's lands. Its mysterious grand Asgard mistress silently cultivated all year round in one of those secret grounds. Yun Qi and Xia Qingyu followed Gong Yuxian all the way down and finally arrived in front of a room of ice. "Senior Master, Yun Qi has arrived," Gong Yuxian said respectfully before the ice room's entrance. Right after, a woman's voice that appeared slightly elderly came from within. "Come in." As the voice fell, the ice room's gate that was tightly closed slowly opened. Countless ice crystals dispersed out from within the ice room and didn't fall for a long time in the center of the ice room. A woman whose expression was as calm as water, with hair already half white, sat upright on a blue-colored ice jade. The ice jade slowly emitted an ice-cold fog, shrouding her entire body within this hazy fog of ice. When Gong Yuxian's group of 3 walked in, her closed eyes opened, radiating a gentle yet far-reaching gaze. And this gaze directly fell onto Yun Qi's body. She was the previous generation Asgard mistress of Frozen Cloud Asgard, and also the current Grand Asgard mistress, Feng Hengkong. Disciple Gong Yuxian greets Senior Master. Disciple Xia Qingyu greets Grand Asgard mistress. The elderly woman raised her hand and spoke lightly. "No need for formalities, have a seat, so you are Yun Qi?" The person up ahead was shockingly another pinnacle-level being of Blue Wind's profound practitioning world. From her body, Yun Qi even felt a sense of pressure almost not inferior to Ling Tianyi. He stepped forward and spoke as he gave a salutation. "Junior Yun Qi greets Senior." Feng Hengkong's gaze sized Yun Qi up from head to toe and slowly nodded. Suddenly, the expression in her eyes changed. Her arm abruptly swung out as several tens of ice crystals condensed in the air, flying toward Yun Qi's chest. Toward Feng Qianhui striking out, Yun Qi didn't display any surprise. His body remained in the same position, his chest slightly stuck out, yet he didn't even construct up defensive profound energy and directly used his body to receive it. Bang, 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 bang. All the ice crystals solidly smashed onto Yun Qi's body, yet directly shattered into pieces the moment they touched Yun Qi's body and dissipated. There wasn't even the slightest hint of injury on his body. A hint of deep surprise flashed through Feng Qianhui's gaze. The ice crystals just now only carried half of her strength, but it would definitely be hard for even a sky-profound expert to receive it. While the young man before her eyes was only earth-profound realm, yet did not even use protective profound energy to take it head-on just with his body. Furthermore, he did so without even getting injured at all. Just with this, it would be impossible to find a second person capable of doing so in the entire blue wind. But Feng Qianhui's probing was naturally not only this much. As all the ice crystals fell onto the floor, both her hands extended out together as her hair, and the ice spirits around her entire body fluttered up. A tremendous frozen cloud energy released outwards, causing the ice room that wasn't very big in the first place to seemingly fall into an icy purgatory. Along with Feng Qianhui's quickly altering hand signs, 7 enormous ice lotuses bloomed one after another around Yun Qi. They were similarly ice lotuses, but these lotus flowers coming from Feng Qianhui definitely wasn't something Xia Qingyu's ice lotus back then could compare to. The frozen cloud energy inside every single ice lotus was enough to completely freeze a 5-kilometer-wide lake. A glint appeared within Yun Qi's eyes. Without waiting for these 7 ice lotuses to begin changing, he already grabbed up Dragon Fault in an instant, and at the same time, opened Burning Heart. As he stepped with Star God's broken shadow, Dragon Fault swung out 7 matchless overbearing strikes in the blink of an eye. As the 7th sword strike fell, Dragon Fault had also already disappeared within his hands. Bang, 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 bang. Ear-deafening sounds of explosions instantly flooded the entire ice room. Before the just-bloomed ice lotuses had time to release their frozen cloud might, they had already all burst apart like chaining firecrackers, turning into tiny ice crystals that fluttered all over the place. Being pushed to the sides of the ice room by the not yet completely dissipated heavy sword storm, they carpeted the ice room's wall with a thick layer of ice. Feng Qianhui's arms stalled in midair as a deep expression of surprise flashed through her eyes. No matter how much one hears from rumors, it wouldn't beat witnessing it personally. After 2 sessions of probing, it was already enough for her to recognize just how frightening Yun Qi's strength was. And his profound strength level was indeed merely an unbelievable earth-profound realm. Good! Feng Qianhui exclaimed in praise. Looks like you being called #1 of Blue Wind definitely wasn't an exaggeration. The #1 prodigy throughout Blue Wind's history was more so not bogus at all. Yun Qi humbly spoke. Senior is praising me too much. This junior is still young with shallow foundations and certainly cannot be compared to beings on senior's level. The so-called #1 of Blue Wind is also merely a casual remark. Junior does not deserve such a title. Feng Qianhui answered. I heard that you eliminated the entire Burning Heaven clan, heavily wounded Divine Phoenix's prince, went on a rampage and is wildly arrogant without limits. Coming before this old woman, what need is there for pretenses? Have a seat. Yun Qi sat facing Feng Qianhui as instructed. This old woman's trivial name is Feng Qianhui. You may call me Granny Qianhui. With your current strength and fame, you could entirely ignore the request of this old woman wanting to meet you. In the entire Blue Wind, there is almost no one who possesses the qualifications for you to have to move to meet. Why would you come to this faraway extreme northern land to meet this old woman? Feng Qianhui asked as she looked at Yun Qi. Her expression clearly showed that this question wasn't asked on a whim, because Yun Qi's stance toward frozen Cloud Asgard would decide her following decision. About this, Yun Qi took a glance sideways toward Gong Yuxian and Xia Qingyu. Senior wishes to hear the truth? Naturally the truth. All right, then this junior will speak frankly. Yun Qi raised his chest, speaking in a very natural and poised manner. Actually, the reason is very simple. Qingyu is frozen Cloud Asgard's disciple and also my wife. I was worried that if by chance I didn't come, I would put Qingyu, my wife, in a difficult position. And so I came. Xia Qingyu. Yun Qi, do not speak rubbish in front of Grand Asgard Mistress, Gong Yuxian said coldly with her brows knitted. It's fine. Feng Qianhui looked at Yun Qi's eyes, yet faintly smiled. He wasn't speaking rubbish. What he had said just now ought to be the thought from the bottom of his heart. Yun Qi, this old woman heard that because your family was abducted, you annihilated the entire Burning Heaven clan in a flight of rage. Yet you also came to see this old woman just because you didn't want to put King Yu in a difficult position. Looks like you weigh family and friendship even heavier than strength very well. Then do you know why this old woman had always wanted to see you? I asked Senior to enlighten me. Yun Qi could faintly figure 60 or 70% of it out, but he couldn't be entirely sure. Before today, he had never heard any rumors of Frozen Cloud Asgard's Grand Asgard Mistress. Clearly, she had stopped bothering with mundane matters long ago. But now, she suddenly wished to meet him. Evidently, the reason should be a certain great matter regarding Frozen Cloud Asgard that even Gong Yuxian was incapable of deciding. Feng Qianhui slowly said, "Regarding the matter between you and my Asgard's disciple Chu Yuechen, this old woman had already learned of everything. Since you have combined with Yuechen then, you naturally have understood a great secret of the Frozen Cloud arts. Starting from 2 years ago, you started to possess our Frozen Cloud Asgard's core profound art, Frozen Cloud art. This will you deny? Indeed, there is Frozen Cloud arts on me. However, I had never used it in front of anyone, and also had never told anyone," Yun Qi said honestly. Feng Qianhui continued, "Sectoral profound arts is the soul of a sect, and also a taboo that absolutely cannot be passed on to outsiders. Whether passing sectoral profound arts to the outside, or secretly learning other sects' profound arts, they are all one of the greatest taboos of the profound practitioning world. In any sect, when exiling a disciple, crippling their sectoral profound arts would be the first thing to do. Yuechen grew up within Frozen Cloud Asgard, and is also the head of the Frozen Cloud 7 fairies. Yet even so, she had no choice but to discard her own profound arts before leaving Frozen Cloud Asgard. While you are not my Frozen Cloud Asgard's disciple, you possess the sectoral profound art of my Frozen Cloud Asgard. This is the reason why this old woman wanted to see you. This old woman believes that you won't pass it on to others, and perhaps may not even deem my Asgard's mere Frozen Cloud art worthy in your eyes. However, to my Frozen Cloud Asgard, this is a great matter that definitely cannot be ignored." Yun Qi slightly pondered for a bit and said, "What does Senior hope for me to do? You have 2 choices." Feng Qianhui said solemnly, "First choice would be to let this old woman dispose of your Frozen Cloud arts. Water and fire suppresses each other. You have the Phoenix's bloodline. Ice attribute profound arts are extremely unfitting for you in the first place, and may even cause burden and damage to your profound veins because of conflicting attributes. So discarding Frozen Cloud art to you shouldn't be something unacceptable. Just simply discarding Frozen Cloud art, Yun Qi indeed wouldn't be upset over it. As Frozen Cloud Asgard's profound art, it was unquestionably an incomparably powerful profound art in the eyes of ordinary people. But compared to the evil god, Rage God, Sirius, and Phoenix that Yun Qi possessed, it was too weak. When fighting enemies, Yun Qi more so never used it. With the same expenditure, the Phoenix Flames might far surpass the Frozen Cloud arts. When he occasionally used it, it was also just to conceal his presence a little using Frozen Cloud Barrier. However, this Frozen Cloud art came from Chu Yuechen. It was granted to him by Chu Yuechen's Virgin Vital Yin, and even became a link that could not be severed between him and Chu Yuechen. Now that Chu Yuechen was nowhere to be found, it became the only trace she had left in his body. Thus, he absolutely wasn't willing for the Frozen Cloud art to be disposed of. "I want to hear the second choice." Yun Qi didn't think about it too much and spoke flatly. Feng Qianhui gave Yun Qi a deep look and said, "The second choice is to join my Frozen Cloud Asgard and become Frozen Cloud Asgard's disciple." This sentence of Feng Qianhui would be said as extraordinarily surprising. None of the 3 had expected that Feng Qianhui would actually utter these words. Before Yun Qi replied, Gong Yuxian had already stood up and lost control of her voice. "Senior Master, this, say no more." Feng Qianhui extended her hand to stop Gong Yuxian from continuing and said calmly, "I have my own thoughts." Gong Yuxian opened her mouth and didn't continue speaking. Beside her, Xia Qingyu's face also revealed astonishment. "This, from what I know, Frozen Cloud Asgard had only taken in female disciples since the time of its existence, and never had such a thing as taking in male disciples. Could it be that Senior wants to make an exception because of this junior's matter?" Xianxia spoke in a very uncomposed manner. The reason why my Asgard had always only taken in female disciples was because the female's constitution leaned toward yin and is more fitting to cultivate the frozen cloud arts. At the same time, the saying that love between males and females will obstruct frozen cloud arts cultivation is false. The secret that the frozen cloud art could be inherited through virgin vital yin is the main reason why no male disciples are taken. Feng Hengkong said slowly. But under the condition of not harming the sect's principle, the sectoral rules can be slightly bent. You are Qingyu's husband in name, possess the frozen cloud art passed onto you by Chu Yuechen, and already have a huge relationship and ties with frozen cloud Asgard. With the strength and prestige you currently possess, if you are to join my frozen cloud Asgard, it would be able to greatly raise my frozen cloud Asgard's influence. Weighing the trade-off, if you aren't willing to discard the frozen cloud arts, I can make an exception to take you in as the first male disciple in all of Frozen Cloud Asgard's history. Before arriving at Frozen Cloud Asgard, Xianxia had thought of various possibilities, but definitely hadn't expected that this powerful and mysterious Grand Asgard mistress would actually want him to become a disciple of Frozen Cloud Asgard. If Xianxia agreed then, he would be the first male disciple in all of Frozen Cloud Asgard's history. And judging from Gong Yuxian and Xia Qingyu's reaction, it seemed that they weren't aware of this beforehand. The inside of Xianxia's heart began to stir. Speaking on behalf of just himself, he originally didn't have any gratitude nor grievances with Frozen Cloud Asgard. But because of Xia Qingyu and Chu Yuechen, it was destined that he would possess countless ties with Frozen Cloud Asgard. As of now, he no longer belonged to Blue Wind Imperial Palace. Being sectless, he could freely join Frozen Cloud Asgard. And after joining, he and Xia Qingyu would belong to the same sect as husband and wife, and perhaps would no longer have too many constraints when getting along with each other from now on. After finding Chu Yuechen in the future, there would also be the possibility for her to return to Frozen Cloud Asgard. But all these were secondary. What was most important was that from top to bottom, Frozen Cloud Asgard was entirely made up of females. And when Frozen Cloud Asgard selected their disciples, not only do they regard aptitude as important, the requirement of beauty was also extremely high. In addition to the Frozen Cloud Arts effect, every single one of the Frozen Cloud Asgard's disciples had skin like ice and bones of jade, cherry-red lips, and flawless features. Any of the disciples would be considered extraordinary precious beauties in the outside world. The number one beauty of the Blue Wind Empire had almost always came from Frozen Cloud Asgard as well. Just speaking from this aspect, Frozen Cloud Asgard was undoubtedly a paradise that men craved even in their dreams. If Frozen Cloud Asgard were to openly recruit male disciples, it could be said without any doubt that the entire Blue Wind would experience a major earthquake. And now this paradise in men's dreams had actually opened the gates for him. Moreover, it was there the first time opening the gates to a man throughout history. As an extremely normal man physiologically and psychologically, to say that Xianxia wasn't excited was impossible. However, he was extraordinarily calm on the surface of his face, as he asked with a very indifferent tone, "Junior is currently not in any sects, and there will be no problems in joining Frozen Cloud Asgard, but Junior needs to know first. After joining Frozen Cloud Asgard, what will I need to do, and what will I receive?" Feng Hengkong understood very well how attractive Frozen Cloud Asgard was to men, and seeing that Xianxia's reaction was so indifferent, she secretly praised him in his heart, then said, "After joining my Asgard, you do not need to deliberately do anything, and do not even need to follow the sectoral rules. You do not need to stay within the Frozen Cloud Asgard all the time either, and can completely go and come as you wish. What you need to do are only two things. Firstly, is to not do things against good morals and nature in Frozen Cloud Asgard's name. Secondly," Feng Hengkong paused for a second, as her expression became extremely solemn. "Someday, if Frozen Cloud Asgard faces calamity, as disciple, I hope that you can defend Frozen Cloud Asgard with all your strength." As she spoke to hear, Feng Hengkong's speech stopped. Xianxia, who was listening, raised up his head with a surprised expression, then probingly asked, "That is all?" "Yes, that is all," Feng Hengkong said with a gentle tone. "As for what you will receive, since you are to be my Frozen Cloud Asgard's disciple, then you may study all profound arts of my Asgard, including Frozen Cloud Arts, Frozen Heart Arts, Frozen Snow Dance Steps, Frozen Cloud 13 sword styles, as well as Frozen End divine arts. I will allow you to use sectoral resources as you wish, and you may also enter and exit the sect's forbidden grounds freely. If you are to face a crisis or have matters that cannot be resolved, the sect will assist you the best we can as well. So, would you like to join my frozen Asgard and become the first male disciple of my Asgard? Xianxia opened his mouth and couldn't manage to utter a word for a long while. Originally, the greatest hesitation Xianxia had toward joining Frozen Cloud Asgard was the sect's restraint. Every single sect must have their sectoral rules, and as a special sect, Frozen Cloud Asgard had rules much stricter than other sects. Actions being restricted after joining Frozen Cloud Asgard was something that couldn't be any more normal. But Xianxia completely didn't expect that Feng Hengkong would actually allow him to ignore the sectoral rules and freely come and go, which meant that he could come as he wished, go as he pleased, and did not need to follow anyone's orders. Yet he would also be free to use any of Frozen Cloud Asgard's resources and train in all of its core profound arts. As for the two conditions Feng Hengkong made, they were simply no different from having no conditions at all. Such a treatment was simply like pies falling from the sky, only needed to reap as one wished, while not needing to sow. Not sparing to break the 1,000 years of Frozen Cloud Asgard's sectoral rules to recruit a male disciple like him, while also giving such a treatment. What Xianxia felt right now was only an endless sense of unrealisticness. Gong Yuxian, who was beside him, more so revealed deeper and deeper astonishment, and wanted to speak up several times, but endured from doing so with all her might. Xianxia pondered for a long time and asked seriously, "Senior, this junior really wants to know what the reason is behind making an exception for me to join Frozen Cloud Asgard while also giving me such a treatment." Feng Hengkong faintly smiled. "Because of your strength, potential, influence, as well your immeasurable future. Moreover, even though your way of doing things is somewhat extreme, you view loyalty and friendship with extreme importance. This old woman believes that if you were to become my Asgard's disciple, if my Asgard really encounters a great calamity in the future, you will definitely protect my Frozen Cloud Asgard with all your power. Are you satisfied with this explanation?" Feng Hengkong's tone was flat and sincere. The expression in her eyes was more so as pure as a clear spring. Xianxia did not sense any impurity, deception, and fakery from within. This time, Xianxia no longer hesitated and couldn't find any reason to hesitate either. He spoke while nodding. "Okay. Granted with Senior's kindness, Junior Xianxia is willing to join Frozen Cloud Asgard and become Frozen Cloud Asgard's disciple. But before entering Frozen Cloud Asgard, this junior has a request. Even though this junior is sectless, he already has a master. Thus, without master's agreement, this junior cannot acknowledge another master." "Ha ha!" Feng Hengkong faintly smiled. "It's fine. With your aptitude and strength, there is no one worthy to be your master in my Asgard anyway. You do not need to acknowledge anyone as master, and can just directly join the sect. If you are to be interested in my Asgard's profound arts, King Yu can directly instruct you." But in Feng Hengkong's view, Xianxia simply wasn't suited for ice-attributed profound arts at all with the Phoenix's bloodline in his body, and wouldn't choose to spare the energy to learn ice-attributed profound arts that completely conflicted with his Phoenix flames. Since the words were already like this, if Xianxia still didn't agree, then he would even think himself as an idiot. He knelt down on one knee and said respectfully, "Junior Xianxia is willing to join Frozen Cloud Asgard, become Frozen Cloud Asgard's disciple, and from now on, share honor and disgrace with Frozen Cloud Asgard. If the sect faces a crisis, Xianxia will definitely return to the sect at the first moment and defend the sect with all his power." "Good." Feng Hengkong heavily nodded as deep gratification flashed within her eyes. She raised up her fingers and pressed at nothingness. Instantly, a marble of cold crystal appeared on the tip of her fingers, then flew toward Xianxia. After touching his arm, it directly disappeared on the surface of his body like a melting snowflake. "This is my Asgard's unique Frozen Cloud Soul Crystal. With the Frozen Cloud Soul Crystal on you, you are now my Frozen Cloud Asgard's official disciple. At the same time, the Frozen Cloud Soul Crystal of every single Frozen Cloud disciple will sense one another. This is the identification as my Asgard's disciple, as well as to distinguish fellow sect members. The Frozen Cloud Soul Crystal doesn't cause any harm to the body. If you wish to leave Frozen Cloud Asgard one day, you may voluntarily erase it at any time." After the Frozen Cloud Soul Crystal entered his body, Yun-Chi quickly felt a corresponding presence from Gong Yuxian and Xia Qingyu's body. After coming to Frozen Cloud Asgard with uncertainty in his mind, he'd actually became Frozen Cloud Asgard's official disciple just like that. Such a result made Yun-Chi somewhat feel that it was a little bit illusory. Yun-Chi, since you have already joined my Frozen Cloud Asgard, then, as the Grand Asgard Mistress, there are some things I need to warn you about. Feng Hengkong spoke. Yun-Chi nodded. I asked Grand Asgard Mistress to educate me. Feng Hengkong went silent for a bit, then spoke with a solemn expression. I heard that 2 years ago at the Blue Wind Ranking Tournament, one of the 4 great sacred grounds, Mighty Heavenly Sword Region's elder Ling Kun, had taken the initiative in inviting you to join Mighty Heavenly Sword Region. You did not give an answer at the time, but it still kept Ling Kun's sound transmission imprint. I want to know, in the future, will there be the possibility of you joining Mighty Heavenly Sword Region? Yun-Chi murmured for a while, pondering the reason why Feng Hengkong would mention this matter. Because of Yun Kanghai's death, because of Xiao Ying's death, because of his birth parents, Yun-Chi's hatred toward Mighty Heavenly Sword Region was already carved into his bones. However, with his current abilities, he wasn't qualified in the slightest to contend with Mighty Heavenly Sword Region. Thus, his hatred absolutely could not be revealed in front of anyone. While calm on the surface, he said hesitatingly, Mighty Heavenly Sword Region is, after all, one of the 4 great sacred grounds, a place at the greatest pinnacle of the profound sky continent. Everyone under this sky who practices the profound all wish in their dreams that they could enter one of the sacred grounds. This junior likes freedom, but if a bottleneck is encountered in the future, perhaps there would be the possibility of me entering Mighty Heavenly Sword Region to search for ways to break through. Feng Hengkong went silent, then let out a faint sigh and said, If you are to possibly enter one of the sacred grounds in the future, that would indeed be your opportunity and good fortune. However, out of Absolute Monarch Sanctuary, Supreme Ocean Palace, Sun Moon Divine Hall, you can choose one of these 3 if you had the chance. It is only Mighty Heavenly Sword Region that you definitely shouldn't choose. Why is that? Yun-Chi asked in surprise. Your aptitude is extremely great, your disposition more so is extremely fitting to seek the profound way's limit. Moreover, extremely great fortune had always accompanied you. Your future will be limitless. However, even though Mighty Heavenly Sword Region is a sacred ground, it is a ground filled with countless foul and filth. I definitely won't allow disciples of my sect be tainted by Mighty Heavenly Sword Region's filth in the future, and have their entire life's future prospects be destroyed. Feng Hengkong's words made Yun-Chi astonished in his heart. Grand Asgard Mistress, could it be that there are some special grievances between Frozen Cloud Asgard and Mighty Heavenly Sword Region? This disciple very rarely hears of the name Mighty Heavenly Sword Region, but hadn't ever heard any dreadful rumors of it. I hope that Grand Asgard Mistress can enlighten me. Feng Hengkong took a deep glance at Yun-Chi as a struggling expression flashed through the depths of her eyes. She naturally knew just what an olive branch given by a sacred ground meant to a profound practitioner. That was entirely the highest aspiration of profound practitioners, cultivating in the way of the profound. If there was not enough reason, there simply wouldn't be anyone who would refuse a sacred ground's olive branch. After a long hesitation, Feng Hengkong secretly sighed and spoke in the end. Did you know that before 1,000 years ago, there weren't only 4 sacred grounds in the profound sky continent, and instead were 5? 5 great sacred grounds? Yun-Chi was surprised once again. He had always only heard of the 4 great sacred grounds name, and had never heard of some 5 great sacred grounds. And the time that 5 great sacred grounds had existed was 1,000 years ago. In terms of sectoral development, 1,000 years wasn't a very long period of history. It was especially true for forces on the level of sacred grounds, and shouldn't have been forgotten in 1,000 years at all. Yet Yun-Chi had never heard of the 5th sacred ground. 1,000 years ago, other than Absolute Monarch Sanctuary, Supreme Ocean Palace, Sun Moon Divine Hall, and Mighty Heavenly Sword Region, the profound sky continent still had another sacred ground-level force. Its name was Eternal Night Royal Family. The 5 great forces are altogether called the 5 great sacred grounds. Eternal Night Royal Family? This was the first time Yun-Chi had ever heard this name. The 5 great sacred grounds existed long before the profound sky 7 nations. They had already existed for many millennia, so much that they might possibly have lasted longer than over 10,000 years. Even though the five great sacred grounds have always mutually balanced and restricted one another, on the surface, they had also mutually supported and were united. Moreover, they had the same principles, which were to protect the profound sky continent and prevent the invasion of foreign powers. They were the entire continent's largest, most important barriers that simultaneously did not interfere with any of the continent's internal disputes. As a result, they have received the entire continent's admiration, reverence, and were even deified like gods. But this did not mean that they were all good people. Feng Qianhui raised her eyes to look at Xianxia and said calmly, "I originally should have no right to judge whether or not those from the sacred grounds are good or evil, right or wrong. But my sect's disciples never being allowed to get close to those from mighty heavenly sword region was one of the wishes left behind by a deceased frozen cloud ancestor. Because that year the eternal night royals had all died due to the malicious plotting of mighty heavenly sword region, Xianxia. Among the five great sacred grounds, the eternal night royal family was the only family-oriented force. Unless they have taken in a wife, they would never recruit outsiders. Thus, the most firmly united force within the five great sacred grounds was the eternal night royal family. Even though there may be some friction amongst the five great sacred grounds, there had never been great grievances. However, 1,000 years ago, mighty heavenly sword region's new sword master, who is also the current sword master Xuanyuan Wenchen, assumed his position. On one day several tens of years after he assumed his position, the surrounding little towns near the core location of the Eternal Night Royal's base were suddenly enveloped in a black fog overnight. Everyone within the towns, regardless of whether they were powerful, profound practitioners or the untutored elderly, women, and children, they all violently died within the black fog very quickly. All the blame and criticism were aimed at the Eternal Night Royals, because when the Eternal Night Royal family's core profound arts, the Eternal Night Illusory God record, was activated, there was precisely a black mist that coiled around the body. Those who died under the Eternal Night Illusory God record also released black mist that coiled out from their bodies, that would not dissipate until several days later. After listening to here, Xianxia more or less understood what had happened. When the name Xuanyuan Wenchen came out from Feng Qianhui's mouth, it had tightened Xianxia's heart even more, because his grandfather, Yun Kanghai, had precisely suffered under Xuanyuan Wenchen's hands. Yun Kanghai's lord and friend, the illusory demon realm's demon emperor, had also died under Xuanyuan Wenchen's hands. He said softly, "Could it be a framing?" Right, this was a malicious framing. At that time, aside from the one who had framed them, no one knew that this was a framing. Feng Qianhui continued. Soon after, mighty heavenly sword region was the first to voice out, saying that the Eternal Night Royal family was a sinful devil clan who increased their devil powers by massacring innocents. Then, in the name of protecting the profound sky continent and eliminating evil, they allied with the other three sacred grounds and annihilated the Eternal Night Royal family. Even though the Eternal Night Royal family was powerful, they simply were not able to withstand the combined forces of the four great sacred grounds and were ultimately exterminated. At the very end, only the king of the Eternal Night Royal family was left, and under his extreme resentment and sorrow, he suddenly devilized. Devilized? Yes. Once all sorts of negative emotions reached their pinnacle, one's own power regulations would also have the possibility to be negative, and would thus become an awful negative power. This kind of rumor had already existed long, long ago, but the Eternal Night King was actually the first to devilize in the true meaning, which proved that the rumor wasn't false at all. After all, for his entire clan to be annihilated, and his wife and children cruelly murdered, he would inevitably denounce the entire world and hate the heavens and earth. His devilization truly solidified him being called a devil, which made him die from the combined forces of the leaders of the four sacred grounds. After his devilization, a great change occurred to his soul. His body had been destroyed, but his soul actually did not dissipate for a long time, and was even incapable of being destroyed. Thus, Sun Moon Divine Hall used the soul sealing coffin to seal off the hostile spirit of the Eternal Night King. As for the only key that could open the soul sealing coffin, it had been discarded more than 10,000 miles away, not allowing the hate-filled soul of the Eternal Night King be able to be free. But now that 1,000 years had already passed, the hate-filled soul of the Eternal Night King should have dissipated by now. Xianxia propped up his chin with his hand and asked, Why did Mighty Heavenly Sword Region want to frame the Eternal Night Royal family? How did this benefit Mighty Heavenly Sword Region? Since you know the truth, then didn't it mean that the other three sacred grounds already know about the truth as well? Because of the sword that the Eternal Night Royal family was guarding, Heavenly Sin Divine Sword. Feng Hengkong continued. Xianxia Cultivation is an extremely ambitious man. He wholeheartedly wants to be unequaled under the heavens and become the world's only master. The Heavenly Sin Divine Sword is a divine sword the Eternal Night Royal family had been guarding for many generations, and is the only sovereign profound sword, the monarch of swords. It was rumored that the force that could control the Heavenly Sin Divine Sword would be unrivaled within the profound sky continent. Only, even after several millennia, there was never anyone within the Eternal Night Royal family that was able to master the Heavenly Sin Divine Sword. Since Mighty Heavenly Sword Region's main weapon was a sword, and honored the sword, members of Mighty Heavenly Sword Region had long since longed for the Heavenly Sin Divine Sword. Xianxia Cultivation, even more so, frantically wanted to take the sword for himself, which thus ended up in the malicious framing and the extermination of the Eternal Night Royals. After that incident, the Heavenly Sin Divine Sword vanished without a trace. No one knew where it was, and the most probable estimation would be that it had already fallen into Xianxia Cultivation's hands a long time ago. Not long after, the other three sacred grounds naturally suspected this, and realized that this was probably Mighty Heavenly Sword Region's conspiracy, that they had wrongfully annihilated the Eternal Night Royals. Since they were sacred grounds, even though they knew that it was extremely possible that they were wrong, even if they had been used by another, they could still only accept their mistake. They absolutely could not allow the name of the sacred grounds to be sullied. As a result, they absolutely could not clear the Eternal Night Royal family's name, and even publicly proclaimed that the Eternal Night Royal family was a sinful devil clan. In order to prevent this being traced back by later generations, they had even gradually erased all written records and traces of the Eternal Night Royal family's existence within the entire continent. Now that 1,000 years have passed, the Eternal Night Royal family name had long since been forgotten due to the concealment of the sacred grounds. It would only be randomly found within written accounts of sects that have lasted for more than a millennium. These few words said by Feng Hengkong was probably the behind-the-scenes story that barely anyone from other regions would have heard. Xianxia naturally knew why Feng Hengkong would tell him all these. He pondered for a while, then said, "Grand Asgard Mistress, may this disciple offend you to ask you why our sect would have such a thorough and detailed written account of not only the grievances between the sacred grounds 1,000 years ago, but also the forbidden truth that was cooperatively concealed by all four of the sacred grounds. Because the Eternal Night Queen had previously saved the life of our frozen cloud ancestor, Mu Bingyun. Even though the Eternal Night Queen's profound strength had reached the pinnacle and her status was incomparably respected, she was still gentle and kind-hearted. Not only did she rescue our frozen cloud ancestor from the claws of a tyrant profound beast, she'd even bestowed its profound core to our frozen cloud ancestor after killing that tyrant profound beast, and also gave many directions that benefited our frozen cloud ancestor through her entire life. If it weren't for the Eternal Night Queen's rescue and guidance, then our frozen cloud ancestor wouldn't have made such great accomplishments that enabled her to look down at everyone in blue wind. And you could even say that if it weren't for her, there wouldn't be today's frozen cloud Asgard. Because our frozen cloud ancestor regarded the Eternal Night Queen as one of noble virtue and a benefactor, she never believed that the Eternal Night Royal family was a sinful devil clan. But our frozen cloud ancestor did not have the power to help the Eternal Night Royal family right wrongs and avenge them. So she had no other choice but to preserve the true facts and pass them on within frozen cloud Asgard, to prevent the truth from ever disappearing, while also alerting all frozen cloud disciples to never associate with Mighty Heavenly Sword Region. At present, Mighty Heavenly Sword Region's sword master is still Xianxia Cultivation. With such an ambitious sword master who is this despicable and malicious, one could imagine just how filthy Mighty Heavenly Sword Region is. If you join Mighty Heavenly Sword Region in the future, my frozen cloud Asgard will cut off all relations with you." Feng Hengkong said solemnly. Xianxia was very clear about the ambitiousness of Mighty Heavenly Sword Region. If they weren't, his biological parents would not have been hunted down, his grandfather would not have died, and he would not have been stranded in floating Cloud City 19 years ago. It was just that Feng Qianhui was not aware of these grievances. Yun Qi's heart hopped up and down as he said earnestly, "I thank Grand Asgard Mistress for enlightening me. This disciple shall engrave it into his memory." "Good," Feng Qianhui nodded slowly. "You must by all means avoid mentioning everything I've told you to others. Me telling you about this means that I believe that you can differentiate between good and evil and separate trivial matters from the serious. Additionally," her gaze swept across Yun Qi and Xia Qingyu, "even though you and Qingyu are husband and wife in name, you are not allowed to truly become husband and wife until Qingyu has completely cultivated the frozen end divine arts. The yin energy within a female's body greatly helps the cultivation of ice attribute profound arts. If she loses her virgin vital yin, Qingyu's frozen end divine art cultivation would inevitably be detained, and even a bottleneck, which she would be incapable of breaking through in her entire life, could appear. Qingyu is my frozen cloud Asgard's future hope, and I definitely will not allow such a mishap. I believe that you also can judge the severity of this matter." Xia Qingyu, "Can't do anything before frozen end divine arts has been completely perfected. MN. In other words, it'll be totally okay once it's been completely perfected." Yun Qi was originally worried that frozen cloud Asgard would make it mandatory for Xia Qingyu to retain her vital yin throughout her entire life. But this warning from Feng Qianhui was simply an undisguised hint. He hurriedly replied, "Yes, this disciple will sincerely comply with Grand Asgard Mistress instructions." "Good." Feng Qianhui slowly nodded as her face revealed a smile. "I have already finished saying what I ought to have said. I confess, even though you are my Asgard's first male disciple in all of our history, I am deeply comforted by the fact that you have become a member. After all, Blue Wind's two great young talents have both assembled at my frozen cloud Asgard. Temporarily, we shall not disclose your joining of our frozen Asgard today, and will inform the entire sect during tomorrow's sect assembly. If there is nothing else to be said, Qingyu, take Yun Qi on a stroll within our frozen Asgard. Any place that you can go to, you may bring him there as well. Yuxian, you stay here." "Yes." Xia Qingyu got up, gave Feng Qianhui a salutation, and then left with Yun Qi. As soon as they left, Gong Yuxian got up and asked hurriedly, "Senior Master, why exactly did you make such a decision today? Is it truly because of the simple fact of Yun Qi's strength and influence?" Feng Qianhui had on a deep expression. She raised her head slightly and answered with a voice that sounded like a sorrowful sigh. "Yuxian, do you still remember the 1,000-year prophecy our frozen cloud ancestor had left behind that year?" Gong Yuxian stared blankly, then her eyes trembled acutely, and her complexion also changed. Could Senior Master be referring to the 1,000-year calamity? "Yes." Feng Qianhui closed her eyes, her expression serene. "In those days, frozen cloud Asgard's mistress and a wanderer of Black Fiend Empire's Heaven's Fate clan were close friends. At that time, the Heaven's Fate clan was at its peak. They were about to see through Heaven's way and clearly discern Heaven's fate. It was highly inappropriate to be able to discern Heaven's fate, and ultimately they had met judgment from Heaven's way and were annihilated. When the frozen cloud ancestor founded frozen cloud Asgard, the Heaven's Fate wanderer had previously seen through Heaven's fate and informed our ancestor of our frozen cloud Asgard's 1,000 years of glory, as well as the great calamity that would come after 1,000 years. If this calamity were to be weathered, frozen cloud Asgard would have 10,000 years of prosperity. If not, the name frozen cloud Asgard would no longer appear in this world. And in terms of time, the 1,000-year date has already arrived. From nearly 1 year ago, I had always been ill at ease and was even haunted by nightmares non-stop when resting my mind. In addition to that, such a disciple with abnormally high aptitude like Xia Qingyu suddenly emerged in my frozen cloud Asgard, and the frozen end divine arts that went silent for 1,000 years resurfaced in the world as well. The various abnormalities were seemingly all hinting the arrival of the 1,000-year calamity. Gong Yuxian's expression was in sudden turmoil. She slowly sat down. "So the reason why Senior Master did not spare to break our sect's rules and allowed Yun Qi to join our frozen cloud Asgard was always so we could have an additional force of resistance in response to the possibility of a great calamity." Feng Qianhui sighed. "Compared to the survival of our sect, what is breaking a sect rule? Sai, I only hope that if the 1,000-year calamity really arrives, the heavens will assist my frozen cloud." Xiao sect and burning Heaven clan disciples all number no less than several tens of thousands. so many that there were probably more than 100,000. If one added the branch sects and outer clans, the number would be even harder to predict. From top to bottom, Heavenly Sword Villa had more than a few 100,000. Compared to that, the equally famous Frozen Cloud Asgard was far more pocket-sized. Added up altogether, the entire Frozen Cloud Asgard had a total of roughly 2,000 members. However, Frozen Cloud Asgard's main hall was still especially wide and roomy, so vast that it could accommodate several thousand disciples. The surrounding ice peaks varied in height, and different shaped profound ice stood in great numbers. Even a random block of profound ice here perhaps had 1,000 or even 10,000 years of history. Every building here were nearly all constructed out of ice crystals. It was practically impossible to not see the chilled snowflake grass everywhere, and every one of them were incomparably precious. Xianxia followed Xianxia for an hour, yet actually did not encounter any Frozen Cloud disciples. Every Frozen Cloud disciple had their own private housing and training room. Moreover, a majority of their temperaments were ice cold, so even if it was within the sect, it was very rare for them to show their face. "Isn't this place a bit too quiet? To have stayed in this place for so many years, you don't feel bored?" Xianxia looked at his surroundings, unable to help but utter that out. The landscape here was so pure that it was close to illusory, as if one had walked into paradise. Occasionally admiring the scenery was obviously not bad, but if Xianxia had to stay in this cold and desolate place forever, it wasn't known how long until he would suffocate to death. Xianxia said softly, "The cultivation of my sect's Frozen Cloud art and Frozen Heart art all stress about being ice-cold and tranquil. Cultivating here could not be even more perfect. This kind of environment suits me, and is not much different from how I lived life before I joined Frozen Cloud Asgard." Before joining Frozen Cloud Asgard, Xianxia also stayed in her room for a long time and stepped out of the family residence very infrequently. Even Xianxia, whom she had an engagement with since she was a child, only saw her a few times in more than 10 years. Everyone in Frozen Cloud Asgard has their own private housing and training room. Once Asgard Mistress has announced news of your joining my sect tomorrow, your own housing and training room will be arranged. Xianxia slightly shifted her gaze and glanced at Xianxia. "Only if you want it." "Want it, of course I want it," Xianxia immediately replied. "Currently the price of housing is so expensive, only an idiot wouldn't want a free house. Oh right, Qingyu, my wife, where is your housing and training room? We've been married for so many years. Not sleeping together is fine, but I don't even know where you sleep." Xianxia tilted her head, looking at the ice crystal corals that brightly reflected colored lights. "My training room's a bit special. After I finally comprehended Frozen End Divine Arts, the mistress allowed me to cultivate at the Frozen Cloud secret ground, inscribed with Frozen End Divine Arts." Frozen End Divine Arts. The tip of Xianxia's brows twitched in this past month. He had often thought about his wedding day with Kang Yue, the scene of how Xianxia held back two great Emperor Profounds from the Divine Phoenix sect, froze their flame, and sealed their movements. The flames released from those two great Emperor Profounds were Phoenix flames ignited from the Phoenix bloodline. Yet they had been frozen over by Xianxia of the same level. This completely signified that Frozen End Divine Arts' might and level of laws were actually even higher, or at least not lower than Phoenix flames. Of course, those Phoenix flames were not pure Phoenix flames released from the Divine Phoenix, and were rather profound fire with a bit of the Phoenix attribute, ignited from those who have inherited the Phoenix bloodline. However, even if they were not pure Phoenix flames, ordinary profound fire absolutely could not compare to them. Otherwise, the Divine Phoenix sect would not have become the #1 great sect within the profound Sky 7 nations. "Bring me to that Frozen Cloud secret ground you're talking about to have a look. I suddenly want to see your—" "Ah, no, our sect's Frozen End Divine Arts." Feng Hengkong had said so previously that as long as it was a place Xianxia was allowed to go to, he could also go as well. Xianxia did not refuse and directly said, "If that's the case, then follow me." The Frozen Cloud secret ground that Xianxia referred to was at the east side of Frozen Cloud Asgard, and Xianxia followed Xianxia down a flight of ice crystal steps for a long while. Xianxia's eyes were liquid ice, graceful and quiet as they unwaveringly gazed forward. Xianxia used some time to check out the surrounding decorations and landscape, and a large majority of the time to gaze at Xianxia's complexion and figure. The first time he had met Xianxia, she was not yet 10, yet he felt that she was beautiful to the point of obscurity, beautiful to the point of being unreal. Now that he looked at the Xia Qingyu who was almost within reach, he still felt the same way. Marrying a woman beautiful to the point of illusory, who was also Blue Wind's #1 beauty, was naturally what men dreamed of having. But she was obviously his wife, and they had been married for 3 years, yet they had never truly become husband and wife in the true meaning. As a typical man, saying that Xianxia did not have any of an ordinary man's disgruntlement was impossible. Cough, cough. Xianxia suddenly opened his mouth and said seriously, "Qingyu, my wife, Grand Asgard Mistress, said that we cannot be husband and wife in the true meaning until you have perfectly completed frozen end divine arts. How do you feel about that?" Xia Qingyu continued to lightly step ahead of Xianxia. There was not the slightest of response, as if she simply did not hear what he had said. "How about I change the question?" Xianxia's gaze scrolled from top to bottom, firmly staring at Xia Qingyu's perfectly curved, delicate body that was like a fairy from the palace in the moon. He couldn't help but quietly gulp down a mouthful of saliva. "When will you completely perfect frozen end divine art?" Xia Qingyu still did not react, but if Xianxia walked in front of her, he would have seen the snowy clothes on top of her erect chest heavily move up and down. Because the main point of Xianxia's question was, "When are you going to sleep with me?" "Qingyu, my wife, please do not think that this is only a small matter. Between a husband and wife, this question is extremely important," Xianxia said with a grave face. Becoming a genuine married couple is not just the binding of name and emotions, it also requires the merging of body and spirit. And as for the merging of bodies, it even needs both the husband and wife. "We are already here." 4 words that sounded like the sound of falling ice crystals interrupted Xianxia's speech. Xia Qingyu's footsteps had already stopped in front of a large ice crystal gate that emitted a dense white mist. Xia Qingyu extended a palm, pressing it atop the ice crystal gate. A blue light flickered in the center of her palm, and after a light sound of displacement, the originally tightly closed ice crystal gate silently opened. A piercing coldness assaulted the face, and what emerged in front of them was an especially spacious great hall. But the walls and bricks of this great hall were actually not made of cold ice. Rather, they were made up of a deep blue-green stone. The cold air that came from straight up ahead carried a vaguely familiar fragrance. It was the scent of a woman that solely belonged to Xia Qingyu. It seemed that Xia Qingyu spent most of her time here. "This hall is called the Frozen End Divine Hall. It is the place where our frozen cloud ancestor cultivated, and also the place where our frozen cloud ancestor departed the mortal realm." Xia Qingyu slowly walked in. Her voice was slow and gentle, as if all those nonsensical words Xianxia had said earlier did not enter her consciousness. Xianxia slanted his mouth and reached out towards Xia Qingyu's butt, making a grabbing motion in the space between them. This made him feel a bit better, then he followed Xia Qingyu instead. The great hall was wide and empty. The floor, walls, and ceiling were all made of uniformly placed bluestone. The color of these bluestone were deep yet translucent. They slightly reflected light and resembled dark jade. But apart from this, the entire great hall was completely empty. Not even a seat or light stand was anywhere in sight. "You're usually cultivating here? This place doesn't seem all that special." Xianxia swept his gaze everywhere as he said that. Then his gaze suddenly fell upon the most right side of the great hall and fixed there as he asked, "What's that?" On the far right side of the great hall was a round, ring-like budge that was 3 meters wide and half a foot long. Its color was no different from the great hall, and it could even be said that it would be overlooked at first glance. From Xianxia's position, some special patterns seemed to be engraved upon the protrusion. That is the profound escape formation that the frozen cloud ancestor had left behind. Xia Qingyu slightly slanted her beautiful eyes. If the sect encounters an unforeseen incident and is at the end of its ropes, one could use frozen cloud arts to awaken this profound formation. This profound formation contains a space-splitting power, and after this formation has been set in motion, it could send someone to an unpredictable region. However, it could only transfer one person, and once this formation has been activated, it requires 100 years of time to absorb enough power so it could once again split space. In other words, if this formation were to be used, we must wait 100 years to use it again. But ever since frozen cloud Asgard has come to existence to now, this profound escape formation had never been used before. "Oh," Xianxia looked at the strange, profound formation a few more times. He didn't expect that there existed such a profound escape formation that would cut open space and let someone flee thousands of miles away if they had to. within frozen cloud Asgard. You said before that frozen end divine art's profound formula is inscribed here, but this place obviously does not have it. Xianxia said while shifting his gaze. Xianxia didn't speak. She raised her arms, and her white jade palms shone with an ice-cold, light blue radiance. The originally bright and clean bluestone wall in front of them suddenly reflected rows of azure blue writing. On the rightmost side of the text were 4 large words that released an ice-cold, soul-terrorizing light, which seemed to have been put together by ice crystals. Frozen End Divine Art. Xianxia lowered her arms, and the blue light in her hands faded as the words on the wall also completely faded away. She said in a soft voice, "Only when using the illumination of the light from frozen cloud arts would the inscription of the Frozen End Divine Arts appear. If one was not a frozen cloud disciple, even if they came here, they would not be able to obtain the Frozen End Divine Arts profound formula. So that's how it is." Xianxia instantly understood. Additionally, the blue stone within this hall is called the Heavenly Firm Jade. It has been said that it is a divine stone that had been nourished by a true god's power in the primordial era. Incomparably hard and solid, slicing it would leave no lines. It would not crack if frozen, and not melt if burned by fire. Even the power from a peak Emperor Profound is incapable of doing it any harm. Thus, when training in this sort of place, you can practice any kind of technique and not have to worry about destroying anything. Even a peak Emperor Profound is unable to break it. Xianxia lowered his head to look at the stone beneath his feet with an unconvinced expression. However, he couldn't find any signs of damage in the blue-green stone anywhere in sight. Forget about a nick, he couldn't even find a minute scratch. This stone, was it really as durable as Xianxia had said it was? Without thinking or giving Xianxia prior notice, Xianxia grabbed onto Dragon Fault and casually smashed downward. Clang! He had obviously smashed atop the jade stone, yet Xianxia clearly felt as if he had smashed Dragon Fault against an incomparably hard steel plate. An ear-piercing sound resounded, and the 10,000 or so kilogram Dragon Fault had actually been directly bounced back, even so much that the vibration made Xianxia's wrist feel a little numb. And the spot where Dragon Fault had slammed into was unexpectedly completely undamaged. Even the smallest sliver of cuts that could be seen with the naked eye did not appear. Xianxia stared blankly for a while. His arm's strength was incomparable, and Dragon Fault was even a powerful Emperor Profound heavy sword. Normally, there was nothing they could not overcome, and no one could obstruct them, let alone some kind of rock. He could even collapse a small mountain in one strike. But now, he actually could not leave the slightest vestige of damage on this block of rock. The corner of Xianxia's mouth twitched, and Dragon Fault also released an impatient dragon cry. As a mighty Emperor Profound heavy sword, it actually was incapable of leaving behind any mark on this piece of rock. Even if Xianxia was willing to resign himself, its conscience would never accept it. "I just won't believe it." A burst of air came from within Xianxia's chest, as if it was unable to be suppressed any longer. Both his hands gripped Dragon Fault, burning heart opened, and with a loud roar he directly smashed down with 90% of his strength. Ha! Clang! Space quaked, yet the ground did not tremble in the slightest. The instant Dragon Fault collided with the Heavenly Firm Jade. An extremely ear-piercing sound nearly tore apart Xianxia's eardrums, and an enormous rebounding vibration came toppling over. It lifted Xianxia's arms, made him retreat several steps, and made the blood and energy within his entire body bubble. Even Dragon Fault had nearly been thrown out of his grasp, and the spot on the ground where Dragon Fault had smashed into still did not have the least bit of a cut. This time, Xianxia was completely dumbstruck. The hell? How can there be a rock as hard as this? The might of a sword strike under 90% of Xianxia's strength was naturally nothing humble. Xianxia was forced 30 meters of distance away, and she silently looked at Xianxia, who appeared to be in a slightly sorry state, lacking anything to say. Xianxia put away the Dragon Fault, flung his arms that were more than halfway numb as if nothing happened, and spoke without appearing to lose his cool. "I tried it. This stone is indeed very tough, as expected of the place that frozen cloud ancestor took a liking to. If this place can be sealed up, it'll simply be the safest spot within the entire Blue Wind. Even if the entire Heavenly Sword Villa came, it's guaranteed that they wouldn't be able to barge in." As he finished speaking, Xianxia turned toward the wall where Frozen End Divine Arts were engraved, extended his hands, and silently channeled Frozen Cloud Arts. As blue light flashed within his hands, the ice blue-colored words quickly emerged from the green-colored wall. I heard that other than frozen cloud ancestor back then, in these 1,000 years, only King Yu, my wife, could comprehend and practice frozen and divine arts. This can prove two things. It shows that King Yu, my wife, is very amazing, and also proves that frozen and divine arts are indeed very mysterious. Frozen and divine arts' profound formula has already begun to engrave inside his vision. Let me take a good look at what it's made of. Frozen and divine arts' main formula: ice, extremity of water, extremity of coldness. All things under heaven can become ice. Water can be frozen into ice, blood can be frozen into ice, energy can be frozen into ice, the profound can be frozen into ice. Mountains, hills, and the skies all can be frozen into ice. Frozen and divine arts' profound formula appears to be simple and frank, yet also seems immensely profound. And looking with a glance, it didn't seem like some powerful, profound formula at all, and was instead just an ineffable and superfluous text. At first, Xianxia only wanted to simply take a look at this mysterious frozen and profound art. But after the profound formula entered his eyes, entered his heart, and entered his soul, his entire person actually had already unwittingly been immersed within. His expression also became increasingly tranquil and blank. Afterwards, when he was completely sunk within it, even his six senses were unconsciously shut off, as he even forgot about Xiao Qingyu, who was beside him. Frozen and divine arts' profound formula entered his heart through his eyes. Within Xianxia's world of consciousness, there seemed to be a voice slowly reading the frozen and divine arts' profound formula, as he firmly engraved this voice into his mind. Gradually, he felt the water-attributed heretic god's seed that had been silent most of the time suddenly become active, as if it smelled some kind of presence it thirsted for. Xianxia still had a leisurely expression one moment before, yet in the next moment, he suddenly entered a state of vacancy while looking at the wall. Surprised in her heart, Xiao Qingyu did not utter any sound to disturb Xianxia, as a deep expression of astonishment condensed on her face. Frozen and divine arts' profound formula was incomparably abstruse. It embodied the most fundamental, most comprehensive, yet toughest to thoroughly grasp laws regarding the energy of ice. When frozen cloud disciples made contact with it for the first time, facing this pile of profound formula, the only feeling they had was that it was unintelligible. In order to comprehend the frozen and divine arts, Xiao Qingyu did not spare to stay several months under the fourth layer of ice hell. Only by submerging herself inside profound ice did she finally comprehend the ice attribute energy's core natural laws in a gradual fashion and successfully cultivate the frozen and divine arts. Xianxia had only made contact with it for the first time, and what he ordinarily used was nevertheless fire attributed profound energy conflicting with ice attribute. He actually entered the comprehension state just like that. The water attribute heretic god's seed faintly cried in excitement within Xianxia's profound veins and slowly began to whirl. And at this time, a stretch of circular-shaped fog of ice suddenly condensed surrounding him, then dispersed out like ripples, carrying up a wave of unhurried, chilly wind. Very quickly, the second ball of ice fog condensed once again around Xianxia, but this time the ice fog did not disperse for a long time. Gradually, as a hint of blue light flashed, an ice spirit suddenly appeared within the ice fog and started to flutter around Xianxia's body as if it was alive. Xiao Qingyu's pink lips slightly opened, as her charming eyes shone with a glint of disbelief. This ice spirit wasn't an ordinary ice crystal condensed by the frozen cloud art's cold energy, but the spirit of ice formed when frozen and divine art's first stage is completely mastered. And from when Xianxia started to comprehend the frozen and divine arts, not even a mere hour had passed. A supreme ice-attributed profound art that no one in the frozen cloud immortal palace was able to comprehend within these 1,000 years, and even required several months to thoroughly comprehend even with Xiao Qingyu's comprehensive abilities. Xianxia had actually only used less than an hour to directly complete the elementary stage. Xiao Qingyu's eyes stared at Xianxia in a daze. She wondered just how many more inexplicable secrets there were on this man who was her husband in name only. Actually, in terms of comprehensive ability, though Xianxia's was definitely high, it wouldn't surpass Xiao Qingyu's. However, there was the heretic god's seed of water in Xianxia's body. Ice was one of the forms of water. In order to comprehend frozen and divine arts, one first needed to reach an extremely high level of understanding toward the natural laws of ice. And Xianxia, who possessed the water attribute heretic god's seed, had complete affinity with the water element. His understanding of the laws of ice had reached the most extreme limit as well. As such, the threshold and hindrance of cultivating frozen end divine arts was simply non-existent for Xianxia. At the same time, the speed of total comprehension of a profound formula and imprinting it into the soul also had a most direct relationship with one's soul power. Xianxia possessed the dragon god's soul in his body, and even though he couldn't display too abnormal of a soul power because of the restriction of his profound strength, it was definitely not at a level that ordinary people could compare to. With the existence of the dragon god's soul, it can be said without the slightest exaggeration that it would be nearly impossible to find any profound formula that Xianxia couldn't comprehend and handle within the entire blue wind. Another hour passed. The ice spirits surrounding Xianxia gradually increased in numbers. From 1 to a dozen, then to several dozens and hundreds. After imprinting all of the frozen end divine arts profound formula into his mind and soul, Xianxia had also already closed his eyes. At this moment, his body suddenly emitted a wave of cold energy that pierced the bones and bored at the soul. At the same time, lines of silk formed by ice crystals quickly extended outwards from various spots on his body. Not long after, these ice crystal silks intertwined around his body, forming into an increasingly bigger and denser net of ice. The Xianxia now had clearly already entered an oblivious state with all 6 senses shut off. This kind of state could be said as the utmost state for comprehension, and absolutely shouldn't be disturbed in any way. Xiao Lingxi slowly floated up, and after looking at him for a while, she left without any sound. Under this kind of extreme comprehension state, one wouldn't feel the lapse of time at all, and continuing for several days, or even several dozens of days, couldn't be more normal. And if it were at an extraordinarily high level, such a state could even make one unwittingly immerse themselves for several years, to even several hundred years. However, the amount of time that Xianxia's comprehension lasted this time wasn't as long as Xiao Lingxi had expected. The cold moon hid behind the cloud. As the entire frozen cloud immortal palace was completely shrouded by a boundless curtain of the night and sunk into desolateness, Xianxia finally awakened from the comprehension state. Bang! As his eyes opened, all of the ice crystals surrounding him burst apart, becoming a field of ice fragments. Xianxia spread open his arms, looked left and right at his hands, and only felt that his entire body was indescribably refreshed and comfortable from head to toe, as if his body had been completely purified by some sort of utterly pure and clean thing. Tree of Frozen End. As Xianxia uttered a light chant, 2 little trees of ice crystals quickly grew on his 2 palms, unfolding lush branches and leaves of ice. Frozen End illusory mirror. Ding. As Xianxia's 2 hands opened, an almost completely transparent ball-shaped barrier completely enveloped Xianxia within. Instantly, the cold energy and presence coming from Xianxia was almost entirely isolated. His voice was more so entirely covered. This profound art of concealment was an unknown time stronger than the frozen cloud barrier, conjured from frozen cloud arts. If the frozen end illusory mirror was opened, Xianxia believed that even someone 2 entire realms above him, under deliberate searching, would still have great difficulty discovering his hiding location even within a 300-meter area. Xianxia stopped the frozen end illusory mirror and muttered in a low voice, reaching the 4th stage in one breath. These frozen end divine arts don't seem to be that difficult either. It really is too much easier when compared to breaking through the star god's broken shadow and the great way of the Buddha. Not to mention other people of frozen cloud immortal palace. Even if the frozen cloud ancestor heard these words of Xianxia's, she would probably spray his face with a mouthful of blood from anger heretic god seed and dragon god soul. With various cheats that didn't belong to this plane on him, he actually had the nerve to say these words. Xiao Lingxi was already no longer beside him. Xianxia walked out by himself and exited the underground, and only then did he discover that it was already nighttime. Frozen cloud immortal palace at nighttime was excessively quiet, and not a single person could be seen within view. Even though the moonlight was mostly obstructed by the thin cloud that wouldn't disperse all year round, with the reflecting light of the white snow on land, the lighting wasn't that dim either. Xianxia instantly somewhat regretted that he didn't ask for the directions to Xiao Lingxi's room during daytime. Otherwise, what a perfect opportunity this was. Other than him, there were only females within frozen cloud immortal palace. Since it was nighttime, it seemed unsuitable for him to go find anyone other than Xiao Lingxi. Plus that Gong Yuxian hadn't declared him to be a frozen cloud disciple. Even running into a frozen cloud disciple head-on would probably instigate chaos, shouting Xia Qingyu's name where he stood. That seemed to be even more out of the question. What should I do now? Don't tell me that I'll have to wait right here until Qingyu, my wife, voluntarily comes to look for me. Yun Qi stood where he was at and didn't move for a long time. If this were some other place, even if it were one of the 4 great sacred grounds, he would dare to casually stroll for a bit. But this place just happened to be all women. It really wasn't easy to move in the middle of the night. Oh well, let's return to the Frozen End Divine Hall. Yun Qi thought grudgingly, turned around and was about to return to the underground. As he just took a step forward, his ear suddenly twitched. To his right, female voices could vaguely be heard. He hastily concentrated his hearing to listen carefully. That was indeed the voice of females and didn't seem to be just one person. The distance to him was probably only 2,000 or 3,000 feet away, and one of the voices seemed to belong to Chu Yueli. If he could find Chu Yueli, then what happens next would naturally be much easier to manage. Without even thinking about it, Yun Qi quickly walked toward the origin of the voice. As he neared, the sound beside his ears also became more and more clear. Yueli, is there still no news on senior sister Yuechen? No, big sister may be worried about the child's safety and went hermit in a place cut off from the rest of the world. She may even have left Blue Wind Empire. Sigh, I'm really worried about her. Another voice as gentle as water spoke. Don't worry, senior sister Yuechen's profound strength is as great as Emperor Profound. Even though she no longer has profound arts, protecting herself absolutely isn't a problem. I still can't understand. Why would senior sister Yuechen do such a thing with that person called Yun Qi? Really, how incomprehensible. This was a very lively voice, and seemed to have come from a young lady's mouth. It really isn't understandable at all. Speaking of which, is that Yun Qi really so amazing? Grand Palace Mistress had always wanted to see him, but why is that? Does senior sister Yueli know? This voice was almost exactly the same as the previous voice. If there weren't a slight difference in the tone, it could easily be thought to have come from a single person's mouth. Yun Qi walked closer and closer. He didn't deliberately hide his presence and was naturally quickly discovered by these women. Very soon, their voices started to point toward him. Only, he had just finished practicing Frozen End Divine Arts, and his entire body was radiating with cold energy. Furthermore, he was implanted with Frozen Cloud Soul Crystal. So anyone who were similarly people of the Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace would immediately be able to detect it, and would naturally believe that he was a certain Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace's disciple. And they definitely wouldn't have thought that it would be a man who was walking closer to them. Someone's coming toward here. This presence seems to be a little unfamiliar. This presence seems to be the Frozen End Divine Arts presence. That's not right. This profound energy presence is clearly only at the 7th level of the Earth Profound Realm. It can't be Qingyu. Everyone, let's guess which sister or disciple will it be? I'm guessing Lingxu, no. Could it be Suru? It seems like Luluo. The presence really seems somewhat unfamiliar. Could it be that a certain sister or disciple is deliberately hiding her presence to tease us? Sister on the outside, come in quickly. If you keep on hiding around, we'll come out and snatch you in, okay? Ahead of Yun Qi was a door of ice that wasn't tightly shut. Behind the ice door, the voices of 6 females disseminated out. Some were clear and cold, some were gentle, and some were lively and pleasing to the ears. And the words they spoke afterwards made Yun Qi unable to resist it more and more. He quickly speculated about the possible attitude they would show toward him, then took a step forward and pushed open the ice door. He opened his lips, but before he could even manage to utter the first word, his entire person entirely went rigid there as if he had been electrocuted. Before his eyes was a pool of water so clear that the bottom could be seen. There was no fog above the pool of water, so it naturally wasn't some hot spring. This was the only natural cold spring that wouldn't freeze even under the cold of the snow region of extreme ice. Within the cold spring were 6 stark naked bodies of jade akin to have been carved out of ice. Their appearances were as if drawn by the otherworldly brush, each one having their own merits, yet were all as beautiful as goddesses and picturesquely elegant. Their skin was as if congealed from ice and snow, fair without any flaws. Pairs of smooth, clean, graceful, and slender charming legs were curled, straightened, gathered together, or raised in various fashions within the water. Amongst the pairs after pairs of towering twin peaks, some were like reversely covered jade bowls. Some were as ample as the moon, and some were pressed into a graceful curvature by arms. Everything was sketching out an enchanting scenery that could make men's blood vessels explode in an instant and fish their soul away from their bodies. This cold spring within frozen Asgard naturally also had the name Frozen Cloud. It was called the Frozen Cloud Wintry Spring, existing since the establishment of Frozen Cloud Asgard. In this world of ice and snow, it had actually never condensed throughout time. The spring's water was incomparably clear, so transparent that every grain of sand and stone could be clearly seen. The cold energy accumulated in the spring far surpassed that of profound ice. And when the frozen cloud Asgard females soaked within the spring, not only was it immensely pleasurable, it could also fabulously pacify any unstable movements of cold energy within the body. Thus, after a whole day of cultivation, numerous frozen cloud disciples would come and soak in this spring. And when they were soaking in the spring, they were naturally naked, without a strand of clothing, letting their snowy jade body be in intimate contact with the spring water. Even if they were hearing sound from the outside, they would definitely not cover themselves up in a hurry, because there were only females in the entire frozen cloud Asgard, and there would never be men that came this close. But today, a great unexpected accident named Xianxia appeared, and what was even more unexpected was that frozen cloud disciples usually soaked in the spring relatively fast, but tonight, the mid to high-level frozen cloud disciples just happened to be deliberately taking it slow and had already soaked for quite a while. The six frolicking in the cold spring were not ordinary frozen cloud disciples either. Xianxia had heard of their reputation many times, and had seen them when he forcefully changed into frozen cloud Asgard back then Murong Qianxue. Frozen Cloud 7 Fairies Rank 2. Xiao Lingxi, Frozen Cloud 7 Fairies Rank 3. Lani, Frozen Cloud 7 Fairies Rank 4. Xiaoqing's Master, Frozen Cloud 7 Fairies Rank 5. The Chu Yueli that Xianxia was already quite familiar with, and also Frozen Cloud 7 Fairies Rank 6 and 7, twin sisters Feng Hengkong, Feng Hengkong. Right, these six were the Frozen Cloud 7 Fairies second only to the Asgard mistress within Frozen Cloud Asgard. Apart from Xiaoqing, the other six were all present. If Xianxia had seen a corpse after pushing open the ice door, not even his eyebrows would twitch. Even if he saw a sky full of primordial profound beasts going on a rampage, he would at most stare a little. In these 2 lifetimes of his, he had personally created innumerable mountains of corpses and bones, and had been in many extremely dangerous situations that an ordinary person would not be able to imagine. He had originally thought that his heart had toughened to extent that he would not even be moved if MT. Tai were to collapse in front of him. Xianxia, what the heck is MT? Tai. Sometimes his somewhat exaggerated reactions were acted out for others to see, but his heart had always been a field of absolute awareness. But in his 2 lifetimes, he had still never encountered such a scene. If he really needed to use 2 words to describe his current state of mind, then the closest phrase would be, holy shit. The legendary Frozen Cloud 7 fairies were all completely naked before his eyes. Just thinking about this scenery would make a man's vein burst from excitement. And what Xianxia was currently looking at was exactly this scene. Everything he had seen in his 2 lifetimes added up altogether was not as soul-shaking as this scene in front of him. He felt the blood and energy within his body crazily surge and stir, as if it was going to spurt out from his nostrils if he continued to look on. When the frozen cloud fairies within the cold spring saw Xianxia, accurately speaking, the instant they saw a man, they all became stupefied in place. However, they were after all not common women. When met with such an unacceptable situation like this, they were not frightened stiff like ordinary women. However, the youngest Feng Hengkong and Feng Hengkong still uttered out a shocked, night-piercing cry. AHHHHH. In this peaceful and silent frozen cloud Asgard, these 2 voices combined together into a shriek that unquestionably spread through every nook and cranny. Together with the panic and hysteria contained within this cry, this startled everyone within frozen cloud Asgard. Xianxia took a step back while trembling in fear. He said incoherently, my apologies, T took a wrong turn. Why, you guys can continue. After speaking, Xianxia didn't forget to take one last look before breaking into a run. Xianxia, I'm going to kill you. Before Xianxia had even run a few steps, Chu Yueli's cold shout filled with killing intent came from behind him. Subsequently, an ice crystal longsword containing cold energy suddenly came piercing over as a blue ice lotus rapidly blossomed at the sword's tip. thrusting towards Xianxi's back. At almost the same instant, the other 5 frozen fairies had also donned on their snowy clothes, then simultaneously floated upwards. Then, a great amount of ice crystals were simultaneously fired down the night sky. Cold wind whistled, firmly locking Xianxi within it, almost completely freezing the space around him. A 3-meter thick ice wall had been immediately erected ahead of Xianxi, almost landing him in an awkward state if knocked upon in his hurry. As his footsteps were forced to a standstill, the 6 frozen fairies firmly encircled him from different directions. 6 frozen jade frost swords flickered with an ice-cold radiance, all aimed at Xianxi. Even though they had already put on their snowy clothes, under their shock and hurry, they simply did not take the time to wipe the spring water from their bodies. Trails of moist liquid tightly pasted the already thin, snowy clothes onto the 6's lithe and graceful bodies, completely outlining their perfectly curved bodies. It was practically even more alluring than them being completely naked. As Xianxi looked on, he had almost subconsciously covered his nose. His first night in frozen cloud Asgard was truly perfect enough to die for. "Xianxi, I never expected that you're this lecherous. I'm truly disappointed in you." Chu Yueli had on a frosty face as she said that with gritted teeth. The jade peaks on her chest that emerged from the tightly wrapped wet clothes were perfect half-moons that unceasingly moved up and down in her extreme anger. Shameful, despicable little man to actually come to peek at us sisters, unforgivable. Even if you are someone the grand Asgard mistress wanted to meet, I'll still be killing you today, Murong Qianxue said with a chilly expression and thick bloodlust. She released her peak sky profound aura from her body and firmly locked onto Xianxi. "Ooh, what to do? He saw my everything?" "Ooh," twin sisters Feng Hengkong and Feng Hengkong were at a loss as they stared vacantly with a wronged expression. Ice spirits floated in the space around Xianxi and snow danced about in the air. Each one of the frozen Asgard fairies' complexions were peerless beyond compare, as if they were truly fairies that descended to Earth. Having all 6 of them appear at the same time was even more fantastical to the point where the world would lose all of its color. Being surrounded by 6 fairy-like beauties that looked down on the world was supposed to give a man a type of wondrous sensation. However, what Xianxi currently felt more of was a might powerful enough to freeze Mother Earth, and cold-hearted, bone-piercing killing intent. Xianxi quickly raised his hand. "Fairies, I absolutely did not intend to offend you all. I only passed here by chance and totally did not know that there was actually..." "Bullshit. You're even daring to make excuses." Indignation was spread across Xiao Lingxi's face. She reached out a hand pointed at a huge block of ice by her side. "Even if you don't know that this is where our frozen Asgard's cold spring is, when you came here, don't tell me that you didn't recognize these words." Xianxi's gaze followed the direction in which her finger pointed towards, and surprisingly saw 4 big distinct words deeply engraved upon that block of ice. "Frozen cloud wintry spring." 10,000 alpacas whistled by Xianxi's heart. There are so many big and small icy stones and cold jade everywhere within frozen cloud Asgard. It's not like I'm going to check out all of them to see if they have words on them. And since I focused on following the sound of voices, who the heck would take a look at the ice crystal stones on both sides? "No need to talk to him." Mulani slanted her ice sword with a murderous expression on her face. "We frozen Asgard maidens were as clear as ice and clean as jade, yet today we've been defiled by the eyes of such a lowly person. No matter who he is, he has to die as an apology. Sisters, attack." The already chaotic ice spirits instantly rioted, and a storm of ice and snow immediately exploded, nearly twisting Xianxi into pieces. The heavenly bodies of the 6 frozen cloud fairies fluttered back and forth in the surroundings, like beautiful flowers encircling him, yet they were filled with bloodlust. The frozen cloud 7 fairies were also women. Once a woman starts to become crazy, how could they possibly hold back on their attacks? Each one of their swords all directly aimed at Xianxi's vitals. Xianxi hurriedly flashed through the sword blades with a star god's broken shadow. Even though it was accidental, he had still offended the 6. Xianxi, who felt guilty about it, naturally did not retaliate. He held off each of the 6's attacks by dodging, but he didn't forget to yell on the side. "Fairies, please calm down. I really didn't do it on purpose. If I did all this intentionally, then I'll immediately relinquish both my eyes and never see the light of day." However, how could the frozen Cloud 6 fairies even hear him under their fury? Even though Xianxi had only been continuously dodging or blocking and didn't counterattack, their anger and bloodlust had not weakened in the slightest. Instead, it became even more thicker. Frozen cloud maidens were clean and pure. Besides, they were the frozen cloud 7 fairies, with position and power second only to the Asgard mistress. Their pure bodies had all been seen in all their glory by Xianxia. To them, this was an enormous stain and humiliation that they would never be able to scrub off in their entire lives. The startled frozen cloud Asgard was no longer tranquil due to the shrieks from before. Unceasing sounds came from the distance as more and more beautiful silhouettes quickly rushed over. Currently, Xianxia felt like he was pretty screwed at the moment. In the dead of night, frozen cloud wintry spring, frozen cloud 6 fairies, with all the frozen cloud disciples all rushing over. Even if he had 100 mouths, there was no way for him to clarify everything. He would be labeled a lecher, a molester, and a pervert by every female within frozen cloud. Stop fighting first. I'll say this again. I really didn't mean it. How about this? I'll apologize to you all, or I'll give you all anything you want to make up for it. Hey, hey, hey. You all pay close attention to reputation and integrity. Aren't you afraid of even more people finding out? If you're going to keep attacking me, I'm going to fight back. Not only did Xianxia's words slow the Six's attacks, they had aroused even more of their fury. The sky had already been covered by a violent snowstorm as deadly icicles flew about in the chaos. RIP. Xianxia was struck in the chest by Mulani's strike, and the clothes on top of his chest immediately split open. His skin also had an additional extremely shallow line. Even though blood did not appear, it still made Xianxia involuntarily hiss. He bared his teeth and warned, "If you guys aren't going to stop, I'm really going to fight back." SSS. A streak of cold light flashed on top of Xianxia's head, and a handful of his hair had been cut off. Xianxia subconsciously shrunk his neck, then slightly gritted his teeth. Both his arms suddenly spread open to either side, and under the evil god Seed's drive, Frozen End Divine Arts was instantly channeled. Tree of Frozen End! 2 huge ice crystal trees rose from the ground on either side of Xianxia, instantly growing to several tens of meters tall. They quickly extended, and their spreading cold branches and leaves pressured the 6 far away. The cold energy released from above made the complexions of them, who had always been companions with ice since they were a child, whose strength had reached the later to pinnacle of the sky profound realm, abruptly change. This is Frozen End Divine Arts. Xianxia, you've actually stolen my Asgard's supreme divine arts, Frozen End Divine Arts. My frozen cloud Asgard will never forgive you. Right at this time, a dignified, cold shout came from overhead. What's going on? What are you all doing here? An icy figure flashed past, and Gong Yuxian appeared in midair, then slowly landed. Her ice-cold gaze slowly swept from Xianxia to the 6 women's bodies. In the surroundings, a great amount of frozen cloud disciples were also quickly approaching. Asgard Mistress! Asgard Mistress, Xianxia. Xianxia secretly snuck into the frozen cloud wintry spring and peeped at us bathing. When Gong Yuxian looked at the soaked 6, she had more or less guessed what had happened. She shifted her gaze toward Xianxia and coldly asked, "Xianxia, is this true?" "Yes." Xianxia did not deny this. "This junior has indeed offended the 6 fairies, but I absolutely did not peep on purpose. When this junior first came to frozen Asgard, he stayed in the frozen cloud divine hall for the entire day and didn't realize that it was already night time. Not knowing where to go, I followed the sound of voices and came here. I totally did not know that they were actually bathing here. Don't listen to his nonsense, Asgard Mistress. He's obviously vicious at heart and intentionally profane. Not only that, when he fought with us earlier, he'd even used the Frozen End Divine Art. He had obviously also stolen our Asgard's supreme profound art." "What? Frozen End Divine Arts?" Gong Yuxian was completely shocked. "Xianxia, you've really succeeded in cultivating Frozen End Divine Art." Gong Yuxian's originally angry gaze changed the instant the words Frozen End Divine Art came up. Xianxia said quickly, "Yes, King, you brought this disciple to the Frozen End Divine Hall. I had the good luck of seeing the Frozen End Divine Art the frozen cloud ancestor left behind. After comprehending for an entire day, I succeeded in completing the rudimentaries. To have comprehended the rudimentaries in one day. Since 1,000 years ago, apart from Xianxia, Frozen Cloud Asgard never had anyone successfully comprehend the Frozen End Divine Art. Even Xianxia, whose aptitude and comprehension ability was high, used several months of time to barely step in. And Xianxia actually merely comprehended for one day. Gong Yuxian couldn't help but be shocked speechless for a while. At this time, A large expanse of frozen cloud disciples rushed over from all directions, and the fluttering snowy robes in the sky concentrated like white butterflies. If it was Xiao sect, burning heaven clan, or other sects like that, suddenly being startled by such an imposing might in the depths of the night would make one tremble with fear. But in frozen cloud Asgard, it was simply like the blooming of 100 flowers. It was beautiful beyond imagination, not making Xianxia, the main offender, feel any sort of pressure. Miss Master, Senior Master, Junior Master, what happened? Xianxia Qingyu stepped with frozen snow dance steps, bringing along a burst of cold wind, and landed beside Gong Yuxian. She looked at Xianxia, then looked at the clothes and frosty faces of Chu Yueli and company. Adding together the frozen cloud wintry spring behind them, she immediately guessed something. HMPH. Qingyu, today, you'll have to take a proper look at this man who you insisted on marrying back them. He actually took advantage of the dark night to come to this frozen cloud wintry spring to peep at us bathing. It's simply contemptible to the extreme. Chu Yueli tightened her crescent brows. Even though a large majority of the frozen cloud disciples had vaguely guessed it, after hearing Chu Yueli vocally say it out loud, the young ladies gasped successively with excessively wide open eyes. Not only did Xianxia peeped at them, the ones he had peeped at were 6 of the frozen cloud 7 fairies. The young ladies' gazes were filled with shock, indifference, disdain, and even killing intent. Xianxia felt that he had been even more wrong than Dao Xianxia, and what the hell is Dao? He helplessly and powerlessly said, I've already said this many times already, I really didn't do it on purpose. When I first came here, I totally didn't know that there was an outdoor cold spring behind the ice door. Xianxia Qingyu bit her lips, then stepped forward. Master, as well as every senior master and junior master here, even though Xianxia is a bit impulsive and unruly at doing things, this disciple guarantees that he absolutely would not deliberately do such a despicable thing like peeking at bathing women. Disciple believes that Xianxia had unintentionally done so and wishes for master, senior masters, and junior masters to calm down. So what if he didn't do it on purpose? Murong Qianxue said with indignance. He used his eyes to sully our bodies. This is already a fact. He had even stolen our sect's frozen end divine arts and learned it. This kind of behavior is even more unforgivable. All right. Gong Yuxian raised a hand and then finally spoke. You do not need to be angry about our frozen end divine art matter. Did you not detect the aura of a frozen cloud soul crystal on Xianxia's body? This was supposed to have originally been announced at the sect's assembly tomorrow. Since things have reached to this stage, there is no need for me to not tell you in advance anymore. Since today, Xianxia has already officially become a disciple of our frozen cloud Asgard, and the first male disciple in history. Ah, this, mistress, is what you just said, really true. Our sect's #1 rule is that we can only accept female disciples with extremely high aptitudes. Why have we recruited a male disciple? Don't tell me that it's because of Qingyu. You don't have to say any more, and there is no need to make absurd guesses. Gong Yuxian continued. This was not my decision, but rather our Grand Asgard Mistress' decision. Grand Asgard Mistress doing this is also absolutely not because of a moment's worth of impulse, nor was it because she looked down on our sect rules. She has an extremely important reason. As for what this reason is, I cannot tell you, and you should not question it again in detail. I can only tell you all that it is extremely possible that this reason concerns our frozen cloud Asgard's future. Even though Grand Asgard Mistress Feng Hengkong had not paid any attention to matters with the frozen Asgard for many years, her words still possessed the highest authority within frozen cloud Asgard. For anything she decided on, even if it went against the sectoral rules, nobody would oppose it. Everyone's faces all contained deep shock and incomprehension. From now on, frozen cloud Asgard was really going to have an additional male disciple. Xianxia has already joined our frozen cloud Asgard, which naturally means that he is allowed to practice frozen end divine arts. Gong Yuxian turned around. Then her gaze swept over the frozen cloud disciples who came over because of the noise. Nothing major is going on here, you may all withdraw. Don't forget our sect's great assembly happening in the main hall at 10 tomorrow. Under Gong Yuxian's order, the frozen cloud disciples immediately dispersed, returning back to their own residences. However, Chu Yueli and company's anger naturally would not dissipate just like that. Murong Qianxue pointed her sword at Xianxia and said coldly, even though he is of the same sect, him offending us earlier has nothing to do about whether or not he is a frozen cloud disciple. Even though he is someone Grand Asgard Mistress regards as important, an answer must be given to us sisters by today. Otherwise, we sisters can never be at ease. This kind of thing would be extremely difficult to accept if happened to any normal woman, not to mention that were the frozen cloud 7 fairies who viewed cleanliness and innocence heavier than their lives. Xianxia believed that Xianxia did not do it on purpose, but even though it was unintentional, what he had committed was a gargantuan fault. Moreover, he had offended an entire 6 frozen fairies. She could only plead leniency for Xianxia once again. Master, Junior Masters, and Senior Masters, Disciple knows that Xianxia has committed a great fault this time. But regarding this matter, Disciple can guarantee that he had done so by accident. Please, for the sake that he is this Disciple's husband, forgive him for this accident this time, or lighten the punishment. She turned her eyes, looked at Xianxia, and said with a very quiet and urgent voice, "Quickly apologize to the 6 senior and junior masters already." Xianxia muttered with innocence across his entire face, "I have already apologized, but it was useless." "Enough," Gong Yuxian uttered in a strong voice. As she looked at Xianxia, she at her wits' end. In the history of frozen cloud Asgard, even though they had occasionally received male guests before, they had never kept any males through the night in the frozen cloud Asgard. So such a thing like a frozen cloud disciple's body being tainted by male eyes had never happened before either. On top of that, Grand Asgard Mistress regarding Xianxia as important, as well as those words she said to her today, gave Gong Yuxian an extremely severe headache. It was just as Murong Qianxue had said, if no account was given today, it would definitely be difficult for them to have a peace of mind. But if she was to punish Xianxia, how should she do so? If such a great fault was punished lightly, then it would obviously be favoring him. If done too severely, with Xianxia's unyielding temper as well as his strength that even she couldn't suppress, it was simply impossible to predict what he might do. "Xianxia," Gong Yuxian said sternly, "today's matter I also believe that you have unintentionally committed the fault, but a blunder is still a blunder. Even if unintentional, the grave fault had still been done. We frozen cloud Asgard women regard chastity over life, and this matter definitely cannot be dropped at this point. Though you don't really need to use your life to atone, but whether to humbly apologize or to compensate in other aspects, you must give them an account that can gradually appease their anger. I trust that you, as King Yu's husband, who is also referred to the number 1 of Blue Wind, can definitely shoulder such a responsibility." Xianxia slowly took in a breath, slightly thought for a bit, and said, "Asgard Mistress, scolding is right. Even though this disciple had all along been defending himself that he had no such intention, the 6 fairies have indeed been harmed by him. Then, this disciple can open all of the 6 fairies' profound entrances in a short amount of time and achieve heavenly gods' spiritual veins. I wonder if such a compensation is enough." "What did you say? Open all profound entrances, achieve heavenly gods' spiritual veins?" Xianxia's words made Gong Yuxian's face brim with shock in an instant, as she nearly thought she had misheard. "How is that possible? Mistress, he is clearly sprouting nonsense without thinking. Profound entrances are extremely difficult to open post-natally. Even the frozen cloud ancestor only opened 37 profound entrances. Heavenly gods' spiritual veins are more so difficult to find in a millennium. How can he possibly do so? These words of his are simply deceiving and belittling us on purpose." "That's not it," Xianxia said immediately. "This disciple can testify Xianxia indeed possesses such an ability, because all of the profound entrances on this disciple's body were precisely opened by Xianxia. He was not lying." "What?" Chu Yueli's face was full of shock. "Back then, could it be that the extraordinary being you said actually is?" "Yes, that was indeed Xianxia," Xianxia said seriously. "I ask Master to forgive Disciple's deceit from back then. It was because Disciple had already promised Xianxia to not leak this matter out. But Xianxia's words about being able to open profound entrances are absolutely true. This Disciple's heavenly god's spiritual veins were exactly bestowed by him. It had only taken 3 days of time as well." Xianxia immediately took over Xianxia's words and said with a pleased and haughty expression across his entire face, "That time my profound strength and mental power were feeble, so I needed 3 days. If now, probably 15 minutes would be enough." Actually, with Xianxia's current strength and mental power, to open all profound entrances for others with the help of the Sky Poison Pearl's purifying power could entirely be completed in 3 minutes if everything went well. The reason why he said 15 minutes was because he was afraid that it was too universally shocking and may startle them. But even so, these two words 15 minutes still shocked every to the point of total disbelief. With Xiao Qingyu's personality, no one would consider that she would speak lies. Xiao Qingyu's profound entrances all suddenly being opened within a few days, achieving heavenly God's spiritual veins, was also a truth that could not be any more true. For a long period of time after, the frozen cloud 7 fairies had actually often discussed about that extraordinary being whose skills reached the heavens, and referred to him as the unparalleled saint. Before that, the highest level they had heard of was the one-finger profound opening, and that could at most forcefully open 3 to 5 profound entrances for a profound practitioner. Any more would be absolutely impossible, and would require profound practitioners to slowly open them one by one through great amounts of efforts, as well as various valuable wondrous medicines, stroke of luck, and a lot of time. They definitely hadn't thought that the unparalleled saint wasn't a senior that looked down upon all living things from a height, and was actually Xianxia, who was only 19. Even using the word outrageous, it wouldn't enough to describe it. Xianxia, what you and Qingyu just said are all true? Gong Yuxian asked, still not daring to believe it. If you do not believe, disciple can open all profound entrances for a fairy right now. If disciple is unable to do so within 15 minutes, he'll willingly be hacked into pieces by the 6 fairies, and will in no way resist and retaliate, Xianxia said with a solemn vow. As these words were spoken, his expression did not change in the slightest. Seeing how Xianxia spoke so with such confidence, together with Xiao Qingyu's true and genuine heavenly God's spiritual veins as proof, even though Gong Yuxian and company were shocked to the extreme, they had no choice but to incline toward believing. To open all profound entrances and achieve heavenly God's spiritual veins, what kind of idea would that be? That was the ultimate aptitude, craved even in their dreams of nearly every single profound practitioner in the profound sky. Opening the profound entrances postnatally was extremely difficult. To open 10 profound entrances postnatally within 100 years could already be considered as an unparalleled prodigy. While opening all profound entrances, even beings at the level of the frozen cloud 7 fairies had never dared to delude about such a thing. Frozen Cloud Asgard's founder Mu Bingyun prenatally opened 19 profound entrances, and until passing away at the age of 270, she could only open up 37 profound entrances, including postnatal ones. Even so, she was still the #1 expert in blue wind back then, and even Heavenly Sword Villa's founder would face defeat by her hands. If they could really attain heavenly God's spiritual veins, their aptitude would directly surpass the frozen cloud's ancestor, Mu Bingyun, and would no longer have any bottlenecks in the road of profound cultivation hereafter. Perhaps in just a few short years, it would be possible for them to break through to the Emperor Profound. In the future, there would even be the possibility to become a overlord. Even the frozen end divine arts that they couldn't cultivate all along would become highly possible to cultivate. It was equal to the entire person being reborn. In terms of aptitude, let alone Blue Wind Empire, they would be the tip-top of even the entire profound sky continent, reaching an ultimate realm that they had never even dared to think about before. If Xianxia really did it, then it would be far from enough compensation. It was simply tens of millions of times the compensation. It would be nothing short of a grace for rebirth. Mistress, then allow this disciple to test first. Among the current frozen Cloud 7 fairies, Murong Qianxue's age was the oldest. Even though her temperament wasn't as extreme as Chu Yuechen's, a cold apathy that seemed like it would never melt away similarly hung on her face all the time. She put away the ice sword, landed in front of Xianxia, bringing a wave of cold air, as her icy eyes looked at him coolly. If you really can open all profound entrances for me, and attain heavenly God's spiritual veins, then today's matter will be written off in one stroke. Not only will I not hold any grudges toward you, I will instead engrave the great kindness in heart, and will definitely repay the grace in the future. Xianxia nodded, used a gaze as calm as he could possibly manage to size up Murong Qianxue from head to toe. He opened his mouth as reluctance flashed across his face, as if he was hesitating about something. Is it that you need silver needles? Xiao Qingyu spoke. Silver needles? Gong Yuxian's brows slightly moved. If you are talking about silver needles, the snow congealing hall has them. If you need anything else as supplement, you can also speak them out. No, Xianxia waved his hand. That time, my profound strength had only been at the elementary profound realm, and I couldn't permeate enough profound energy into the profound entrances, which was why I needed silver needles as supplement. I don't need that anymore. It's just. Yun Qi's throat twitched, and only after he put on an appearance of gathering up an extremely great amount of determination did he finally speak hesitatingly. Just how difficult something like opening the profound is, you guys should know. Moreover, it will carry a certain degree of risk. If I'm careless in the slightest, not only will I be unable to open the profound entrance might also be destroyed from then on, and forever be blocked. Thus, during the entire process, wherever my hands touch, there absolutely cannot be any clothing in between, so, as he said till here, Yun Qi immediately saw an angry look on the face of the Murong beauty in front of him. He promptly said, "I definitely do not have any profane intentions. King Yu can bear testimony for this." King Yu slowly nodded without any hesitation. Yes, this disciple can testify. When Yun Qi opened all profound entrances for this disciple back then, no clothing was allowed in between in the same way. But there is no need for Senior Master Murong to worry too much. Merely exposing your back would suffice. Yun Qi quickly nodded, but in his heart he began to laugh lewdly. Opening profound entrances mainly borrowed the purifying power of the sky poison pearl. What need was there for exposing one's back? When he made King Yu expose her back that time, it was purely to take advantage of her. And this good practice naturally needed to be passed on. Wanting to hit and kill me beforehand, yet still want me to open your profound entrances now, how could there be such a cheap deal? Opening your profound entrances are fine, but the favor fees also need to be obediently handed over. Murong Qianxue and the others were originally furious in their hearts, as they thought Yun Qi wanted to take advantage of them using this as a pretext. Actually, that was exactly it in the first place. But with King Yu's words, added to the fact that what Yun Qi said seemed to make a lot of sense, they couldn't help but believe it somewhat. Murong Qianxue coldly gave Yun Qi a stare and said, "All right, I'll believe you for the time being, but if you dare to do some actions that you shouldn't do in the process, I'll definitely not let you get away with it." "I know," Yun Qi said powerlessly, and even muttered in a low voice afterwards. "If I really did something to you, it's not like you can defeat me." "You," fury condensed on Murong Qianxue's snow-like face once again, but didn't erupt once again. She coldly berated. "Turn around." Yun Qi twisted his lips to the side, then turned his body around. "Don't worry, since Yun Qi dares to make such a guarantee in front of all of us, he certainly wouldn't be deceiving us, not to mention there is King Yu as the precedent." Gong Yuxian's expression was somewhat stirred up emotionally. "Qianxue, restrain your anger, because if what comes next is a success, then it would be the greatest fortune that will change your entire life." "Yes, mistress." As Murong Qianxue spoke, her heart and breath already became calm. "Yun Qi, if there are to be no clothing in between, are you certain that there will be no unrecoverable risks, such as damaging the profound entrances during the process of opening the profound?" Gong Yuxian turned toward Yun Qi and asked prudently. Yun Qi unhesitatingly nodded. "As long as the profound veins are normal under the condition of no clothing in between, this disciple guarantees that no risks will appear. If separated by cloth, then it would be hard to say." "Good," Gong Yuxian nodded. "Qianyu, take off the snow garment. You only need your backside facing him. Moreover, we are here on the side. You can be as assured as possible. Let's start." "Yes, mistress." Murong Qianxue turned around and untied her sash. Her snow attire was dampened by the water of the cold spring and should have been stuck tight on her body. But due to her skin being too tender and smooth, it still slowly slid off along her enchanting shoulder and arms of jade after the sash was undone even when dampened, while also bringing out extremely enticing traces of water on her snow skin. Instantly, the dazzling white back that emitted a delicate pink glow was revealed without the slightest concealment. Murong Qianxue pulled up the hanging snow attire and covered her chest to voluntarily expose her body in front of a man, was something that she had never thought of before. Only after her chest severely undulated for a few times did her mind become as tranquil as water under frozen heart arts. She closed her eyes and said, "Let's begin. Yun Qi, let's begin." Gong Yuxian said, her gaze fixedly staring at Yun Qi's each and every move, her expression fully brimming with unprecedented expectations. 15 minutes. Attain heavenly God's spiritual veins. If Yun Qi really had such an ability, and could also implement it for all of Frozen Cloud Asgard's disciples, then She simply couldn't imagine how glorious frozen cloud Asgard's future would become. Xianxia turned around and saw Murong Qianxue's naked back of jade at a glance. Her slender waist like a willow, the curved bodyline winded downwards like water, connecting to ample buttocks hidden by the snow attire. Her snowy skin was more so tenderly pink and flawless like glossy resin, making one become endlessly lost in a reverie at just the thought of the utterly charming scenery that laid to the front of this charming body. Xianxia secretly gulped down a mouthful of saliva, yet his expression was entirely unperturbed. He sat down before Murong Qianxue's backside and touched his finger onto Murong Qianxue's back. The instant that the fingertip and the snow-like skin made contact, Murong Qianxue's body clearly trembled a bit, but immediately returned to tranquility, while Xianxia also seized the opportunity and stuck his entire palm onto her back instantly. Supple and smoothness filled his hands. At the same time, his palm slightly flickered with a green light. Sky Poison Pearl's purification power released outward, directly rushing toward the Jadewood entrance. Murong Qianxue instantly felt the Jadewood entrance throb for a slight bit. But before she even had the chance to react, the Jadewood entrance had already completely opened in an instant. Ice-cold, profound energy spontaneously rushed over in an instant, and excitedly shifted around within the Jadewood entrance. Murong Qianxue instantly opened her eyes and cried out involuntarily in disbelief. Jadewood entrance opened. Really? Is that really true? Absolutely true. Even Murong Qianxue, whose heart and soul were made of ice and snow, couldn't in the slightest contain her excitement at this moment. Jadewood entrance is now completely unobstructed, and there isn't any pain or discomfort at all. Do not speak, Xianxia suddenly spoke with a solemn expression. Close your eyes, calm your heart and breath. Do not make any movements, and don't let your profound energy be agitated in any way as much as possible. If it was just before, how could Murong Qianxue follow to Xianxia's orders? But now, with just one beration from Xianxia, Murong Qianxue instantly stopped speaking obediently and calmed her breath. Let alone talking back, there wasn't even the slightest bit of dissatisfaction on her face. Gong Yuxian and the other frozen fairies also hurriedly retracted their voices. No one dared to speak another word, but their expressions were all excited to the point of unable to control themselves. Even though there was Xia Qingyu's precedent, they were still skeptical from the bottom of their hearts. After all, attaining heavenly gods' spiritual veins was really too unbelievable. But now, in just a few breaths of time, he actually straightforwardly opened a profound entrance. One ought to know that if Murong Qianxue were to open this profound entrance by herself, it would at least take a dozen years of hard work as well as countless valuable medicine, added with enough luck and opportunities. The last doubt they had toward Xianxia was also completely gone. Within their gazes, how could the anger and killing intent from before possibly remain? What was left was only extreme shock as well as extreme expectation and joy. Especially Gong Yuxian, having lived for over 100 years while also being the Asgard mistress with the frozen heart art, her heart was crazily pulsing at this moment, refusing to settle down no matter what. Right after Purple Fan entrance open, White Tomb entrance open, Sky Sunflower entrance open, Cyan Sun entrance open. 5 minutes gradually passed, and over 10 of Murong Qianxue's profound entrances had already been consecutively opened. The shock and excitement of Gong Yuxian and company were already intense to the point of where it was indescribable. Their gazes that looked toward Xianxia even had a little overtone of looking up at a deity. Every single time he opened a profound entrance, Xianxia's palm that pressed up against Murong Qianxue's delicate back would rub and shift in all directions for a long time, and even continually swapped different kinds of hand postures, appearing to be extremely complicated and unfathomable. But in actuality, whichever profound entrance that Xianxia wanted to open, he only needed to accurately locate the profound entrance's location, and purifying it with the Sky Poison Pearl's power would suffice. It could be done in just several breaths of time. Moreover, let alone needing to touch one's back with his hand, he could do it across clothing, and could even do it across space with ease. The total time Xianxia needed to open the profound entrances added together would just be several tens of breaths. As for the extra time, we're all used to stroke with all his might. When opening profound entrances for Xia Qingyu back then, even though he could see with his eyes due to the usage of silver needles, he didn't have the chance to touch her skin at all. But this time was different. Under the attentive watch of Gong Yuxian and the other frozen fairies, he stroked with indignation and confidence, like a matter of course, to the point that his heart and mind undulated. His hands filled with fragrance and smoothness. Only an idiot wouldn't take advantage of what's dangling before his face. To not take advantage of readily available beauties, now that would be an idiot among idiots. Under Xianxi's hard work, each of Murong Qianxue's profound entrances were opened one after another. Even though her expression was still that of calmness, her delicate eyelashes continuously trembled lightly. Once her opened profound entrances hit 40, surpassing that of the frozen cloud ancestor, the legendary Mu Bingyun, she could not help but let out a soft, emotional cry. Following Xianxi's long exhale, his hands finally left Murong Qianxue's jade back to wipe his forehead. Sweat that had been squeezed out. Up until now, all of Murong Qianxue's profound entrances had been opened, and the time absolutely did not pass 15 minutes. Murong Qianxue stood up, pulled up her snowy robe, and was momentarily moved speechless. Her profound entrances had all been opened, making her distinctly feel that the profound energy circulating within her body quickened by at least threefold. She also felt so light, feeling as if she weightless. These kind of legendary profound veins were even more mystical than the legends claimed they were. Before today, she absolutely would never think that the mythical heavenly god's spiritual veins would actually appear on her own body. Gong Yuxian quickly advanced, reached out to grasp her wrist, and after a brief period of probing, she abruptly raised her head, almost losing her voice. All 54 profound entrances have been opened. Heavenly God's spiritual veins. It really is the heavenly God's spiritual veins. When the frozen fairies who had always been holding their breaths heard the words that came out of Gong Yuxian's mouth, none did not cover their mouths and cried out in surprise. They all gathered by Murong Qianxue's side to sense the profound energy flowing around her body. The completely opened 54 profound entrances made them so shocked that they lost control of themselves. Xia Qingyu walked over in front of Xianxi, asking in a soft voice, "Xianxi, are you all right?" I'm all right, only a bit dizzy. Even though I did not use that much profound energy, this kind of matter uses up too much mental power." Xianxi shook his head, as if he was in a weakened state. At the same time, he exclaimed in his heart, "Qingyu, my wife, is still the one that cares about me. I'm weak in this, obviously, yet those heartless women did not bother to ask about me. This is truly miraculous." Gong Yuxian's excited face was covered with a layer of flush. She quickly picked up a sound transmission jade and soliloquized, "For this kind of matter, even if it was in the sacred grounds, it would still be enough to cause a huge commotion. I must inform Grand Asgard Mistress." Gong Yuxian sound transmitted using the sound transmission jade. Not long after she put away the sound transmission jade, a blast of cold wind blew over with a speed almost beyond human knowledge. The one who came looked to be already aged with hair already half white. It was precisely frozen Cloud Asgard's Grand Asgard Mistress, Feng Hengkong. Grand Asgard Mistress. Feng Hengkong was no longer involved in matters within frozen Asgard since several tens of years ago, and normally never came out. Even the frozen Cloud 7 fairies did not get to see her that often. At this moment, she had actually taken the initiative to come out from the secret grounds, arriving here in the fastest speed possible, clearly indicating how great of an emotional blow she had received. She landed in front of Gong Yuxian and directly asked, "Yuxian, what you just said a moment ago, is it true?" Yuxian would never dare to lie to senior master. Gong Yuxian pulled at Murong Qianxue. Feng Hengkong quickly extended her hand, lightly stroked above Murong Qianxue's hand, and now shocked filled her entire face. "Heavenly God's spiritual veins!" When her voice landed, she had already shifted her gaze upon Xianxi. "Xianxi, you actually have such a heaven-opposing technique." Completely opening someone's profound entrances in such a short period of time, to the people within the profound sky continent, calling it a heaven-opposing technique was not the least bit exaggerated. Xianxi stepped forward and said respectfully, "If Grand Asgard Mistress is interested, this disciple can open the profound entrances of another fairy Grand Asgard Mistress presence, only, I don't know which fairy would be willing." "You can do it one more time?" Gong Yuxian asked in astonishment. Xianxi spoke with a face full of self-confidence. Opening profound entrances require a high level of mental concentration, so it would consume a lot of mental power, but it's merely helping two people open their profound entrances consecutively. This disciple is confident that he can accomplish it. If it were 3, that might be somewhat difficult. In reality, the profound energy and mental consumed by opening profound entrances was nothing much to the current Xianxia. Even if he used the entire day to continuously open all profound entrances for over 100 people, he would not be the least bit exhausted. But if he actually said this truth out, he'd reckon that even a figure like Feng Hengkong would be shocked speechless. As for only being able to consecutively open the profound entrances of 2 people so they can achieve the heavenly God's spiritual veins, in their eyes, it was already a heaven-opposing ability, and Sky Poison Pearl's ability in the profound sky continent was originally a god-defying ability anyway. After Murong Qianxue, Xiao Lingxi stood in front of Xianxia and took off her snow attire, revealing her silky jade back in his line of sight. Unlike Murong Qianxue, Xiao Lingxi's heart was filled more with excitement and expectation. As if following a set pattern, Xianxia earnestly stroked Xiao Lingxi's white back for 15 minutes in front of Feng Hengkong, while casually opening each and every one of her profound entrances. Once Xianxia opened the last profound entrance, producing another one with heavenly God's spiritual veins, Feng Hengkong was already moved to tears. To Xianxia, helping the frozen cloud 7 fairies open their profound entrances barely took any effort at all. But to those of frozen cloud Asgard, it was a great favor that would affect them for thousands and hundreds of years. One must know that in the entire 1,000-year history of frozen cloud Asgard, only Xianxia possessed the heavenly God's spiritual veins, and this had also come from Xianxia. This is truly the heavens giving our frozen cloud Asgard favor and mercy. Feng Hengkong raised her head as she spoke in a trembling, emotionally moved voice. She took Xianxia into frozen cloud Asgard because she vaguely sensed that a huge movement was closely approaching and wanted an additional large force. She absolutely did not expect that he would bring frozen cloud Asgard such a miracle. Xianxia was visibly more weakened than before. His entire face had become somewhat pale, and after he stood up, his body violently swayed for an instant. If not for Xianxia's hurried support, he might have already face planted on the floor. "Xianxia, are you all right?" Gong Yuxian asked promptly. "I'm right, only a bit dizzy. I'll be fine after a night's rest." Xianxia leaned his body onto Xianxia's, and a soft, warm fragrance entered his nostrils. "Luckily, I accomplished it, successfully opening all the profound entrances of 2 fairies. With the heavenly God's spiritual veins, the 2 fairies' cultivation ray would greatly accelerate, and once they break through, they would never encounter a bottleneck. Their lifespan would also increase by several fold. Additionally, our frozen Asgard's profound art is too excessively cold. Cultivating it for a long time would bring about more injuries to the body. After the opening of all the profound entrances, the coldness in the body could easily be released. Thus, in terms of physique, that would also greatly improve. Only about this matter, I'd like to ask you all to keep this disciple's secret." After he finished speaking, Xianxia weakly collapsed onto Xianxia's body. With his entire weight on her body, his arms nearly felt the shape of her chest. Even though Xianxia vaguely felt like he was playing pretend, she didn't dare to push him aside because she was afraid of the possibility that his mind was actually weakened. "Don't you worry, not one part of this shall go out. You allowing us to witness this world-shocking ability means that you trust us with this bestowed grace. How could we possibly expose even a little bit of it out?" Feng Hengkong's emotions still had not settled down. She had even used the words bestowed grace toward Xianxia, and the heavenly God's spiritual veins he bestowed to 2 disciples of frozen cloud Asgard today truly deserve to be called bestowments. "Xianxia, this old woman has lived for almost 200 years yet had never seen nor heard of such an ability like yours, even among the legends of the primordial era. May this old lady be presumptuous and ask, from where exactly did you get such an ability?" Xianxia took in a deep breath and answered, "This was taught by disciple's mentor. It's just that my mentor enjoys a nomadic life in the outside world and no longer is in contact with the mundane world. Thus, please forgive this disciple for not informing you." Feng Hengkong slowly nodded with a face full of admiration and yearning. "This mentor of yours certainly must be a godlike figure. It's no wonder why he would have such a monstrous disciple like you." "Grand Asgard mistress is flattering me. Disciple had inadvertently offended the 6 fairies today and committed a grave wrong. I have finally somewhat made up for it. I'd like to ask for Murong Fairy and Jun Fairy to calm their anger. Disciple will definitely open all the profound entrances of the other 4 fairies in the following 2 days after tomorrow to clear up this disciple's offense." Compared to you opening Qianxue and Lingxi's profound entrances, your previous violation that was done unintentionally is simply not worth mentioning. Qingyu, bring Yunqi to rest. Tonight, you can temporarily sleep in your senior master Yuechen's previous frozen pavilion residence. Qianxue, after a while, head to Snow Congealing Hall to fetch 2 snow heart pellets and 3 drops of ice cicada liquid jade for Yunqi to consume. Yes, mistress. Xia Qingyu left, carrying the weak Yunqi. Murong Qianxue also quickly went in the direction of the Snow Congealing Hall. As they watched Yunqi disappear from their line of sight, the tides in Gong Yuxian and Feng Qianhui's hearts were unable to settle down for quite some time. After cultivating the frozen heart arts for so many years, this was the first time their state of mind had been moved in such a way. The prophecy our frozen cloud ancestor left behind. After safely passing through the 1,000-year calamity, frozen cloud Asgard will flourish for 10,000 years. Could it be that the cause of the prosperity is Yunqi? Feng Qianhui muttered. Being able to possess the finest physique, the heavenly god's spiritual veins after a few gestures. Even in the sacred grounds, no one would dare to imagine it. If a few 10, over 100, or even over 1,000 heavenly gods' spiritual veins were to emerge from our frozen cloud Asgard, how powerful would we be? Even thinking about not wanting to prosper would be difficult. Gong Yuxian was extremely moved. Since that prophecy was from that Heaven's Fate clan, then the chance it would be realized is enormous. The one who will allow us to pass through the 1,000-year calamity and flourish for 10,000 years must be Yunqi. Senior Master, you recruiting Yunqi into the sect was truly incredibly perceptive of you. I only hoped that when the great calamity arrives, we could draw from his strength. How could I ever have known that he had such an outrageous ability? Feng Qianhui sighed. Looks like we must do everything we can to make him stay as long as possible at our frozen cloud Asgard. In order to make him stay for a long time at frozen cloud Asgard, we must give him a good reason and sufficient enticement. Otherwise, with his rapid growth, we simply cannot hold him here. Gong Yuxiao deeply nodded in agreement. Yunqi and Chu Yuechen's matter in frozen cloud Asgard was originally a taboo, one that had humiliated the frozen Asgard to such an extent that they closed off from the world. Over the past few years, even mentioning it was not permitted. Yet tonight, Gong Yuxian had actually directly allowed Yunqi to stay at Chu Yuechen's former frozen pavilion residence. It was clear that this action was a means to curry favor with Yunqi. Along the way, Yunqi was still constantly thinking of various ways to tease Xia Qingyu, and even pondered about whether or not he should shamelessly pester her to sleep together with him here. But after he entered the ice pavilion where Chu Yuechen used to reside, all of his thoughts and intentions seemed to have been sealed by the desolateness here, as he stared blankly for a long while in despondency. The arrangement here was very simple. There was only one bed, one table, and one mirror. The bed was constructed from cold jade without any bedding above it. When felt, there was only toughness and a bone-piercing coldness. The air here was very quiet and very cold. Even though Chu Yuechen had already left for 2 years, he still could faintly smell that snow lotus-like scent of hers. Little fairy, had she always lived in a place like this? Yunqi spoke in a murmur. Senior Master had lived here since childhood. In these several tens of years, there has been no change to this place at all. The living space of Master, Junior, and Senior Masters, as well as sisters of the same sect, are also all roughly like this. Xia Qingyu said, "Just living in this kind of place, won't you guys feel vexed and bored?" Yunqi spoke with a complicated expression as he turned around. Even though the ice pavilion was big, everything could be distinctly seen at one glance. "No," Xia Qingyu shook her head. "If used to it, then one wouldn't feel any vexation. Moreover, this kind of environment is most fitting for us frozen cloud disciples. It can allow us to cultivate with a heart like still water, with no other distractions." "Fu, I really can't understand frozen cloud Asgard's women," Yunqi said with some resentful indignation. "Every single one are outstanding beauties. What kind of man can't they find? With the protection of a powerful man, it's more than enough to not have any worries for life. Yet why stubbornly suffer such hardships and fight at all costs like this? Moreover, to have wasted so much resources like beautiful women." That last sentence was actually what Yunqi wanted to shout out a long time ago. Frozen Asgard's sisters, they either had formerly been destitute and lonely without anyone to depend on, or they wished to pursue the way of the profound. For sisters who had formerly been drifting and uncared for, this is a secure home, and they will no longer be oppressed and bullied by others. For sisters who pursue the way of the profound, this place is also the most fitting place for them. So to us, this cannot be considered as suffering hardships, Xianxia said with a gentle and slow voice. She herself clearly belonged to the latter. Many women are willing to become a man's vassal. If they are able to find the right person to depend on, they indeed can enjoy a lifetime of safety, or even glory. Yet most women who are only dependent without any ego are ill-fated and unfortunate. Even more so, for some women, if they did not possess enough strength, they cannot even mutually meet and hold their husband and children. As she spoke till here, Xianxia's voice suddenly trembled for a split second, but returned to normal right away. The outside world frequently says that not only does frozen cloud Asgard have extremely high aptitude requirements for newly entering disciples, but also similarly have extremely high requirements for appearance, which was why frozen cloud's women are all beauties that could ruin cities. In actuality, these are only their arbitrary conjecture. Xianxia said slowly. Frozen cloud Asgard's requirement toward disciples are only aptitude and never had any requirements for appearance. Merely, not only can frozen cloud art congeal the profound into ice, it can also refine the body and features, making the cultivator's skin like ice jade and soft resin. Their features would be comparable to flawless snow lotuses, and their bodies would naturally emit a cool and elegant presence of ice and snow as well. All of the sisters had cultivated frozen cloud arts from childhood. When grown up, naturally they would all be dazzling beauties that makes the fish sink and geese fall. But also because of this, it is extremely likely for men to cast their covetous gaze upon us. As such, our frozen cloud Asgard's women would never slack in cultivation, thus making frozen cloud Asgard's strength situate at the pinnacle of blue wind since long ago. Otherwise, a sect with all good-looking women definitely couldn't safely stand for 1,000 years. Xianxia's words made Xianqi subconsciously reach out his hand and felt his own face. This action of his made the corner of Xianqia's lips slightly move as she instantly went speechless. Looking at that cold jade bed, Xianqi became absent-minded for a while. Perhaps, for the frozen cloud's women, everything here was already the usual habit. However, as long as it was a normal man, no one would be willing to see their woman live in such an ice-cold place for a long time and suffer hardship. During those 5 months he lived together with Chu Yuechen, though her entire body was paralyzed at least, his embrace was much softer than this bed of ice. At least, he could narrate various interesting news and stories for her every day, and it wasn't as ice-cold and lonesome like this place. They were only used to it, however. There wouldn't really be women liking this kind of life. In there, they might adapt and get used to it, perhaps might also be laden with grief and feel joy, but it would simply be impossible to have a sense of being blessed. Because something like being blessed comes from the loving care of parents and family, as well as being cherished by their fated man. Chu Yuechen left frozen cloud Asgard, and even dispersed the frozen cloud art she had cultivated for several dozen of years. But in her heart, she felt she was sorrowful yet was also fortunate, because she had met Xianqi. In that short 5 months of time, she, for the first time in her entire life, truly felt that she was a woman. Once a frozen heart catches the mundane, the mark imprinted would be tens or hundreds of times deeper than ordinary women. Therefore, she would be so resolute for Xianqi, even not sparing to desert the frozen cloud Asgard that filled her previous dozens years of life. Just speaking from this aspect, the fates of frozen cloud's women indeed were somewhat sorrowful, though they themselves don't think so. Especially since they could not marry, could not fall in love, and even could not intimately come into contact with men, which made Xianqi especially indignated. It wasn't merely wasting resources. It was wasting resources of the highest, greatest, and best quality. How many women of unrivaled beauty had there been during these 1,000 years in frozen cloud Asgard? To actually have all spent their last years with a frozen heart just like that, wasting resources was disgraceful. Especially to men, this kind of squandering was more so absolutely, definitely, and most certainly unforgivable. As he kept on thinking, a grand aspiration suddenly began to burn within Xianqi's heart, as the first male disciple throughout the history of frozen cloud Asgard. Don't you think that I should take up the almightily important duty of saving the fellow disciples and boycott wasting? The moment this idea appeared, the blood in Xianqi's entire body nearly boiled instantaneously. Even though the responsibility was extremely great, and the pressure was even greater as a man, especially the first man to infiltrate the frozen cloud Asgard, If he didn't shoulder the burden, he simply wouldn't be able to face his identity as a man. What are you thinking? Seeing Qi's gaze suddenly gleam bright, and his mouth even carried a hint of smile that seemed somewhat dangerous, Xianxia instantly asked with some vigilance. Oh, nothing much. I only thought of a very important matter. Even though important, there is still quite a lot of time, and it isn't too urgent either. Qi curbed his expression right away while replying with a tranquil face. Xianxia's charming eyes fixed onto his face for a little while with slight suspicion, and suddenly asked, "The masters say that you have conjured frozen end divine arts earlier. I hadn't thought that comprehending the frozen end divine arts would actually only take you as short as a day right now. What stage have you reached?" Qi extended his hand, and atop his palm, a small-sized tree of frozen end quickly grew. Barely reached the realm of the fourth stage, tree of frozen end. The first 3 stages are all laying the foundations, and the cultivation after the 3rd stage would be somewhat difficult. For me to perfect the 4th stage, I would need at least 5 or 6 days. Seeing that tree of frozen end within Qi's hands, even though Xianxia had been prepared, her gaze still trembled with extreme severity. She spoke almost in a whisper. Didn't expect that the Xiao Qi with crippled profound veins who was ridiculed by everyone and made one feel pity actually had such an innate aptitude. "Aren't you the same?" Qi said as he faintly smiled. Who would have thought that a merchant's daughter of the tiny floating cloud city would actually thwart the publicly accepted #1 of the younger generation, more so becoming the first throne of the younger generation in the history of Blue Wind, and is now even selected as the young Asgard mistress of frozen cloud Asgard. Qi and Xianxia were undoubtedly the most excellent 2 of Blue Wind Empire's younger generation, so much so that no more than a few of the older generation could triumph over them. But they both hailed from Floating Cloud City, the smallest city within Blue Wind Empire, which was even forgotten by most people. They were even a pair of husband and wife with a complicated bond. At this moment, they simultaneously thought of the miraculousness of fate. As they looked at each other without words, the same tidal surge of emotions undulated within their hearts. Finally, Qi broke through the silence that suddenly came and said in deadly earnest, "King, my wife, you haven't answered me yet. Roughly how much longer will it take for you to cultivate frozen end divine arts to total perfection?" Xianxia turned around as a wave of cold wind swept up. Before Qi could even speak, her entire graceful figure had already turned into an afterimage. Her voice also slowly came from outside the window. "A little later, Senior Master Qianxue will personally come bring the snow heart pellets and frozen cicada liquid jade to you. After consuming them, they can strengthen your profound strength and ice attribute profound arts. Rest early." "Hey, I haven't." Under frozen snow dance steps, Xianxia had already left his perception range within a few breaths of time. Qi could only moodily retract his subconscious steps that wanted go chase. Not long after, Murong Qianxue sure enough brought over the snow heart pellets and frozen cicada liquid jade. But she didn't say a single word to Qi and left coldly just like that. Facing this cold beauty whose temper was somewhat close to Chu Yuechen, Qi naturally also didn't dare to tease. The curtains of the night became darker and darker, yet as Qi laid atop the cold jade bed Chu Yuechen had slept on since childhood, he couldn't fall asleep for a long time. He did not fear the coldness, but the cold jade bed was too hard. He couldn't get used to it. His sea of consciousness were more so filled with Chu Yuechen's silhouette. "Little fairy, where exactly are you? Do you still not know that I have not died? Moreover, I am at the place you lived for several dozens of years, sleeping atop the bed you've slept on before. Are you living in seclusion in a place that won't be bothered by anyone, are you? And our child, well, when you needed me the most, I wasn't by your side. You gave birth to our child. Yet I couldn't watch his birth and couldn't watch him grow as a baby together with you. Everything you had to shoulder by yourself. Would he be a boy or a girl? If he was a boy, would he look like me? If she was a girl, she would definitely be as beautiful as you." Time had already gradually neared the early morning, yet Qi still had not fallen asleep. He decided to simply sit up from the cold jade bed, swallowing the snow heart pellets and the frozen cicada liquid jade in one breath. He then closed his eyes to enter meditation, slowly processing the cold energy within the snow heart pellets and frozen cicada liquid jade were almost the highest grade of miraculous medicine within frozen cloud Asgard. If it was someone else of the same cultivation, doing this was basically equal to suicide. But Yun Qi's body could even process an emperor profound beast's flesh and blood with ease. The snow heart pellets and frozen cicada liquid jade were simply nothing but a cinch. The second day Yun Qi entered frozen Cloud Asgard. During the main hall's sectoral assembly, Gong Yuxian officially declared that Yun Qi had become a disciple of frozen Cloud Asgard. At that time, the feeling of standing within a great number of flowers and being simultaneously gazed at by so many absolutely gorgeous women, Yun Qi probably wouldn't forget it his entire life. On that day, he helped Mu Lanyi and Chu Yueli open all their profound entrances, even though this was a great matter that shook the heavens and earth to frozen Cloud Asgard. To Yun Qi, however, it was just, and honorably taking an advantage as great as the heavens with extremely little effort. This feeling simply couldn't be any better. For the rest of the time, he stayed within the frozen Cloud Divine Hall and continually comprehended Frozen End Divine Arts. As his Frozen End Divine Arts progressed, his profound strength cultivation was also silently growing. In the fourth stage realm of the Frozen End Divine Arts, the Tree of Frozen End contained plenty of changes. It could defend and attack, seal and contain, and was ever-changing. Even if Yun Qi's ability to comprehend was high, and also possessed the seed of the evil god, this would not be something that he would be able to comprehend in a short period of time. Why are you interested in Frozen End Divine Arts? In terms of strength, it definitely pales in comparison to the Phoenix Flame and the Heavy Sword. Instead, it would cause you to lose focus and waste concentration and time. As Yun Qi stared at the profound formula for the Frozen End Divine Arts, Jasmine asked rather abruptly. "This is different," Yun Qi casually said. "The reason the Divine Phoenix sect is the strongest sect within Profound Sky is because of the Phoenix Flame. Also, the same level of Frozen End Divine Arts is able to freeze even the Phoenix Flame, which means that within Profound Sky Continent, it is a top-level profound art. That is also the truth. Although its destructive ability pales in comparison to the Phoenix's flame, ice-type profound arts usually specialize in defense and sealing. This is something the strength of the Phoenix and the Heavy Sword is unable to do. At many times, there would undoubtedly be a day where it will be of much use." Yun Qi narrowed his eyes and muttered, "In 4 months' time, I will be going to the Divine Phoenix Empire. If nothing goes wrong, I would likely be engaged in a battle with people from the Divine Phoenix sect, and the ice attribute is the bane of fire. I am not afraid of fire, and since the nature of my profound skills can also counter it, the chances of me coming back alive would increase largely. HMPH, looks like you also know how dangerous the Divine Phoenix sect is." "There's no choice," Yun Qi said helplessly. "Even though I know that there's no way to avoid this, I never expected people from the Divine Phoenix sect to come so fast. If not for the Profound Sky 7 Nation ranking tournament and the Primordial Profound Arc, I wouldn't even have this few months of preparation time and grace period. Now, I can only do my best to find ways and means to increase my chances of survival. Then when I arrive at the Divine Phoenix Empire, I shall act accordingly." "Someone's here." Just as Jasmine had finished speaking, a light noise came from behind him. Then the doors to the Frozen End Divine Hall opened silently. 2 young and pure beauties stood there, as though they appeared from within drawings. Their petite faces were identical, and written on them were expectations and excitement, and also a little bit of nervousness. The 6th and 7th ranked of the Frozen Cloud 7 fairies were these twin sisters, Feng Hengkong and Feng Hengkong. At the same time, aside from Xia Qingyu, they were also the youngest of the 7 fairies. It was impossible to know their actual age, but they looked like they were 2 young girls only of 17 or 18. The Frozen Cloud 7 fairies were all as cold and proud as lotuses, especially Chu Yuechen, who was coldest of them all. However, this pair of twins were the opposite. At least when Yun Qi first saw them, he did not think of them as cool and elegant, but instead thought of them as sweet and pretty. Compared to the other Frozen Cloud disciples who were always wearing an icy exterior, their jade-like lips were always upturned, and their crescent-like brows would dance unknowingly. Even their eyes were smart and tactful. Rather than saying they looked like frozen fairies, they were more like a pair of pure, untouched elves that were brought up in the snow. In Frozen Cloud Asgard, a place where every corner is cold and lonely, the appearance of such an anomaly was not without reason. Normal Frozen Cloud disciples stayed alone in their individual ice pavilions, devoting their soul concentrations to practice. However, this pair of twins stayed together in one room. They usually stuck together like pieces of gum, went everywhere together, did everything together, and hence never felt lonely. Every day, they never lacked anyone to talk to and were more cheerful and happy than other frozen cloud disciples. Therefore, their attitude and temperaments were different from other frozen cloud disciples. Facing Murong Qianxue, Xiao Lingxi, Mu Lani, and the others, Xianxia still would feel some form of invisible pressure, although he was taking advantage of them openly. When the opportunity arose, he did not dare to perform any other further actions on them. However, when facing siblings Feng Hengkong and Feng Hengkong, Xianxia's heart did not have any bit of pressure. He turned around and smiled cheekily at this pair of elf-like girls. "My two senior sisters, I've been waiting for some time already. Quickly come in." Senior sister," Feng Hengkong blinked in bewilderment. "No, it's junior master," Feng Hengkong corrected immediately. "You cannot call us senior sister, you must call us junior master instead." Junior master?" Xianxia had a face of shock. "You two obviously look younger than me. Calling you senior sister is already awkward. How can I call you two junior master? Although we look to be very young, we are actually older than you, much older than you." Feng Hengkong pouted as she spoke. Most girls like to play down their age, but when Feng Hengkong said that she was older than Xianxia, she spoke with elation and glee. "King Yu calls us junior master, and you, being her husband, should call us the same way as she does." Feng Hengkong explained seriously. "But my wife King Yu is also among the frozen cloud 7 fairies with you too, and she's also the leader of the 7 fairies." Xianxia said slowly. "If that's the case, King Yu is already the same seniority as you two. Therefore, it should be correct for me to call you two senior sister." What you say does make sense. No. Anyways, King Yu still calls us junior master and you just entered the sect. You should call us junior master." "Oh, all right." Xianxia nodded honestly. "Before I open the profound entrances for my two senior sisters, I'd have to trouble senior sisters to close the stone door. It's best that we do not get interrupted during the process of opening the profound entrances." "All right, and you called us wrongly. It's junior master. You cannot call us senior sister." Yes, I called wrongly just now. Which senior sister is going first?" Xianxia asked with wide, innocent eyes. "It's junior master, junior master, junior master, junior master." The Zuyue sisters grew crazy. Yes, so is senior sister Hanyu going first?" "Number percent." Feng Hengkong sat in front of Xianxia and removed her snowy clothes, revealing her jade white back. Her eyes shut tightly as her eyelashes danced around nervously. Beside her, Feng Hengkong blinked her beautiful eyes continuously as she looked at Xianxia's actions and her sister's reactions with curiosity and nervousness. She frowned sometimes, pouted sometimes, and tilted her head sometimes. It was like she was a curious cat looking at something new. Xianxia looked very concentrated, and he started groping around Feng Hengkong's back. 20-odd profound entrances opened one after another. Suddenly, Feng Hengkong, who was trying her best to remain silent, stiffened her snowy body and could not control her laughter. Sis, what's wrong?" Feng Hengkong asked frantically. His touch is making it very ticklish. But you still cannot make any noise and must not move around. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, it would be disastrous." Feng Hengkong reminded her worryingly. "I know." Feng Hengkong stuck her tongue out and replied without any worries. "But never mind, 53 of my profound entrances have already been open. Just one more and they would all be completely opened. Therefore, even if I acted like this now, it would not matter anymore." "Oh, then it's fine, it's fine." Feng Hengkong looked like she had become nervous. Xianxia frowned as he wiped the trace of a smile off his face. Just as he was about to open Feng Hengkong's last profound entrance, his hand suddenly left her back, and he slowly put it down. The expression on his face also turned grim and serious. Just as Feng Hengkong was happily expecting the arrival of the heavenly god's spiritual veins, she suddenly felt Xianxia's hand leave her back. He never did this when he was opening the profound entrances of Murong Qianxue, Xiao Lingxi, and the other senior sisters. She hurried asked, Wait, there's only 53 open, there's still the Jade Pool entrance left. You couldn't have forgotten, right?" "I know, but..." Xianxia revealed a face of helplessness as he hesitated for some time before muttering. "Senior Hanyu, your Jade Pool entrance. There seems to be some problem." Xianxia words caused Feng Hengkong and Feng Hengkong to cry out in surprise at the same time. In the midst of her shock and worry, Feng Hengkong nearly turned around. She then clutched her snowy clothes tighter to her chest before turning her body over. At this time, she did not care whether Yun Qi called her senior sister or grand mistress as she asked frantically. Is that true? What's wrong with my jade pool entrance? Is it serious? Don't tell me that it can't be opened. Yes, just what is the problem? Why is there such problem? Is it serious? Feng Hengkong and Feng Hanyu asked a string of questions, and it looked as though Feng Hengkong was even more frantic than Feng Hanyu. This, Yun Qi breathed out lightly before eventually saying, Senior sisters, don't be too worried. Senior sister Hanyu's problem is neither an external or an internal injury. It's just a naturally born inverse concealment. Inverse concealment? Feng Hanyu and Feng Hengkong asked at the same time. They looked confused, as this was the first time they have heard such a phrase. It was no wonder, since this phrase was something that Yun Qi had made up. Cough, cough, inverse concealment is one of our medical terminology. It's normal that you two do not know about it. Yun Qi said with a straight face. Profound entrances being inversely concealed are actually very common. It refers to a certain profound entrance self-concealing itself within the profound veins, and it also grows at the inverse location. Strictly speaking, it's not considered a defect in the profound entrance because it does not affect one's training. It acts like any normal profound entrance and cannot be opened from within using hard work, however. For an inversely concealed profound entrance to be opened externally, it is much more difficult, even though the method used is the same. Furthermore, it's not possible for it to be opened from the back. Hearing Yun Qi say this, the two sisters heaved a sigh of relief. Yun Qi said that it would be more difficult, but did not say it was not possible. Feng Hengkong asked carefully, if you cannot open from the back, how can you do it? This, Yun Qi revealed a face of helplessness. He hesitated for some time before replying softly. If I say it, you two cannot be angry. Senior sisters, you must know the position of the jade pool entrance, right? It lies just at the position of the right chest. If the profound entrance was normal, it would be opened from the right back. But due to it being inversely concealed, it can only be opened from the inverse, which is the front, which also is the position of senior sister Hanyu's right chest. I know that senior sister would definitely not be willing, therefore, I can only do so much. Without any anticipation, when they heard Yun Qi's words, the Zhu Yue sisters screamed out in shock. They seemed like a cat whose tail has been stepped on. Bri, breast. Feng Hanyu instinctively held her snow clothes closer to her chest as she stammered. If you were to open her jade pool entrance, you would have to place your hand, the same way you put it on her back on her chest. Feng Hengkong stared widely and said. Yun Qi nodded innocently. How can this be? The Zhu Yue sisters cried out in alarm. This. The two young girls screamed even louder with decibels high enough to make Yun Qi shrink uncontrollably as he frantically added on. I know you two senior sisters are all pure and noble and would definitely not allow something like this to happen. Therefore, I don't know what to do either. You wouldn't be saying that in order to try and take advantage of Big Sis, right? Feng Hengkong watched Yun Qi as she hit the truth immediately. Feng Hengkong's words somehow seemed to remind Feng Hanyu. That's right. Are you doing this on purpose? You peeped at us bathing the other night. You must be. The big pervert that Senior Qianxue and Senior Lingxi mentioned before. Number percent. The edges of Yun Qi's mouth twitched as he replied with grief and indignation. I have already explained numerous times that I didn't do it on purpose that night. Qingyu even stood up for me that day. Even if you don't believe me, you must believe my wife Qingyu. The most crucial thing is that I'm handsome, charming, upright, and is also an unparalleled genius. Even your grand Asgard mistress broke your 1,000-year-old rule and accepted me as a disciple of Frozen Cloud Asgard. How can a person like this be the big pervert that you mentioned? Yun Qi's sad and indignant expression and speech caused the two sisters to be shocked. From what he said, they felt as though they had wronged him. Feng Hanyu grabbed her snowy clothes tight against her chest and said softly, You really aren't lying in order to take advantage of us? Yun Qi looked serious and replied sternly. If you don't believe that the jade pool entrance is inversely concealed, you could always go out to seek the advice from an experienced medical person. Whatever they say would be without a doubt the same as mine. But we sisters have never left Frozen Cloud Asgard before, and we do not know of any experienced medical person. Feng Hanyu weakly replied. You have never left the Frozen Cloud Asgard before? Hearing that, Yun Qi revealed a face of shock. They were all highly ranked of the extremely famous Frozen Cloud 7 fairies, yet they had never left Frozen Cloud Asgard before. That's right, because Asgard Mistress says that we will easily cause trouble and even affect the reputation of frozen cloud Asgard if we go out. Feng Hengkong's voice turned sad. Sister and I has always listened obediently to Asgard Mistress and have always been in good terms with the other sisters and disciples. However, the other sisters are able to go out. Only we are prohibited from doing so. Mistress is so biased. Xianxia could understand fully well why Gong Yuxian did not allow this pair of siblings to go to the outside world. The reason was simple. The ladies of the frozen cloud Asgard always gave off an icy cool arrogance and seemed so distant, especially their cold stare which could almost freeze one's heart. But although Feng Hengkong and Feng Hengkong also practiced the same frozen cloud arts, their personality and temperament was completely unrelated to icy proudness. Furthermore, they were a part of the frozen cloud 7 fairies. If they were to interact with people from the outside world and revealed their actual personalities, it would undoubtedly distort people's impression of the frozen cloud Asgard. Actually, Asgard Mistress refusing to let you two go out is not due to bias. Instead, it is to show her love and care for you. Xianxia replied in all seriousness. In the outside world, there are all sorts of dangers you two cannot imagine. There are especially many big perverts that you guys mention. Within frozen cloud Asgard, you two senior sisters are not only the prettiest, but also the most lovable. Look at me, though I have only known you two for 3 days. Whenever I see you two, my heart would feel happy immediately. Asgard Mistress must like you two the most, and therefore is worried of your safety. She feels that it is unsafe to let you two leave the frozen cloud Asgard. Liking compliments is the nature of humans, especially women. It was their most fundamental nature. Xianxia's few words got the two sisters over cloud 9 as they replied happily. Is what you said really true? Of course it's true. Xianxia nodded seriously before continuing. If I really were the big pervert that you speak of, Senior Sister Qianxue, Senior Sister Lingxi, Senior Sister Lanny, Senior Sister Yueli, I would have already taken advantage of all of them. However, they all managed to successfully open all profound entrances. You two are so lovable that I cannot possibly think of bullying. If you really still don't believe me, there's nothing I can do as well. As Xianxia spoke, he quickly revealed a hurt expression. No, we're not completely suspecting you, but, what shall we do? There's only the Jade Pool entrance left. All the other senior sisters have already completely opened their profound entrances and obtained the heavenly god's spiritual veins, but I? Feng Hengkong bit her lips and asked hesitantly. Xianxia, my sister, has already opened 53 out of 54 profound entrances and is only missing the Jade Pool entrance. If we skip that one, there shouldn't be a huge difference, right? Xianxia's gaze was clear as he shook his head seriously. If it were comparing between 52 open profound entrances and 53 open profound entrances, the difference would be very little. However, the difference between 53 open profound entrances and 54 open profound entrances would be like heaven and earth. Because when all 54 profound entrances are opened, one attains the heavenly god's spiritual veins. If one is missing, it wouldn't be the heavenly god's spiritual veins anymore. The reason the heavenly god's spiritual veins are called heavenly god's spiritual veins is because when all the profound entrances are opened, the flow, gathering, and release of profound energy reaches a higher level where the world seems to run on different laws. This allows the profound veins to ascend from the stage of being human to a completely new level. One profound entrance, when comparing the difference, would be the same logic as when talking about profound realms. The 9th and 10th level of the Sky Profound Realm are not that much different, but the 10th level of the Sky Profound Realm and the 1st level of the Emperor Profound Realm would be like the difference between the clouds and mud. Senior Sister Hanyu already opened 53 profound entrances, and the strength of her profound veins have nearly been increased by 2-fold. However, compared to the other senior sisters who had already obtained the heavenly god's spiritual veins, the speed of cultivating of profound strength, channeling speed, and speed of gathering profound energy would be only around 50%. 50%? Xianxia's words caused the two sisters to be petrified for a moment, especially when he mentioned Murong Qianxue and the others who were also with them among the frozen Cloud 7 fairies. Hearing the list of these huge disadvantages between her and the others, Feng Hengkong nearly broke down crying on the spot. As fellow disciples, and together among the frozen Cloud 7 fairies, they originally had the same potential and grew up together. But now, because of one Jade Pool entrance, she had such a big disadvantage. How could her pure and competitive heart take this? Ooh, Zuxu, what should I do? If it's like this, I would be left behind by our senior sisters and the gap would keep increasing. Feng Hanyu helplessly asked. No worries, wait until I have the heavenly god's spiritual veins. I will put in your effort as well. This way, if we work together, we would prevent our senior sisters from pulling the gap away from us. Feng Hengsu's heart achingly consoled her. Her pure words of encouragement did not console her at all, and instead caused Feng Hanyu to suddenly feel even more helpless. Because not only her senior sisters, even her younger sister would also attain the heavenly god's spiritual veins. Not only would her senior sisters widen their gap from her, her younger sister would as well. No, 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 I can't let them widen the gap from me. Just one more step, and I would be able to the same as the senior sisters. This cannot happen. Feng Hanyu turned her head and looked at Xianxia, asking pitifully, Xianxia, is there really no other way open the Jade Pool entrance? Xianxia replied guiltily. If there were, I would use all my abilities to do it and risk it all to do it for Senior Hanyu. However, the position of the Jade Pool entrance is too unique. There really is no other way. Feng Hanyu did not say any more, as her pearl-like teeth bit on her lips, slowly biting harder and harder. After a while, she had finally made the most difficult decision of her life. She replied with a face full of grievance, If I let you help me open my Jade Pool entrance, can it be done with clothes? Ah, sis, you really want to? Feng Hanyu hid her face within the snowy clothes and meekly grumbled. Just a bit more and I would be able to attain the heavenly god's spiritual veins. If I don't open my Jade Pool entrance, I might not even be able to stay within the frozen fairies with Zuxu after some time. Furthermore, he has already seen it all that day. Also, in comparison to the heavenly god's spiritual veins, all these do not matter. This, Xianxia carefully selected his words. Senior Sister Hanyu, are you sure you want this? It's just that if it's done with clothes on, it carries along a huge risk. Furthermore, there is a possibility that the entire Jade Pool entrance collapses and gets destroyed. Then, close your eyes. I can't see if I close my eyes. What if something goes wrong? Number yen %%? I don't care. Feng Hanyu, who had always been facing Xianxia with her back, suddenly turned around. Even though her snowy clothes were still bunched up against her chest, the curve of her snow-white charming shoulders was still beautiful beyond compare. Her beautiful eyes stared at Xianxia with a piercing look. An extremely clear resolution was within her death-defying expression. If we open the Jade Pool entrance like this, how long would it take? 3 minutes. So long that, after you help me open the Jade Pool entrance, you must not tell anyone else of today's matter. You must not tell anybody, not even King Yu. You can't tell anyone. Xianxia nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Of course, this matter concerns senior sister's reputation. I would never ever mention this to anybody. Nonsense. If people on the level of Gong Yuxian knew about this matter, the lie would definitely be exposed. Then you, go ahead. Feng Hanyu's petite hands that were clutching her snowy clothes trembled for a while before she finally closed her eyes and released her hold. In an instant, her snowy clothes fell to the ground and an eye-catching patch of whiteness gently emerged, like a pair of tender flower buds were about to bloom. They quivered upon her supple and snowy skin, causing Xianxia's sight to spin and be dazzled. Ah! Feng Hengsu covered her mouth in shock. She had never expected Feng Hanyu to be so daring and actually. Xianxia swallowed a mouthful of saliva forcefully. If it wasn't for his incredible psychological quality and physique, he reckoned his nose would have spouted blood already. He extended his right hand and shook his wrist as if he were convulsing. Since this is the case, if senior sister insists, then I'll begin. Feng Hanyu shut her eyes firmly, as if her not being to see him meant he wouldn't be able to see her. Her lips were even more tightly pursed, not willing to utter a single word. Her appearance clearly signified, you can't talk to me. The smooth and fair skin before him was beautiful beyond compare. There was a pair of exquisite snow-white mountain peaks that were even more perfect to the extreme, like a pair of flawless bright moons perched upon the chest. Between them was an incomparably captivating snow-white ravine. Watching Feng Hanyu's expression, Xianxia began to think that his playfulness this time was a little over the top and excessive. But the absolute beauty of this landscape had already appeared in front of his eyes. His thoughts were completely attracted in an instant, and his eyes appreciated the scenery shiningly as his palm advanced forward, slowly grasping her right breast. "NN!" Feng Hanyu emitted a moan akin to that of a small, injured animal. Her eyes squeezed shut even more rigidly, and her eyelashes began trembling incomparably violently. Xianxia didn't speak, because speaking now would truly spoil the beautiful scenery and would possibly scare Feng Hengkong into shrinking away. His expression was serious and concentrated as his right hand began slowly massaging. Range and vigor also increased gradually, until that pair of snowy fat was constantly being kneaded into various shapes. Later, his 5 fingers sunk in deeply, as if they had fallen into silky and delicate yogurt. The tactile sensation that spread, as well as the visual and spiritual impact, caused all the nerves in his body to go into a state of limpness. NNNN, minute sounds of moans spilled out of her tightly sealed lips unceasingly. And on that face of pure snow-like beauty, a pink color that was growing increasingly stronger came into view. Unwittingly, her tightly closed eyes opened quietly, the expression in her eyes showing panic, disconcertment, as well as an increasingly deeper sense of bewilderment. To Feng Hengkong, 3 minutes' time practically seemed like 3 long years' worth of time. Finally, following the throbbing that arose from her profound veins, the jade pool entrance opened completely. As all the profound entrances in her body opened, the profound energy within her body suddenly seemed to have arrived in a completely new world as they automatically circulated and revolved excitedly. She herself also felt a qualitative change in her profound veins due to the change in this one profound entrance. "Senior sister, it's all right now." Xianxia kept track of the time meticulously. Only until the last second of the 3 minutes did he finally reluctantly move his evil hands away from the fairy's sacred forbidden area within his palms. Flowed the closely packed, delicate fragrance of a young lady. Practically like a bolt of lightning, Feng Hengkong pulled the snow garment over her chest and turned around in an instant. In the blink of an eye, she had put on the garment in a flurry. She turned around, her face as red as the glow of sunset on the horizon. You must not speak of this matter, otherwise, I definitely won't let you get away with it. Yes, I definitely will not speak of this to anyone. Otherwise, let me be struck by lightning 5 times. Xianxia could only promise again. Feng Hengkong stared fixedly at Xianxia for quite a while. Her lips moved several times, yet was unable to say anything else. Because for some reason, every time she looked into Xianxia's eyes, her heart would begin to pulse violently. She had originally thought that after her body was profaned as such, she would feel very angry, sad, or even have a crying fit, but facing the chief offender, she only felt a little bit of that. On the contrary, what she felt was a strange, indescribable feeling. Her cheeks burned, heart pounded, and she felt thoroughly in shambles. She could only look away hurriedly and assume an appearance of anger. Only until her younger sister, Feng Hengkong, took off her clothes and sat in front of Xianxia did she quietly turn around and watch the two of them silently. The snowy clothes hung down, revealing Feng Hengkong's tender and lovely body, which was as white as lamb fat. Her long and supple hair fell upon her snowy shoulder, contrasting against her body's jade-like skin, which was so tender and soft that no one could resist touching it. The two sisters' bodies were exactly the same. From the back, Xianxia couldn't find any differences at all, and at the same time their conditions that appeared were also exactly the same. My jade pool entrance is also the same as big sister's. Xianxia said, face full of gloom. Previously, I was worried just about this problem. Because you two senior sisters are twins, your appearances are the same. And on your body, 99% of everything is also similar, including profound veins. Both senior sisters' profound strength cultivations should have been synchronous from the beginning, right? That is the reason. Then, sure enough, this is exactly what I was worrying about before. Senior sister Hengkong's jade pool entrance is exactly the same as senior sister Hanyu's. How could this be? Feng Hengkong's mind suddenly went blank. Regarding Xianxia's words, what she thought of first wasn't doubt, because she and her sister were truly too similar, especially their bodies. Therefore, the similarities in their profound veins, to their knowledge, appeared to be an ordinary matter. Ooh, big sis, what should I do? This time, it was Feng Hengkong's turn to be filled with a sense of helplessness. It's all right. The previously confused Feng Hengkong actually had a relaxed expression now. I was also really nervous before, but he only touched me for a short while, and I didn't feel too unwell. Afterwards, I possessed the heavenly god's spiritual veins. Now, I can clearly feel that the heavenly god's spiritual veins are very magical. I can feel that my cultivation speed in the future will increase several times. Zuxu can't throw away the heavenly god's spiritual veins just because of the last jade pool entrance. Otherwise, it would be too much of a pity. Is it really? All right. Feng Hengkong was extremely nervous, but with her sister as a precedent, her feelings of apprehension were naturally just a little lighter than that of Feng Hanyu previously. Believe me, Feng Hanyu, who had previously resisted desperately and had practically gathered all her willpower to make a decision, was now voluntarily pushing Feng Hanyu towards Yun Qi's fiendish paws. She turned Feng Hengsu's body around, then extended her arms suddenly and pulled Feng Hengsu's snow garment off. All right, we can begin now. Ah! Following Feng Hengsu's startled shout, her ice sculpture-like, jade-cut upper body was completely revealed in front of Yun Qi's eyes. The two pink gem-like flower buds nervously, yet flirtatiously moved in the air. Then, they were tightly grasped within the palms of Yun Qi's evil hands. The frozen end divine hall was built from heavenly firm stone. Once the stone door was shut tightly, this place would become an exceptionally good refuge. Even a peak-level Emperor Profound realm wouldn't be able to cause any damage to it. In fact, even an incomparably powerful overlord wouldn't find it easy to destroy the door and enter. At the same time, the heavenly firm stone's soundproofing quality was also exceptionally good. Otherwise, if anyone passed by this place at this time, they would definitely hear abnormal and strange moaning sounds from a young lady. After Yun Qi finally completely his wicked duties, several streaks of red traces were left upon the moons on Feng Hengsu's chest. Just like Feng Hanyu, she scrambled to put on her clothes. Then her cheeks flushed red as she said practically the same words as Feng Hanyu. You must not speak of this matter to anyone. No one at all. Yes, I definitely won't speak of this matter to anyone, otherwise let me be struck by lightning 5 times. Yun Qi promised for the 3rd time. He placed his palm at the end of his nose and lightly sniffed the traces of a young lady's sweet scent that was being secreted. His life here was truly unreasonably pleasant. Looks like after I return from the Divine Phoenix Empire, I'll definitely live here for a while. Amen. That's right. My only purpose is to cultivate the frozen end divine arts some more. After making this promise, Yun Qi began gasping for air and practically stood up straight from the ground while quivering. Watching his actions as he got up, Feng Hanyu called out lightly, "Yun Qi, what's wrong? You appear really tired." As she spoke, both sisters suddenly discovered that Yun Qi's face was a pale white color. A streak of sweat also lined his forehead. Even the expression in his eyes was misty, as if he was really distracted. They also simultaneously thought of the night he had opened the profound entrances of Murong Qianxue and Xiao Lingxi. He had also appeared like this, and was then immediately escorted by Xia Qingyu to rest. That's right. That day he had said that opening profound entrances consumed a lot of his mental energy. No problem. Yun Qi waved his hand as he forced a smile out from his pale face. It's only that in these past couple of days, I've helped senior sisters open their profound entrances, so I was a bit too mentally exhausted. After a short rest, Before Yun Qi had even finished speaking, his body that had been about to stand up suddenly swayed and immediately leaned toward Feng Hanyu. Following Feng Hanyu's cry of surprise, Yun Qi fell onto her body in an instant. His face just happened to land upon her soft chest, and a sweet scent immediately permeated his nose. Feng Hanyu used her body to prop Yun Qi up. She didn't push him away. Rather, her heart was filled with feelings of gratefulness and remorse. It turns out that he became this tired just for us. He had done so much, yet we suspected that he was trying to bully us. It's obvious everything was for our best interest. He bestowed upon us the heavenly God's spiritual veins, yet we were screaming and yelling at him the whole time, and even threatened him not to speak of what happened today elsewhere. This truly was too inappropriate. Watching Yun Qi's weak appearance, both sisters were so remorseful they wanted to cry. Although Yun Qi was stiffly pressed against Feng Hanyu's chest, they didn't have the heart to move him away. Just like this, they let him take advantage of them once again and even said worriedly, "Yun Qi, are you all right? How about we take you to the snow congealing hall? The mind congealing dew in the snow congealing hall will definitely allow you to recover quickly." No need. I thank senior sisters for your concern. You can be at ease. My mind is only a little exhausted, not overdrafted. There won't be any damage. I'll be all right if you let me rest here quietly for a while. The Zhu Yue sisters cautiously placed Yun Qi onto the ground. Feng Hengkong said with a face full of worry, "Then you must rest carefully. We won't disturb you here anymore. Will you really be all right by yourself?" "Amen, don't worry. I am a man. This little matter isn't much." You two senior sisters just obtained the heavenly god's spiritual veins and need some time to settle your profound energy, so don't worry about me, Xianxia said with a slight smile. Then we'll be off now. Tomorrow we'll come visit you, also. The young lady nibbled on her cherry-like lip and said shyly, Today's matter, you really must not speak of it elsewhere. The two sisters, unaware they had been taken advantage of, left side by side. When they left, they were still worrying about Xianxia. After they left, the stone door shut automatically, and Xianxia leapt up from the ground like a carp. Then he patted the non-existent dust on his bottom and began smiling incomparably contentedly. Sigh, this place is indeed a paradise for man. Everyone says the women in frozen cloud Asgard are all aloof, remote, and unapproachable, but from another perspective, it is precisely because of this that they are instead very easy to capture. After whispering this contentedly, Xianxia raised his head and continued comprehending the frozen end divine arts according to the writing that's shown, when using frozen cloud arts on the heavenly firm stone. Frozen end was an ice attribute profound art, while Phoenix Flames was a fire attribute profound art, and at the same time a bloodline supported profound art. Among profound practitioners who numbered as much as the stars, it wasn't like there weren't any people who cultivated in profound arts of two attributes, or even more attributes. But the prerequisite was that these two attributes must complement and engender one another, such as wind and fire, water and lightning, even though doing so would split one's concentration, and was even a type of taboo in the way of the profound, if one was truly shockingly talented and could cultivate both of the two attribute profound arts to the limit. Then they would undoubtedly possess an extremely great advantage over those of the same rank. But to simultaneously cultivate profound arts of fire and water, whose suppression toward each other were the fiercest of all, it had at least never happened before in the profound sky continent. Aside from idiots, there absolutely would never be anyone who would insanely walk on this path either. There could be many types of profound arts, but there was only one profound vein. When two mutually repulsive attributes activate at the same time, they would unquestionably start to reject and counterbalance each other. Not only would there be no benefit at all, it would instead cause the power of both attributes to weaken by a great extent. If severe, then it would cause the profound energy to stir into great chaos, and even damage the profound veins. When Xianxia obtained the frozen cloud arts from Chu Yuechen, Xianxia still didn't have the water attribute evil god seed at that time, causing the ice attribute profound energy that suddenly scuttled into his body to conflict with the phoenix's profound energy, which made the profound energy in his entire body chaotic, rendering him unconscious. It was fortunate that the primordial azure dragon had used its own power to temporarily lock away his ice attribute profound energy. After that, before he obtained the water attribute evil god seed, Xianxia had never used frozen cloud arts either. Cultivating profound arts of the two different water and fire attribute at the same time, to ordinary people, was a retarded act of exerting effort for an undesirable outcome, which would instead have the chance of injuring one's profound veins. But for Xianxia, who possessed the two water and fire evil god seeds, other than splitting time and energy, circumstances like the injuring of profound veins would no longer happen. 7 days later, Xianxia's fourth stage frozen end divine arts finally reached perfection. If Frozen Cloud's ancestor Mu Bingyun was still alive, she would definitely be shocked to the extreme by such a speed. Because back then, it took an entire 2 years of time for her frozen end's fourth stage to reach perfection. Xianxia raised up his left hand, and within the heart of his palm, a nifty and exquisite tree of frozen end quickly grew up. This tree of frozen end was small, yet its cold energy made the entire frozen end divine hall bone-piercingly cold. The tree of frozen end he initially congealed was white in color, but now, all of the extended branches and leaves on it were crystal clear and flawless. The entire tree of frozen end was almost completely transparent. As for the fifth stage, the realm of frozen end illusory aurora, it would need at least the profound strength of the sky profound realm to cultivate. Even though Xianxia could not cultivate it, the next few months of time would be enough for him to thoroughly comprehend all of frozen end's profound formula and imprint it within his mind. When his profound strength was high enough, he could then timely cultivate and break through, and did not need to always stay within this frozen end divine hall. Staring at the tree of frozen end in his palm that was reflecting cold streams of flowing light, Xianxia went silent for a long time, then slowly extended his right hand. Above his palm, scarlet-colored phoenix flames burned up, releasing a scorching wave of heat. Instantly, the frozen end Divine Hall's coldness quickly faded away. Xianxia divided his attention, simultaneously controlling the water and fire attribute evil god seeds. Under the two evil god seeds' interference, Xianxia's profound veins immediately divided into two entirely different worlds, half fluctuating with the profound energy of fire and half fluctuating with the profound energy of water. Xianxia's body also became half ice-cold and half scorchingly hot. If not for the existence of those two evil god seeds, Xianxia maintaining a state of simultaneously conjuring ice and fire for such a long time would definitely drive his profound energy into chaos, as his profound veins and body would also extremely likely be injured, and perhaps he would even go into a state of psychosis. Xianxia maintained this state for a long time with his expression fixed. It was unknown what he was thinking. Jasmine, who had slept on her princess bed for an entire day, opened her eyes, and the first thing she saw was this kind of manner from Xianxia's. She raised her brows and said, "What's the meaning of doing this? The power of profound energy is fixed. Channeling two kinds of profound energy simultaneously like this will inevitably cause the power to scatter. Even the two added together will at most be equal to the power of a singular profound energy, and will also be accompanied by the exhaustion of mental strength. On top of that, ice and fire repress each other. When fighting against enemies, ones who are afraid of fire normally wouldn't be afraid of ice, and ones who dread ice would generally not dread fire. If you want to use half ice and half fire when fighting, other than exhausting yourself faster for nothing, there is no meaning to it at all." After Jasmine finished speaking, Xianxia actually didn't reply for a very long time. Even though his eyes were open, his gaze was completely unfocused, and his complexion more so never changed from beginning to end. His entire person was as if mummified. Only now did Jasmine notice that Xianxia seemed to have entered some sort of mysterious state of comprehension, and she no longer spoke. And it was just at this time that she suddenly felt a peculiar throbbing from the depths of Xianxia's profound veins. She whimsically scanned with her spiritual energy, then shockingly discovered that the two worlds of ice and fire in his profound veins were currently trembling and warping. They slowly neared each other, then attempted to fuse together. The tree of frozen end on Xianxia's hand started to tremble, as the phoenix flames also started to severely sway. Jasmine stared blankly for a moment, then realized what Xianxia wanted to do right away. Her brows knitted as she chided with a loud voice. "Xianxia, what are you doing? Stop right now." Just as Jasmine's voice fell, Xianxia's body violently shuddered as his face instantly became ghastly pale. The frozen end and phoenix flames on both hands instantly disappeared together, as an arrow of blood sprayed out from his mouth. His entire person also knelt down onto the floor at once. Taking in huge gasps of breath, his ghastly pale face did not have a tint of blood on them for a very long time. "Are you insane?" Jasmine said with a stern voice. "You are actually trying to integrate frozen end and phoenix flames together through evil god seed's power. These completely conflicting energy can only reject and cancel each other out, and will never have the possibility to fuse together, suppressing one another, complementing one another, engendering one another. These are the most basic natural laws of primordial chaos. Doing this is simply trying to defy the natural laws, defying the way of heavens. How could that possibly succeed?" The meridians in Xianxia's entire body spasmed, his profound energy frantically scattered in every direction. Only by using several tens of breaths of time did he finally manage to barely repress his completely rioting profound energy. He took a heavy gasp for air, but didn't admit his fault with guilt because of Jasmine's lecture. Instead, he raised his head and spoke with a low voice. "If I only had lived one life, then I will completely believe these words, so much that I simply won't think about such an absurd thing of fusing two types of power together. Yet now I am beginning to believe more and more that there simply isn't anything that's impossible in this world. Dead, yet can be reborn, time can be transversed against its flow. Cause and effect can be tampered with, and even reincarnation can be crossed over. In this world, what else is there that's impossible? Life and death, time, cause and effect, reincarnation. Which one of these aren't the most basic of the heaven's way, the most basic of natural laws? But they had all been turned back. Moreover, it clearly and evidently happened on my body. In that case, the natural law of ice and fire, why can it not be defied? The 7 great heavenly profound treasures possess heaven-defying powers in the first place. They are also the only things in this world that can go against the way of the heavens. As for the ancient true gods, some also can reverse the heavens' way and laws to a certain extent. But true gods no longer exist, and you are only a mortal of a lower plane world. You always had a heart loftier than the heavens, but wanting to defy the way of heaven with your current strength is only wishful thinking, Jasmine said indifferently. It's not as grave as you say it is. Xianxia sat down on his bottom and wiped the trace of blood on the corner of his lips. This phrase of defying the heavens' way is really too frightening, and I wouldn't have thought to do something of such a level. The thought and impulse of fusing frozen end and phoenix flames together did not originate from me but my profound veins. Profound veins? Right. Xianxia nodded and raised both of his hands. When I simultaneously congealed frozen end and ignited the phoenix flames, an impulse of fusing their energies together suddenly emerged in my head. However, I am very sure that this suddenly appearing impulse didn't come from my consciousness, but instead came from some sort of special consciousness in the profound veins. At first, when I received the fire attribute evil god seed, the profound veins color turned red. When I received the water attribute evil god seed, these seeds of 2 attributes actually didn't mutually repulse, and instead blended together, turning the profound vein into an alternating red and blue color, and wasn't in clearly distinct existence. As such, I suddenly thought just now, perhaps that the evil god back then could already fuse the power of water and fire, and therefore left this kind of imprint within the profound veins. And only as a result of that did this unfathomable throbbing occur when I simultaneously congealed frozen end and ignited phoenix flames, or to say, it was a hint. I believe that is precisely the case. The evil god uses evil for a name, and evil mutually conflicts with just. So since he is called the evil god, then his style of conduct naturally wasn't willing to follow the heaven's way, and would be a law unto himself. He possessed the most extreme of elemental power, and the evil god seeds are exactly the proof. Then the fusion of water and fire definitely isn't an impossible happening on him. Now I have inherited the evil god's profound veins, and also have the evil god seeds he left behind. Whatever he could do, perhaps, I may also achieve. But don't you worry, I am also just slightly attempting. To be honest, I also feel like the possibility of success is next to nothing. But if I don't try it a little, I won't feel too reconciled either. After all, these are the evil god's profound veins and the evil god's seeds. If I am unable to succeed after trying, I'll naturally stop. Forget it, do whatever you want. It's not like you haven't done things even more impervious to reason anyway, Jasmine said in a bad mood, then no longer minded him. The time within frozen Cloud Asgard passed by very fast. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had already passed. Xianxia spent most of his time within the Frozen End Divine Hall, but would also frequently walk around inside frozen Cloud Asgard, and very quickly familiarized with every grass and bush in here, and even more or less memorized every single chunk of decently sized jade's shape. As a rare species throughout the 1,000 years of frozen Cloud Asgard, wherever Xianxia walked to, he naturally roused the frozen cloud disciples' attention. The gazes all had 30% curiosity, 30% probing, and 40% caution. In here, he was completely the same as the only male in a country of girls. That feeling couldn't be any more thrilling. At the same time, Gong Yuxian had always granted anything that Xianxia requested. The treatment seemingly wasn't inferior to Xia Qingyu. He was given complete freedom and was never restricted in any way. And now, it was only less than a month from the profound Sky 7 Nation ranking tournament. It will be the 7 Nation ranking tournament in just 1 month. This journey to Divine Phoenix Empire is far, and it is indeed time to begin preparing. 4 hours earlier, Emperor Kang Wan had sound transmitted over 50,000 kilometers, telling me to remember to remind Xianxia about it. Gong Yuxian turned around and looked at Xia Qingyu. If there was no grievance with Divine Phoenix Empire, this journey would only be a simple ranking tournament. Yet this, to Xianxia, is an unpredictable calamity, making one cannot help but worry. Qingyu, where is Xianxia right now? I seem to not have seen him in quite some time. Mistress, he has not come out of the Frozen End Divine Hall for 7 days already. Disciple is afraid that he may be within a state of comprehension and had not dared to disturb him. Xia Qingyu answered. 7 days, Gong Yuxian's face revealed surprise. Did he usually stay inside for such a long time before? Before, he at most only stayed for an entire 2 days. This is actually the first time he has not yet come out in 7 days. Gong Yuxian lowered her head while muttering, then said, "Go take a look at him. It would be best to let him come see me right away." "Yes." Xia Qingyu arrived at the front of Frozen End Divine Hall's stone door and spoke with a voice loud enough to pass through it. "Yun Qi, is it convenient for me to go in?" After she finished speaking, she did not hear a reply from the inside for a long time. She slightly stood at attention for a while, yet did not hear any sounds of movement come from inside. Was he no longer inside? "Yun Qi, are you in there?" Xia Qingyu voiced once again. This time, she still did not get any response whatsoever. Xia Qingyu extended a palm, and the light of the frozen cloud art shined upon the stone door. A soft sound immediately echoed as the stone door slowly opened. Xia Qingyu took a step forward, merely one step forward. The instant she stepped into the Frozen End Divine Hall, she suddenly frozen in place, as her entire being was stunned on the spot. Yun Qi actually did not leave. Within this time period of 7 days, he had always been inside this Frozen End Divine Hall. The moment the stone door had opened, Xia Qingyu saw him in just one glance. At this moment, Yun Qi was sitting upright on the ground with both eyes tightly closed. Both his hands were spread open with the hollow of his palm facing upwards. On top of his left hand was the cold, flickering light of a tree of frozen end. On top of his right hand was a silently swaying ball of scarlet-colored flame. What made Xia Qingyu dumbstruck were not these, but the air that had blasted out. The right side of her body felt as if she had entered an icy purgatory. As for her left, it was as if she had entered hell's sea of flames. The completely empty Frozen End Divine Hall had actually been clearly separated into two completely separate worlds. Xia Qingyu's beautiful eyes quivered. How did that come about? In the same dimension, scorching heat and severe cold would mutually cancel each other out and lower the extent of heat and cold, just like flames and ice crystals that counteract each other. This was the most basic of common sense that even a child would completely understand with clarity. But what appeared before Xia Qingyu's eyes was a scene that completely went against common sense. The right side's ice cold and the left side's scorching heat had unexpectedly and completely showed no signs of counteraction, as though there was a transparent barrier that both sides could not cross over. At this time, Yun Qi, who had always been continuously quiet, suddenly moved. He brought together both his hands with incomparable slowness, as if each part of the movement consumed a large amount of energy. Following the movements of his arms, the Frozen End and Phoenix Flame also grew closer until they finally made contact in the same place. The flame did not thaw Frozen End, nor did Frozen End stifle the flame. What Xia Qingyu saw next completely shattered her knowledge, a scene that completely capsized the most basic of common sense. Frozen End and Phoenix Flame had unexpectedly slowly merged together. Frozen End did not become fire, nor did the flame become Frozen End. They did not repel each other, nor did they offset the other. Like two different colored liquids, they mutually pervaded the other and then completely blended together intimately. Ice and fire were merging together. At the same time, the Frozen End Divine Hall that was originally separated into an icy coldness and scorching heat was also blending. Since the two equally intense ice-cold and scorching heat were mixing together, they ought to have reached a room temperature equilibrium after their canceling of each other. Yet Xia Qingyu clearly felt the existence of an extreme cold and scorching heat together, frantically intertwining, distorting space itself. Her entire body felt incredibly uncomfortable in this environment that completely defied common sense, until she used as much as 90% of her protective, profound energy defense to ease it. And at this time, the Frozen End and Phoenix Flame within Yun Qi's hands had already fused together completely. The ice-colored Frozen End and the scarlet-colored Phoenix Flame both disappeared, overlapping together above Yun Qi's palms. What appeared was a bewitching ball of blue fire. According to the levels of profound fire, the weakest was orange. After the orange flame was scarlet, after scarlet was blue, and after blue was purple. But the blue color flame in Yun Qi's hands was different than the bright blue of profound fire. Instead, it was a color Xia Qingyu could not be even more familiar with: ice blue. Ice-colored flame. The ice blue flame flickered about above Yun Qi's hands, and the pulsing gradually became more and more acute. Both of Yun Qi's hands also continuously trembled violently, as if he was gradually losing control of the blue flame. In the end, Yun Qi's entire body ferociously lurched. His complexion paled as he wildly spat out a puff of bloody mist. The ice flame also fell from his hands, landing on the ground that was made of heavenly firm stone. Xianxia's breathing slowed. With a sway of her icy figure, she instantly moved to Xianxi's front. Just as she was about to say something, her line of sight suddenly fell upon Xianxi, and her entire person was once more stunned. A hole half a foot long and a foot deep appeared at the spot where that ball of ice flame landed on the ground. This hole seemed to look incredibly round and normal, and its interior was very smooth. Its light could reflect a person, and it was like an extremely exquisite piece of work that had been meticulously grinded into being. But Xianxia was completely sure that there was no such hole in this place. The walls and floor here were all made of heavenly firm stone. Within frozen cloud Asgard, even the strongest Grand Asgard mistress, Feng Hengkong, did not have the ability to break this heavenly firm stone. The destructive power of Xianxi's heavy sword was shocking, and it was even supported by an Emperor Profound heavy sword. But even 90% of his power could not leave behind the slightest of marks. But now such an shocking hole had appeared. Could it have been made by that ball of ice-colored flame? Within the hole there were trace of ice, nor any trace of burn. Ha 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 ha. Sitting on the ground, while not paying any attention to the blood trail at the side of his mouth, Xianxi started to wantonly laugh. Finally succeeded ha 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 ha. What exactly is that? With a difficult-to-suppress shock, Xianxia's gaze shifted towards Xianxi's face. This is a special kind of fire and also a special kind of ice. This is power made from defying the natural law. Xianxi reached out to wipe the blood trail at the corner of his mouth while continuously grinning. Except that I have only glimpsed into the way only a moment ago and can barely use it, yet still have to endure an enormous backlash. However, this has at least proven that such a thing like defying the elemental laws is not completely unachievable. Moreover, after achieving it, the power it would give rise to would be far more terrifying than what I had imagined. You mean, the fusion of ice and fire? It truly could be done? Xianxia said in shock. I can, but others can't. Xianxi slanted his lips into a smirk. Even though he had met with a backlash, successfully fusing the ice flame caused him to be extremely excited. He stood up, looked at Xianxia and said, This kind of thing can be considered my secret, don't talk about this to others. Xianxia, how long have I been in here? 7 days. 7 days? Xianxi lifted his hand to briefly touch his chin. Then he suddenly thought of something and quickly took out his sound transmission jade. As expected, there were several sound-transmitted imprints left there by Kang Yue and Kang Wan. Only a month remains until the profound Sky 7 Nation ranking tournament. If going by a quick pace, traveling from here to Divine Phoenix City would take more than 10 days. You should also start preparing now, Xianxia noted. Even though she was incredibly shocked at heart, she did not mention the ice flame a second time. MN got it, Xianxi nodded. Wait, you said that I should start preparing now. You mean, are you saying that you're not coming with me? Mistress is not permitting me to participate in this session's profound Sky 7 Nation ranking tournament. Why? Xianxia faintly sighed and did not directly answer. Follow me to see Asgard Mistress. After following Xianxia to see Gong Yuxian, before Gong Yuxian opened her mouth, Xianxi had already went straight to the point and asked, Mistress, why aren't you allowing Xianxia to come with me to this session's profound Sky 7 Nation ranking tournament? The requirements to participate in the 7 Nation ranking tournament are those above 18 and those below 25. Within our Blue Wind Nation, the person most qualified to represent Blue Wind is Qingyu. Gong Yuxian had already known that he would ask this question. She spoke slowly with a calm expression. This was not my intention, rather, this was Grand Asgard Mistress' intention. Grand Asgard Mistress, what's the reason behind it? Xianxi continued to ask. Gong Yuxian looked deep into his eyes and answered. Xianxi, I know that you have always been wondering about the true reason why Grand Asgard Mistress did not hesitate to break sectoral rules in order to allow you to join Frozen Cloud Asgard. I can now tell you why. Actually, Grand Asgard Mistress didn't really lie that day. The only reason why she wanted you to join Frozen Cloud Asgard was because of your future potential and current strength. Only behind that reason is another extremely important reason, which is our Frozen Cloud Asgard's 1,000-year calamity. 1,000-year calamity? Xianxi said in surprise. The 1,000-year calamity is a prophecy left behind by our Frozen Cloud ancestor, which prophesied that after 1,000 years, Frozen Cloud Asgard would suffer through an enormous calamity. and now is exactly 1,000 years after that year. Grand Asgard Mistress has also been gradually sensing the arrival of the great calamity. In order to somewhat increase our resistance towards the possibility of this calamity, Grand Asgard Mistress had chosen to let you join Frozen Cloud Asgard in order to draw support from your strength. Besides, due to your relationship with King Yu and Yuechen, you probably would not refuse. Gong Yuxian's words caused Yun Qi to be slightly baffled. After a moment of silence, he suddenly spoke. Then the reason why Grand Asgard Mistress is not allowing King Yu to participate in the 7-nation ranking tournament, could it be? Due to you possessing the Phoenix bloodline, you cannot break away from the grievance between you and the Divine Phoenix sect. 4 months ago, you also severely injured and humiliated a Divine Phoenix prince, deepening that grievance one step further. Thus, this trip to Divine Phoenix City would inevitably be filled with danger, so much that it is possible for you to fall there, yet you still insist on going. If King Yu goes with you, and if by chance you encounter a calamity, King Yu would undoubtedly not ignore it since you two are husband and wife, thus placing herself in danger. King Yu is our Frozen Cloud Asgard's young Asgard mistress and also Frozen Cloud Asgard's future hope. Nothing must happen to her, so I understand. Yun Qi nodded. Once he heard till here, he had already understood the reason why Feng Hengkong did not allow Xia Qingyu to participate in the 7-nation ranking tournament. Even though Xia Qingyu was bound to shine in the ranking tournament with her current cultivation, and would let Frozen Cloud Asgard gain fame within the 7 nations. If she went, it was extremely probable for her to be involved within the enmity between him and the Divine Phoenix sect. As for how large of a risk and danger it was to head for the Divine Phoenix nation, he himself was very clear about that. If the entire Frozen Cloud Asgard were to completely collapse because of the calamity, as long as there was a Xia Qingyu, then there would still be an unlimited hope. But if something were to happen to Xia Qingyu, Frozen Cloud Asgard would certainly not accept that. Asgard Mistress order must not be disobeyed. You must be careful in Divine Phoenix City, Xia Qingyu said softly. Don't worry, if it was that easy for something to happen to me, I wouldn't have lived up to now, Yun Qi said with arrogance. He made a simple disciple salute at Gong Yuxian and said, Mistress, since this is the case, disciple wants to leave Frozen Cloud Asgard today, temporarily return to the Imperial City for a while, and then directly head for the Divine Phoenix Empire. You want to arrive there earlier to scout for any movements from the Divine Phoenix sect? Gong Yuxian then nodded. That's also good. Taking the initiative for a bit is still better than being passive. When you arrive in Divine Phoenix City, you must take care. Nothing is more important than surviving. Don't forget, if a great calamity truly comes to Frozen Cloud Asgard, we're still relying on your power. Yes, this disciple won't forget about this disciple's identity as a disciple from Frozen Cloud Asgard. This disciple will definitely return alive to repay the sect's kindness, and these few months of favor this disciple received from Frozen Asgard. Yun Qi said solemnly. On that day, Yun Qi left Frozen Cloud Asgard. Riding the Snow Phoenix, he flew towards the south. 2 days later, he returned to Blue Wind Imperial City, landing in the moon-embracing palace. Kang Yue and Xiao Lingxi had long since been waiting here for him. Little Qi! Seeing Yun Qi descending from the sky, Xiao Lingxi tenderly called out and leapt towards him. The moment the tip of Yun Qi's toes landed on the ground, he was tightly embraced by a light and warm fragrance. Xiao Lingxi hugged his neck and happily bounced about. Husband, you're back! Kang Yue walked over. Her long hair was rolled up. Within her absolute beauty, she carried a luxurious grace which could not be possessed by any ordinary woman. Oops! Xiao Lingxi released Yun Qi and stood at the side. Smiling cheekily, she said, Sorry, Princess Sis. Chair is your husband, so you should be the first one to hug him. Ah, little Qi, hurry up, hug your princess wife already. Right after finishing your honeymoon, you ran to Frozen Cloud Asgard and left Princess Sis all alone in moon-embracing palace. HMPH, even I feel it's unfair for big Princess Sis. In these few months, the relationship between Xiao Lingxi and Kang Yue had evidently deepened. Xiao Lingxi was Yun Qi's little aunt in name, while Kang Yue was Yun Qi's wife. However, Xiao Lingxi and Kang Yue had often referred to each other as sisters, and neither of them felt any discomfort with it. Yun Qi stepped forward, lightly embraced Kang Yue in his arms, and said guiltily, Zuruo, it's my bad. We have only just gotten married, yet I left you for such a long time. I shall promise you, After I return from Divine Phoenix Empire, I will definitely accompany you every day." Kang Yue shook her head lightly and said with a faint, tender smile, "Husband, you're the most outstanding man in this world, so you must never ever say you're bad. Being able to marry you is the most fortunate and blissful thing that could ever happen in my entire life. In the future, as though you're a dragon flying out of the seas, you will definitely fly to a much higher place, while I do not wish to become the load and burden that hinders your path. Those words you said earlier are already enough for me." "Zuryuo," warmth instantly surged in Yun Qi's heart. He could not help but hug Kang Yue even tighter and was unwilling to let go. Even though she was an honorable princess, she was as gentle as the light breeze and smooth water. After she married to him, she had even regarded him as her sky, and she always had him in mind with everything she did. A month after their marriage, he left for 4 consecutive months, and after seeing her once again, there was only joy in her beautiful eyes. There wasn't a single trace of anger in them at all. This made Yun Qi feel even more guilty, and he had already silently decided in his heart that he would definitely accompany her at her side at every moment after his return from Divine Phoenix Empire, to become a husband that was true to its meaning, and one who was worthy of her deep feelings. Seeing the two of them being lovey-dovey over there, Xiao Lingxi suddenly felt a strange bitterness in her heart, and it surged all the way to her nose. She simply turned around and no longer looked at them. However, her lips and nose had flared up high, and her small hands were constantly wringing the corner of her clothes. "Where's grandfather right now? Has he gotten used to the life here?" Yun Qi asked. Kang Yue slightly smiled. "Grandfather is currently at the Supreme Profound Hall in Blue Wind Profound Palace, managing the various historical records of profound arts and profound skills on the 2nd floor. In the beginning, when the Profound Palace disciples knew that he was our grandfather, all of them were very respectful to grandfather. I heard from Palace Chief Dongfeng that they were all trembling when they were speaking with grandfather. But grandfather's character is very kind, and even if he was facing a Profound Palace disciple of the lowest level, he had never shown any imposing behavior. Gradually, he mixed himself with the disciples and instructors in the Profound Palace. Everyone began to like and respect grandfather from the bottom of their hearts, and it was no longer because of us. Now grandfather has many old and young friends over there. He's always full of smiles every day, and sometimes he would even stay there for a couple of days and would not be willing to return to the imperial palace at all. So, in regards to grandfather, there's definitely no need for you to worry. Right now, it's possible that he doesn't even have time to care about you." "Then that's good," Yun Qi smiled from the bottom of his heart. "Father is already waiting for you. Seeing his anxious look, he should have something very important that he wanted to discuss about with you. He's currently in the imperial study." "All right, I will head there now." Yun Qi left the moon-embracing palace and sprinted directly towards the middle palace. The moment he stepped into the imperial study, Kang Wan took the initiative to welcome him. "Chair, you have finally returned. We initially thought that you would only stay at the frozen cloud Asgard for a few days. Never did we expect that it would be for several months. Judging by father's look, could it be that there is some sort of important emergency?" Yun Qi asked as he looked at Wang Can's expression. "Ha," Kang Wan sighed. "It's not really an urgent matter, however, this matter might have a very big influence on you. Since a month ago, we have dispatched men to send letters regarding the 7-nation ranking tournament to the various large sects, in order to make preparations for our nation's talented practitioners of the young generation to participate in the tournament. However, 7 days ago, we received Frozen Cloud Asgard's reply, and they actually rejected having Xiao Qingyu to head towards Divine Phoenix Empire. I know about this matter, but Frozen Cloud Asgard does indeed have their own reasons for doing this," Yun Qi said. "Oh," Kang Wan glanced at Yun Qi and continued. "A 19-year-old at the middle stages of the Emperor Profound Realm, the eternal #1 practitioner in Blue Wind. If she participates, she will definitely shock the other 6 nations. Not only will she raise my nation's prestige, she will also spread Frozen Cloud Asgard's name far and wide. We really don't understand why Frozen Cloud Asgard isn't allowing Xiao Qingyu to participate. But from the looks of it, you seem to already know the reason, but not just Frozen Cloud Asgard, the letters that we have sent to the rest of the sects had all been rejected as well." Yun Qi's brows slightly twitched before following up. "Isn't it normal for them to reject? When competing with others outside, their biggest goal is naturally to spread their names and show off their might. However, if they are unable to show off and instead suffer mockery and humiliation if they participate, then no matter who they are, they wouldn't be willing to meddle in it either. Indeed, Kang Wan sighed heavily. In truth, we have already predicted this outcome. Because in the past 7 nation ranking tournaments, it has always been this way as well. In terms of the level of profound strength, the difference between the other 6 nations and us is indeed too big. In the 7 nation ranking tournament, excluding the Divine Phoenix Empire, the participants sent out by the other 5 nations are always at least at the Sky Profound realm. However, our Blue Wind Empire, within these 1,000 years of history, a single Sky Profound realm practitioner below the age of 25 had actually never appeared. Hence, in the 7 nation ranking tournament, our Blue Wind Empire has always been in existence similar to a laughing stock. Those absolute geniuses in the boundaries of Blue Wind had once participated in the tournament while carrying pride and confidence in themselves. In the end, all of them were mercilessly abused. Their pride was smashed, and they returned in humiliation. A long time has passed, and even the 4 major sects no longer allowed their disciples to represent Blue Wind to participate in the 7 nation ranking tournament. We had initially thought that Frozen Cloud Asgard would definitely take this opportunity to show off their might with the appearance of Xianxia. Never did we expect that Frozen Cloud Asgard would still decline. This time, the reason why Frozen Cloud Asgard did not allow Xianxia to head to Divine Phoenix City isn't because of a lack of confidence, nor do they not wish to borrow this opportunity to show off their might. Rather, they have a special reason that they're unable to tell others about. Xianxia explained simply on behalf of Frozen Cloud Asgard. Father, since all of the sect disciples are not willing to participate, then in the past 7 nation ranking tournament, how did our Blue Wind make arrangements for the tournament? Kang Wan shook his head and smiled, and it was a very self-depreciating smile. Although we don't wish to participate, as we will simply suffer mockeries and humiliation if we do, we cannot not participate in it. Otherwise, Blue Wind will even lose that final piece of dignity. Hence, in the past few tournaments, we have always picked out a few genius disciples under the age of 25, who had graduated from Blue Wind Profound Palace and entered our royal family's forces, to simply cope with the matters. As for the results, the former emperors had basically never asked about them, because those results can be figured out even by counting one's toes. 10. So you're saying in the 7 nation ranking tournament there are 10 participants for every nation, Xianxia said. That's right. Kang Wan nodded. The number of official participants by every nation is 10, but 1,000 people are allowed to accompany them. The 7 nation ranking tournament is hosted once every 25 years, and it's a topic that's very rarely brought up in our nation. Because every single time it is brought up, any Blue Wind citizen would think of it as a humiliation, but to the other 6 nations, it could be referred to as the biggest event in the profound world, to the extent where the emperors of each nation would put down their nation affairs and personally accompany them to view the tournament. Those mighty and strong sects would also bring out their most elite forces to head over. Although 1,000 accompanying members sound to be a lot, these 1,000 names are usually fought bloodily over by those mighty sects. As for those who are unable to be part of the accompanying 1,000 people, they would still make their way to Divine Phoenix City, to the point where, in order to obtain an entry pass to view the tournament and support their own nation's practitioners, they would enter Phoenix City in advance by a month, or even a few months. During the period of the 7 nation ranking tournament, the degree of bustle in Divine Phoenix City far surpasses your imagination. What Kang Wan has said was correct. The Blue Wind ranking tournament, within the boundaries of Blue Wind, especially within the profound world, was paid attention to by an extremely high degree. While the 7 nation ranking tournament, these 4 words, which represented the biggest event in the entire profound sky continent, were actually something that Xianxia seemed to have never heard of before from anyone. Forget about the fact that there was merely less than a year before the tournament, which was hosted once every 25 years. If Feng Zichen had not randomly barged into his and Kang Yue's wedding ceremony and handed Kang Wan the invitation, Xianxia might not even know about this matter regarding the 7 nation ranking tournament. While at the same time, Kang Wan's straightforward words had already clearly outlined how grand the 7 nation ranking tournament was for the rest of the other 6 nations, and even the entire profound sky continent. At this time, most of the other 6 nations' conversation topics would perhaps be centered around the upcoming 7 nation ranking tournament. Those sects who had been awarded the qualifications to participate for their various nations were also in their most anxious, serious, and excited preparations in 25 years. Only Blue Wind Empire was as quiet and peaceful as the wind, completely stagnant. No one was paying attention to it, nor was there anyone discussing about it, as though that was a matter regarding the other continents, and had nothing to do with them at all. This was a form of escape, and even more so, a form of helplessness and humiliation. He could even imagine that in the divine Phoenix City, there would be densely packed numbers of practitioners from the 6 nations pouring in, while basically not a single Blue Wind citizen could be seen. In that grand tournament, when every single person headed up the stage, he or she would always be accompanied by the intense cheers and shouts by his or her respective nations. And when a practitioner from Blue Wind Empire headed up the stage, that image, even though it was just an imagination, it was already incomparably miserable and sad. Xianxia suddenly raised his head and said with incomparable seriousness, "Father, regarding the 7-nation ranking tournament this time, you don't have to make any other arrangements and preparations. I shall be the only one who represents Blue Wind Empire in this tournament." "You by yourself?" Kang Wan held a face of shock. However, after pondering for a moment, all of a sudden, he actually felt that this did not seem to be a proposal that he could not accept. In Blue Wind Empire, among the practitioners under the age of 25, only Xia Qingyu was able to compare herself against Xianxia. And if Xia Qingyu did not participate, there would no longer be anyone who was worthy to be brought into comparison with Xianxia, even if it was Ling Yun, who was referred to as the #1 of the young generation back then. Then, even if he picked out the 9 strongest practitioners who were under 25 from the royal family's forces, forget about 9 of them, even there were 90 of them, they would basically be unable to compare to Xianxia. In that case, what was the difference between sending Xianxia alone and choosing another 9 people to participate? Those 9 people were nothing more than simple stopgaps. Even if that was the truth, to merely send a single person to participate in the 7-nation ranking tournament. In the history of the 7 nations, there did not seem to be a precedence. For the rest of the other 6 nations, in order to fight over that 10 slots, it could be said to be a life and death struggle. They hated the fact that they were unable to expand this number to the thousands, or even to the high 10,000s. A situation where they were short of people to make up the 10 slots wouldn't appear at all. However, in Blue Wind Empire, "Ha!" Kang Wan sighed for the 3rd time. Evidently, he held a heavy depression and deep helplessness for this 7-nation ranking tournament. "That's fine as well. If it's you alone, there basically won't be any difference even if we force out another 9 to participate. Instead, it would cause the pride of those 9 people, who are referred to as geniuses of Blue Wind, to suffer a huge blow. However, in that case, you will truly be fighting alone, and by fighting alone, we do not merely mean that you will not have any companions participating in the tournament alongside you. Even in that entire venue, there basically might not be a single appearance of anyone that comes from our nation, because that place is a land of humiliation for our Blue Wind citizens. In the past 7-nation ranking tournaments, there had never been Blue Wind citizens who were willing to appear there. Oh, wait, that's not right. There might be a difference this time." Kang Wan's eyes suddenly blazed up. "If Blue Wind practitioners were to know that you will be representing Blue Wind in the 7-nation ranking tournament this time, maybe, it might light up their hopes and wishes for the honor of the 7-nation ranking tournament once again. Because you are the most talented genius in Blue Wind history, someone who could even heavily injure Ling Tianyi at the age of 19. With profound strength at the Earth Profound Realm, your battle strength is actually comparable to that of a mid-stage Emperor Profound Realm. There's no reason for you to be unable to shine in the 7-nation ranking tournament." Adding that, in the profound world of Blue Wind, especially among the young practitioners, the number of your fans are countless. And this time, you're even participating in the war for the sake of glory for our Blue Wind profound world. It might be possible that when you step atop that tournament ground, many supporters will appear in order to witness the strongest Blue Wind practitioner in history. As Kang Wan said that, he became more and more agitated. He then patted on Xianxia's shoulders. "We will immediately announce to Blue Wind about this matter. However, in this case, all of the heavy responsibilities will be pressed on your body, and yours alone. However, although you're the only person participating, there won't be any less people accompanying you. We shall personally head over there with you as well." Back then, Although Yunqi told Feng Zichen that he would personally head over to Divine Phoenix sect to participate in the seven-nation ranking tournament in front of everyone, because not even a single hint of the incident that happened on that day was allowed to be leaked out. This matter had yet to be spread out. "Father, you're coming with me?" Yunqi said in shock. "That's right," Kang Wan nodded. "We trust in your abilities. Although it is just you alone, we believe that you will create yet another history for my Blue Wind Nation. How can we not personally witness this moment in history?" Yunqi, however, did not even think about it and decisively shook his head. "No, father definitely cannot go with me." "Why?" Yunqi's incomparably decisive attitude stunned Kang Wan. "Father, it is but a mere ranking tournament. I will obviously be happy if you come with me. I would even wish to bring Zuruo, grandfather, little aunt along as well. However, regarding my journey to Divine Phoenix Empire this time, participating in the ranking tournament is simply secondary. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be willing to participate in this seven-nation ranking tournament. My main goal in heading to Divine Phoenix Empire is to settle the grudge with Divine Phoenix sect. For every single day this grudge stays unsettled, the attention Divine Phoenix sect puts on me will never disappear. If one day they were to suddenly make a move, there's a huge possibility that it would affect the people beside me. Hence, I wish to make use of this ranking tournament to settle my matters with the Divine Phoenix sect. In the ranking tournament, the seven nations will be present, and there might even be a possibility for people from the sacred grounds to witness the event as well. Under the eyes of such a huge crowd, settling this grudge then would be much easier than settling it personally with the Divine Phoenix sect, and it's also the best opportunity for me. However, at the same time, it will be accompanied by unforeseeable dangers. Thus, it's sufficient for me to head to Divine Phoenix Empire alone. When I do anything, I will be able to act without restraints and without any worries as well," Yunqi said with a calm expression. "But I know father's intentions." Yunqi instantly interrupted Kang Wan's words. "Father must be thinking of easing my grudge with the Divine Phoenix sect during your meeting with the Divine Phoenix Emperor. However, the Divine Phoenix sect will probably not sell any favors when it comes to a matter concerning bloodlines. And a mere 13th prince basically did not even put father in his eyes, so it's even more impossible for the Divine Phoenix Emperor to take father's words to heart." Although Yunqi's words were very straightforward, they were the absolute truth. Kang Wan's expression stiffened for a moment before he let out a huge sigh. "All right then, since you insist on this, naturally we won't force you. Take this." Kang Wan took out 10 pure red badges which looked exactly the same and handed them to Yunqi. On the front of the badge, a phoenix with opened wings was carved on it, while the two words Blue Wind were carved on the back. "These are the badges of participation that were sent along with the invitation for the seven-nation ranking tournament the other day. By wearing it, you will be identified as a participant for our nation in the seven-nation ranking tournament. When the time comes, it's also used to allow you to enter the arena and the residence arranged by the Divine Phoenix Empire. You simply have to insert your own profound energy into one of the badges. Then that badge could then be used to prove only your identity. Even if someone else were to steal it away from you, that person would still be unable to remove the aura of the profound energy within it. Since you will be the only one representing Blue Wind in this tournament this time, we shall give these 10 badges to you. If you happen to lose one of them, you can use the others as backups." "Ho-ho," Yunqi nodded. After inserting his own profound energy into the badge at the very top, he kept all 10 of the badges. Speaking of which, the seven-nation ranking tournament this time really holds too many similarities to the Blue Wind ranking tournament 2 years ago, twice, and you're the only one representing our imperial family in the tournaments for both times. You're really the only one for both times." Kang Wan raised his head and sighed deeply. "During the Blue Wind ranking tournament, you allowed the reputation of our imperial family to once again rise in might in the great lands of Blue Wind. And this time you're even taking a great risk to fight alone for the sake of our Blue Wind nation's honor. My Kang family really owes you far too much." "Father, you must never ever say such things," Yunqi said with a smile. "Zuruo is my wife, so I'm half a member of the Kang household. It is perfectly justified for me to work hard for my own family and my own relatives." Kang Wan nodded, and then heavily patted on Yunqi's shoulders. "Go then, compared to seeing you possibly obtaining fame and honor in the ranking tournament, your royal father wishes more to see your safe return. Even if you're unable to settle the grudge with the Divine Phoenix sect, even if you worsen the matter even further either, no matter what, you must live. Father, don't worry. The risk this time, there's a huge possibility that it's much smaller than I imagined it to be. After all, in the ranking tournament where the 7 nations are all present, the Divine Phoenix sect will not do anything outrageous. Xianxia said with a calm expression. When are you preparing to leave? I will leave tomorrow. That night, Xianxia stayed in moon-embracing palace. He fondled with Kang Yue for an entire night, accompanied Kang Yue and Xiao Lingxi for breakfast on the second day, and then began his preparations for his journey south in this lifetime. Xianxia had never left Blue Wind Empire. He had no idea what the conclusion would be during this trip either. Husband, this is the purple gold card father had just dispatched someone to send over. Bring it with you. Divine Phoenix Empire has the main branch of the Black Moon Merchant Guild. Husband will definitely be able to obtain some useful things from there. Kang Yue handed a purple gold card, which was shimmering with a purple light, to Xianxia. All right, thank father in my stead. Xianxia reached out his hand to take it and kept it in his sky poison pearl. Oh right, Zuruo, about the traces of Chu Yuechen and Yuanba. There's no need to investigate them for now. Ah, why? Kang Yue said, puzzled. Xianxia's chest raised slightly, said. With my current level of influence within the boundaries of Blue Wind, there's already almost no one who doesn't know my name. If they knew that I'm still alive, they definitely would have went straight here to look for me. However, they still have yet to appear. Yuechen is as beautiful as a fairy, and Yuanba has a strong and muscular physique. Their external features are extremely distinct, yet even after such a long time, there's not even a single trace of them. There's only a single possibility, and it's that they're no longer in Blue Wind Empire. Even if we investigate any further in Blue Wind Empire, it should all be merely in vain. When I head to Divine Phoenix Empire this time, I will entrust Black Moon Merchant Guild's main branch to search for them within the boundaries of the entire profound sky continent. Black Moon Merchant Guild's information-gathering ability is publicly acknowledged to be second to none. As long as they're given enough money, they will definitely be able to find Yuechen's and Yuanba's whereabouts very quickly. This was actually one of his reasons for heading to Divine Phoenix Empire as well. Not knowing where Little Fairy and their child were, how could he not be concerned about them day and night? Amen. Kang Yue nodded gently. I believe that they're all definitely very safe and sound right now. Xiao Lingxi took a step forward and instructed him with incomparable seriousness. We prepared 20 sets of clothes for you. You must remember to change into them frequently. Otherwise, you will stink terribly. You can't always forget to eat your meals. We have prepared some meals for you, and they're all prepared personally by me and Princess Sis. Before you return, you must finish them all. You're not allowed to do anything dangerous. You're not allowed to casually pick a fight with others. After the tournament, you must come straight back. No matter when, you're not allowed to close off your sound transmission, Jade. You must make contact with us once every day. HMPH, Princess Sis has once told me that you can find 10,000-mile sound transmission talismans being sold in the main branch of Black Moon Merchant Guild. Also, the most important point. You're not allowed to go philandering. If you dare to bring a little vixen back, I, Princess Sis, and I will no longer care about you. All right. Yes. Xianxia did a series of nods and promises. After Kang Yue and Xiao Lingxi were finally done with their instructions, Xianxia called out the Snow Phoenix. He then turned around and said, Zuruo, little ant, I shall promise to the both of you, no matter if it's the outcome I'm hoping for, within 2 months I will definitely come back safe and sound. I'm off. Xianxia smiled, waved his hand at them, and then walked towards to the Snow Phoenix. Worrying and reluctant gazes shook within the beautiful eyes of the 2 girls. Neither of them said anything else, because they knew no matter how reluctant they were to see him go, no matter how much they persuaded him to stay, in the end, he would still leave. And this time he was leaving Blue Wind Empire. Xiao Lingxi silently looked at Xianxia's back figure with dumbfounded eyes. Her lips constantly trembled. Suddenly, her vision abruptly blurred for a moment. Looking past Xianxia's body, she could actually faintly see the Snow Phoenix that was initially blocked by his figure. Ah! She unconsciously exclaimed. Her vision had instantly returned to normal as well. As though she was unable to control it, she blurted out the name that was in the depth of her heart. Little Qi! Xianxia stopped his steps and turned around. Before he spoke, Xiao Lingxi had already flew onto him and hugged him tightly. Xianxia was slightly startled for a moment, then after, he smiled. He hugged Xiao Lingxi in return and gently said, Little ant, don't worry. I have already promised both of you that I will definitely return safe and sound within 2 months. When that time comes, I will obediently become the little Qi that stays by little Ant's side and no longer randomly run about. Just like before, all right? Xiao Lingxi's heart was heavily stirred. When she raised her face, her eyes were already blurred from the tears. Looking dumbfoundedly at Yun Qi, she lightly nodded. However, the reluctance in her heart suddenly became even more intense. Accompanying the feeling of reluctance was an obscure bad premonition that came out of nowhere. Following after the screech which cut across the skies, the snow phoenix took Yun Qi and broke through the skies, charging straight towards the clouds. Very quickly, they turned into a white dot in the skyline. Xiao Lingxi looked on as Yun Qi flew further away. Her hands had unconsciously pressed on her chest, and even after a long while, they had yet to be put down. Why do I actually have this feeling of fear that I will no longer be able to see him again? Is it because I'm too reluctant to see him go? Little Qi, you must return safely. The snow phoenix rose straight into the sky, reaching up to the height of 10,000 meters in the high skies. In a blink of an eye, they had already left the boundaries of Blue Wind Imperial City. Yun Qi took out the map of the profound sky continent, which Kang Yue had prepared for him, and estimated the distance between Blue Wind Imperial City and Divine Phoenix City. The territory of Divine Phoenix Empire was huge. It was nearly 20 times the size of the Blue Wind Nation. Even if the Snow Phoenix were to fly 15 to 16 hours per day with its speed, it would still take a dozen of days before reaching Divine Phoenix City. It's actually this far? Yun Qi groaned in a low voice. He had initially thought by setting out a month in advance, he would be considered to have incomparably sufficient time, and would still have ample time to move around in Divine Phoenix City. However, since he had never seen the map of the profound sky continent before, he had evidently misjudged the distance between Blue Wind Imperial City and Divine Phoenix City. After staring at the territory of Divine Phoenix Empire for a short while, Yun Qi's gaze once again returned to Blue Wind Empire. After stopping his eyes at the southwestern lands for a short while, he fixed on a single spot. He let out a single strange, cold laugh, closed the map, and then flew at wind-breaking speed. With Sorrow South Mountain at the back, and the South Ski River on the right, the location of the main branch of Xiao sect was an impeccably treasured piece of land blessed by Feng Shui. 3,000 meters in the high sky, Yun Qi could clearly see that arched stone gate at the front of Xiao sect. This stone gate was more than 300 meters in height, and the word Xiao that was carved at the very top had a majestic look with an extraordinary domineering aura. This sure is a good place, Yun Qi muttered out. Riding the snow phoenix, he sped downwards. When he was approaching the stone gate in the sky, he leapt down, and with his dragon fault pulled out, he smashed onto the stone gate with a single strike. Boom! An earth-shaking explosion rang throughout the entire Sorrow South Mountain. Following after, Dragon Fault let out a sky-trembling dragon cry, and the millennium-old great gate of Xiao sect trembled intensely under the explosive cry. Countless crack lines grew at extreme speed, and in a blink of an eye, they densely filled the entire great gate. Subsequently, the gigantic stone gate, under the thunder-like explosive sound, crashed down. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of the collapsing gigantic stones could not escape anyone's ears. The sand and dirt that was swept up filled the skies and covered the earth. Yun Qi descended from the sky. His face was filled with a cold smile, and this action of his had undoubtedly forced out the hornets from their nest. The initially quiet Xiao sect instantly rang their alarm bells, and sounds of chaotic footsteps came flocking over. They looked on with widened eyes at the great gate, which represented Xiao sect's reputation and millennium history, actually crashed down just like that, turning into shattered stones which littered the ground. None of them did not have ghastly pale faces. Who is it? Who dares to act wildly in my Xiao sect? Xiao Juishan's furious voice came from the sky. As sect master, he did not even bother to appear before everyday trifle affairs. However, their sect's gate was suddenly destroyed. This was a grave matter which was related to Xiao sect's millennium-long honor. Xiao Juishan flew over. Like an eagle, he charged to the very front. With his palm pushed forward, a windstorm made of profound energy came sweeping over, blowing away the sand and dirt that filled the sky, which revealed the culprit, Yun Qi's figure. Sect Master Xiao, it's been a few months since we last met. I hope you're fine. Yun Qi looked at Xiao Juishan, whose beard was about to flare up from anger, and said with a face full of smiles, Yun Qi. The moment he saw Yun Qi's face clearly, The face which Xiao Juishan saw was no different from that of a demon's. His entire face twitched intensely, and even more so, an explosion sounded in his mind. The surging fury in his heart, as though something incomparably heavy was tightly suppressing it, was no longer able to erupt out. His suppressed chest looked as though it was about to explode. When the elders and disciples of Xiao sect that came rushing quickly over from the back heard the two words Yun Qi, their expressions greatly changed. Tardiness even began to show in their wild, sprinting footsteps. Yun Qi kept dragon fault and walked towards Xiao Juishan unhurriedly. Slowly and leisurely, he said, "Back then in the imperial palace, Sect Master Xiao had personally participated in my great wedding. I'm really endlessly grateful for it. So, on the spot, I promised to personally pay a visit to Xiao sect some other day. I will definitely fulfill the words I, Yun Qi, have said. Hence, the reason I'm here today, I saw this great gate of your esteemed sect from afar. It's very majestic, a rare sight in the country. Hence, I wanted to land on top of this great gate and overlook the entire view of Xiao sect. However, I didn't expect that this great gate was actually this brittle. The moment I stepped on it, it immediately collapsed. It even gave me a big shock. Oh, for accidentally trampling the great gate of your esteemed sect, I hope that Sect Master Xiao do not take offense to it." The great gate of Xiao sect had a millennium-long history and had experienced countless of storms and winds. How could it possibly be trampled? Yun Qi, who had destroyed this great gate, which was 300 meters in height, actually casually mentioned, "Do not take offense to it." Xiao Juishan's blood pressure surged upwards on the spot, and even his organs were about to explode. If any other person was in front of him, even if he was Ling Yuefeng, he would still desperately charge out. However, the person who was standing in front of him was someone he could not afford to offend. He also secretly vowed long ago to definitely not be in conflict with Yun Qi, even if his dignity was stepped on by Yun Qi. Because not only were his abilities terrifyingly strong, he was a maniac who had annihilated the entire Burning Heaven clan, who even dared to give the Divine Phoenix Prince a harsh beating. On the day of Yun Qi's great wedding 4 months ago, Yun Qi seemed to have casually said that he would definitely pay a visit to Xiao sect some other day. These words had caused Xiao Juishan to have sleepless nights for half a month. Now that a good few months had passed, his heart had basically managed to put the matter to rest. But in the end, Yun Qi still came. Xiao Juishan squeezed out a smile that was even uglier than a crying expression on his face. "It's actually little brother Yun. It's no wonder 100 flowers had bloomed this morning in my sect's medicine garden. It's actually because of the arrival of an esteemed guest. My Xiao sect is really graced and honored. This great gate had existed for 1,000 years as well, and it had long been neglected for many years. I never expected that it would actually collapse at this moment, and even startled my esteemed guest, so we should be the ones apologizing. Little brother Yun, come, hurry in. Allow this humble Xiao to somewhat act as a host for your visit." The Millennium Great Gate, which represented the reputation of the sect, was destroyed, yet they still had to apologize to the culprit. The faces of all the elders and disciples of Xiao sect were completely red. In the sect's great assembly, Xiao Juishan had emphasized countless times to not make an enemy out of Yun Qi, and to never ever offend the people around Yun Qi. Today they had personally witnessed Xiao Juishan's attitude. Evidently, his fear of Yun Qi had far surpassed their imaginations. "Oh," Yun Qi's eyes slightly narrowed. Zhu Juishan's ability to take setbacks had truly reached the pinnacle. He was still actually able to face such offense and provocation with a smile on his face, and even apologized. As expected of someone who was able to become the sect master of Xiao sect, Yun Qi slowly spoke up. "There's no need to head in. The reason why I'm here today is simply for a single matter." Xiao Juishan hurriedly said, "I wonder what little brother Yun needs. If this humble Xiao is able to help, this humble Xiao will definitely give it his all." "Heh, this matter to Sect Master Xiao is simply a breeze," Yun Qi said with a light smile. "I wish to meet a person in your Xiao sect." Xiao Juishan's heart instantly let out a fierce badump sound. He forcefully calmed himself. "I wonder who's the person little brother Yun wishes to meet. Xiao Quanjian?" Yun Qi half narrowed his eyes, and there was not a single change to the expression on his face. Although he had long foreseen the appearance of this day, when it really came, Xiao Juishan's heart was still twitching, and the many elders and disciples behind him had changes in their expressions as well currently. No one in the entire Xiao sect was unaware of what Xiao Quanjian had once done to Yun Qi in the past. The retribution that should be brought upon him, in the end, had still arrived. With Yun Qi's brutal method of directly annihilating the entire Burning Heaven clan, all of them did not dare to imagine just how Xiao Quanjian would end up after he were to land in Yun Qi's hands. However, no matter what, Xiao sect would definitely not go against Yun Qi because of Xiao Quanjian. Burning Heaven clan, which was already annihilated, was a lesson taught with dripping, fresh blood. "Sect Master, what should we do?" Xiao Boyan arrived next to Xiao Juishan. With a worried expression, he said with a low voice. The color of Xiao Juishan's face quickly changed. In the end, he fiercely gritted his teeth, and with a voice sufficiently loud enough to spread throughout half of the entire Xiao sect, he roared out, "Have this unfilial son, Xiao Quanjian, pulled out here now?" "Boo!" But Xiao Juishan's reaction had caused Xiao Boyan to be at a loss for a moment. He had initially thought of whether they should make up a story of Xiao Quanjian not being in the sect, or he already being expelled from the sect, to thus try to see if they could escape from this tribulation. He never expected that Xiao Juishan would actually be this decisive. Everyone in Xiao sect knew that among Xiao Juishan's 4 sons, the one he pampered the most was his youngest son, Xiao Quanjian. He was also the only son who had been born by his official wife. However, facing this Yun Qi in front of him, who was as terrifying as a demon itself, Xiao Juishan basically did not dare to put any faith in luck. He even incomparably wished to end everything as quickly as possible. No matter if it was a good or bad outcome, at the very least, he would no longer have to live a life in constant fear. He once again growled, "No buts. Hurry and have him scram out here. If he doesn't come, if there's a need to drag him, then drag him over." Not long later, the people of Xiao sect at the back scattered apart. Xiao Quanjian staggered his steps and was forcefully pulled over by a Xiao sect elder. Then he was pushed in front of Xiao Juishan. With unsteady feet, Xiao Quanjian instantly fell onto the ground. When he raised his head, he instantly saw a face that was a little familiar. After being stunned for a moment, his face instantly turned ashen. Yun Qi." Xiao Quanjian's hair was slightly ruffled, and his complexion was a little yellow. Evidently, he wasn't really well off in this period of time. Because, ever since the annihilation of Burning Heaven clan, and finding out that Yun Qi was that Xiao Qi he did not put in his eyes that year and had even almost forgotten about, he had been living within a nightmare every single day. Currently, the moment he recognized Yun Qi, it was as though he suddenly saw the devil of his dreams in broad daylight. He was frightened to the point where he had almost lost control of his bowels on the spot. "Oh, great young Master Xiao, it's been 3 years since we last met, yet you're actually still able to remember me, a small figure in the Xiao clan of Floating Cloud City. I sure am honored." Yun Qi looked at Xiao Quanjian and lightly gave a cold laugh. 3 years ago, his hatred for Xiao Quanjian had sunk deep into his bones. He hated that he was unable to grind his bones and scatter his ashes. However, currently, facing this person who was crawling on the ground like a dog, whose face was filled with fear, he was not furious, nor did he have the thrill of being able to collect the debt Xiao Quanjian owed him that year. There was simply only a faint feeling of sorrow, that's right. He could only blame himself back then for being too useless. A figure like him that could not even be compared to trash was actually able to force him out of his own home and caused grandfather and little aunt to suffer 3 years of bitter isolation. If back then, Chu Yueli was not present, the outcome would have been even more unbearable. Now that he recalled it, it seemed like he should still thank this Xiao Quanjian. If not for him, he would not have thirsted for power so intensely, and there wouldn't be the Yun Qi today. And even now, he no longer held the interest in killing him. What kind of figure was he right now? The son-in-law of the Blue Wind Emperor, and even more so, he had the title of Blue Wind's #1, which was enough to fully control the sect master of Xiao sect, Xiao Juishan. In front of Yun Qi, even he was extremely respectful and did not dare to burst out in anger. In front of him, this Xiao Quanjian could not even be considered as poop. Killing him would simply stain his own hands and insult his own status. Although Yun Qi only possessed earth-profound strength, his might was deep and heavy. Even Xiao Juishan might not be able to endure it, let alone Xiao Quanjian. Under Yun Qi's pressure and gaze, his face had already turned ashen as he tumbled and crawled to the back. Don't kill me that year. It isn't my fault that year. Those were all Xiao Yulong's idea. It doesn't concern me. It doesn't concern me." "I know." Xianxia said with incomparable calm. Naturally, I knew everything Xiao Yulong had done. Hence, I tore his arm and leg muscles, gouged out his eyes, ripped off his ears, cut off his nose, sliced off his tongue, wrenched out all of his hair, broke his arms and legs, and crippled his humanity. And at the same time, left his life intact, allowing him to perfectly live on. I allowed him to die slowly, bit by bit in hell. Ah, ah, ah. Xiao Quanjian let out a strange cry filled with extreme horror. His 4 limbs wildly trembled. Between his thighs, yellowish-white liquid flowed down the ground. When they heard of Xianxi's brutal method, even those elder-level individuals who had experienced countless of storms and winds were stricken in terror, with chills running down their entire bodies. This was clearly a method which only the most brutal of demons would possess. Dad, save me, save me. I don't want to die, Dad, save me, save me. Xiao Quanjian tightly hugged onto Xiao Juishan's thigh. His entire body was trembling, his 4 limbs had long gone limp under intense fear, and he was unable to stand up at all. As a young master of Xiao sect who usually enjoy an extravagant life, undoubtedly, he was extremely afraid of death. However, in the past, there had never been anything that could cause him to feel the threat of death. There were simply only people that feared him. Xiao Juishan looked at his own son, who was actually frightened to the point he had lost control of his bowels. His upright expression turned purple, wishing that he could kick him away. However, he was after all his own biological son, and he was even his most loved one. No matter what, he was unable to stand still and look at him die in Xianxi's hands. He took a deep breath and said to Xianxi with a cupped fist, "Little brother Yun, this humble Xiao clearly knows about the grudge between you and my unfilial son as well. That year, my unfilial son had set up a despisable, ugly incident. However, at least, little brother Yun and your esteemed family are all safe and sound. The sin of my unfilial son cannot be considered to one that results in death either. I request that little brother Yun, as a great man, be broad-minded and spare my unfilial son. This humble Xiao will definitely remember this gratitude by heart and will definitely greatly repay you." "His sin shouldn't result to death." Xianxi let out a cold laugh. "Then do you know why Burning Heaven clan annihilated? In comparison, their sin is actually much lighter compared to your son's. However, in the end, from their grand clan master Fen Yiju, clan master Fen Duanhun, to all of the clan's disciples with the surname Fen, a total of about 70,000 lives, all of them died without any burials." Xianxi's words caused the hearts of everyone in Xiao sect to clench. Some of their bodies even began to quiver uncontrollably, and even Xiao Juishan's expression had turned terribly pale. He was very clear in his heart that, when he headed to Xianxi's wedding a few months ago, compared to the strength Xianxi had used to annihilate Burning Heaven clan, it had once again increased by an extreme amount. With his incomparably terrifying growth speed, his current strength was definitely even more unfathomable. Annihilating his entire Xiao sect was completely sufficient. After all, Xiao sect's strength was comparable to Burning Heaven clans. If he were to really act against the entire Xiao sect out of fury, this worst-case scenario had been thought of many times by Xiao Juishan. Currently, finally facing Xianxi, who was here to collect his debt, he no longer dared to think any further. He lowered his posture to the very lowest and pleaded, "Little brother Yun, the error of my unfilial son, indeed cannot be forgiven. This humble Xiao is extremely shameful for my incapabilities in teaching my son. However, with your current status and level, no matter how many tens of times stronger my unfilial son is, it's impossible for him to possess even the least bit of threat to you, nor would it be possible for him to dare offend you again. If you act against my unfilial son, I'm afraid. I'm simply afraid that it might stain your status as well. If you can show mercy today and let go of my unfilial son, my Xiao sect will definitely deeply grateful and will revere little brother Yun as our lord. As long as it's little brother Yun's instruction, my Xiao sect will definitely use all the might within our capacity and will definitely not hesitate to sacrifice our lives." Although in his words, Xiao Juishan was pleading for Xiao Quanjian, everyone knew that he was pleading for the entire Xiao sect. With Burning Heaven clan as the prime example, Xianxi definitely had the possibility of annihilating Xiao sect under his fury. After all, the thing which Xiao Quanjian had done back then, compared to what Burning Heaven clan had done, had offended Xianxi even more. After all, although Xianxi's 2 relatives were kidnapped by Burning Heaven clan, they were immediately rescued, and they were completely unscathed. However, Xiao Quanjian had actually caused Yun Qi to be chased out of his own home, and even caused his two relatives to be isolated for 3 whole years. And Xiao Juishan basically did not dare to believe his own ears when he heard Yun Qi's next words. "MN, what sect Master Xiao says seems to have a good point. If I were to kill this son of yours, not only will it stain my own hands, I will indeed gain nothing. And if I don't kill him—" Yun Qi held onto his chin, showing a thinking look. Xiao Juishan felt as though he had heard the words of the heavens. These words Yun Qi just spoke out, actually clearly stated that he wanted to let go of Xiao Quanjian and let go of Xiao sect. However, naturally, he must have a huge benefit to gain. At this point, Xiao Quanjian's death had long been secondary. The main key was Xiao sect's safety. If they were able to use sufficient benefits to stabilize this death god, and had Xiao sect escape from the shadows of this death god, then no matter what price it was, he could still accept it. After all, no matter how big the price was, it was 1,000, 10,000 times better than Xiao sect's annihilation. As long as little brother Yun is willing to let go of my unfilial son, even if you wish for my Xiao sect to climb up a blade mountain or swim in a cauldron of oil, our Xiao sect will never hesitate either. Xiao Juishan anxiously said. Sect Master Xiao is being too serious. How could I, a mere junior, have the mighty Xiao sect climb up a blade mountain or swim in a cauldron of oil for me? This son of yours, I can decide not to kill him, but— Yun Qi half narrowed his eyes. That will depend on how much your Xiao sect is willing to buy his life for. Money. Xiao Juishan was slightly stunned. Never would he have expected that. What Yun Qi wanted, as stated in his words, was actually money. However, immediately he reacted over, evidently, Yun Qi was currently already on his way to Divine Phoenix Empire, and the Divine Phoenix Empire has the main branch of Black Moon Merchant Guild. And even more so, it has countless of unique treasures which Blue Wind Empire was unable to hope to attain. To obtain these items, the most important factor was to have sufficient gold. If this hidden crisis, which could annihilate their entire sect, could be eliminated just by purely using money, Xiao Juishan was naturally overjoyed. However, he was unable to ascertain if the amount Yun Qi wanted was an astronomical figure that their Xiao sect was basically unable to afford. He held his breath and asked with incomparable caution, I wonder, how much money must our Xiao sect pay in order to buy my unfilial son's life? Yun Qi looked at Xiao Juishan and slowly stretched out a single finger. Xiao Juishan's heart was instantly lifted. With incomparable caution, he asked, 10,000 purple profound coins. 10,000 purple profound coins was 100 million yellow profound coins, an astronomical figure that a family of commoners with a poor lifestyle in Blue Wind would never dare to hope for. Yun Qi smiled coldly. Your son's life is merely worth 10,000 purple profound coins. It's 10 million purple profound coins. What? As a Lord-class figure in Blue Wind, when Xiao Juishan, whose mental endurance ability could not be compared by a regular person's, heard this figure, he still lost control of his voice on the spot out of shock. The Xiao sect disciples behind had even been shocked completely senseless by this figure. 10 million, and it was even purple profound coins. That was 1 billion cyan profound coins, 100 billion yellow profound coins. What? This reaction of yours, are you thinking that your son's life isn't worth this amount of money? Yun Qi lightly said. Xiao Juishan said with a pained voice. For little brother Yun to give my unfilial son a chance to live, this humble Xiao is eternally grateful. It's just that 10 million purple profound coins, this figure. My Xiao sect's business is small. It's really. You'd best not tell me that your Xiao sect isn't able to afford it. Yun Qi's dark and measuring voice interrupted Xiao Juishan's words. If you're telling me that a sect which had accumulated 1,000 years of wealth isn't even able to take out 10 million purple profound coins, then that's insulting my intelligence. Your son's life naturally isn't worth this amount of money, then is your Xiao sect worth 10 million? Xiao Juishan's heart suddenly clenched, and his breathing had even stopped for a moment. Cold sweat instantly filled his entire forehead. Xiao sect was indeed capable of taking out 10 million purple profound coins. With Xiao sect's abilities, power, and influence, its yearly income was always an astronomical figure. However, at the same time, Xiao sect's expenditure was immense as well. In order to maintain the flourishing of Xiao sect's power, every year, an immense amount had to be spent to raise the people of Xiao sect. In regards to those talented geniuses, or the young generation with unique statuses, there was an even bigger need of an extremely large investment. While after deducting the expenditure from the income, the surplus Xiao sect had every year was merely a few 10,000s of purple profound coins. The moment Yun Qi opened his price, he actually asked for 10 million purple profound coins. That was wealth that Xiao sect had to use a few dozen years to save up for. However, currently, facing this astronomical figure, Xiao Jiushan definitely did not dare to utter a single no, nor did he even dare to show a hint of hesitation, because Yun Qi had clearly used the entire Xiao sect as his threat. He glanced at Xiao Quanjian below him. His chest was swelling up to the point of bursting, and blue veins were popping out on his entire body, as though he really wished to personally rip Xiao Quanjian into shreds. He hated himself for overly pampering this youngest son of his, for allowing him to actually turn into good-for-nothing who treated lust as his life. In the end, he brought about such a monstrous crisis. As the father of Xiao Quanjian, he no longer had the face to continue being the sect master either. Ha! Xiao Jiushan heaved a long sigh and said, "If little brother Yun will be willing to become friends with my Xiao sect with this 10 million, then my Xiao sect. Never mind the thing about becoming friends. I, Yun Qi, am just a small figure who came from the small city of Floating Cloud. How would I dare to become friends with the great Xiao sect? But regarding this grudge, I can forget about it. As long as you don't let me see this Xiao Quanjian person ever again, I can treat everything as it has never happened, including that Xiao Wuyi, whom I have accidentally killed." When Yun Qi's final words came out, the expressions of all the people of Xiao sect gravely changed. Xiao Jiushan's spirit had even more so turned cold. He no longer dared to say any further words, turned around, and transmitted his voice to the elder behind him. "Immediately, no matter what methods you use, in 15 minutes, put together 10 million purple profound coins and send them here. Go immediately." The elder immediately nodded. He did not dare to say anything more and quickly left. Not even 8 minutes had passed, yet he had already hurried back, and in his hands he was holding onto a purple gold card which was shimmering with purple light. With a wealth of 100 billion in his hands, even the hands of this elder, who had experienced a century of weathering, were trembling constantly, as though he was carrying a 15 million kilogram mountain. Yun Qi reached out his hand and instantly pulled that purple gold card into his hands, then used his consciousness to sweep through the amount inside. There were exactly 10 million purple profound coins inside. Not a single bit was missing. To the 4 major sects of Blue Wind Empire, this was an absolute astronomical figure, let alone a single person. If not because he still had to face a large group of people from Xiao sect, Yun Qi wouldn't have been able to resist raising his head and laughing out maniacally. With this amount of money, even in the Divine Phoenix Empire, it was still sufficient for him to squander all he want. A trash's life could actually reap him such benefits. It really was a good deal. Actually, in the beginning, he had never thought of annihilating Xiao sect. Although Xiao sect similarly had overstepped his boundaries, the two were different. Over at Xiao sect's side, the one who harmed him, the one who harmed his grandfather and little aunt, was Xiao Quanjian alone. It was unlikely for him to be furious at the entire Xiao sect just because of him. However, Burning Heaven clan was different. Abducting his family and not hesitating all costs to send him to death were decisions made by the upper echelons of the entire clan. They even did not hesitate to force him to his tolerable limit time and time again. If he did not annihilate the entire sect, there was an extremely likely possibility that they would bite him back again in the future. However, for the Xiao sect, no matter the case, their attitude was still fine. And their guts had already been broken by fear. They definitely would not dare to go against him. Yun Qi kept the purple gold card, and then he suddenly pushed out his palm. With a dull bang, Xiao Quanjian was sent flying in the sky. He spat out fresh blood in midair, and when he landed, he was already unconscious. Yuner, although Xiao Jiushan was extremely furious at Xiao Quanjian, he was, after all, still his own son. He hurriedly charged over, saw that Xiao Quanjian's body was already covered entirely in blood, and an unknown number of his bones had been broken, while Yun Qi had already rode on the snow phoenix and rose into the skies. In the air, his arrogant voice rang out. "Don't worry, he won't die. He simply has to spend his days on the bed in the next few months. Also, from this point onwards, he shouldn't think of ever procreating. A dog trash like him is unworthy of having descendants. Your Xiao sect best not allow him to step out of the doors of Xiao sect forever. If I were to see his face again, then you people can simply take out more money to redeem his life." The Snow Phoenix's speed was extremely quick. Yun Qi's voice quickly faded away in their ears. Xiao Juishan swayed forward and fiercely spat out a mouthful of blood. "Sect Master!" The surrounding elders hurriedly circled around him. "Who? I'm fine." Xiao Juishan rubbed away the traces of blood at the corner of his lips. Waving his hands, he closed his eyes and said powerlessly, "This is fine as well. At least the safety of Xiao sect is guaranteed. I can finally sleep peacefully, have Yuner carried over to Elder Wuji's place." Divine Phoenix sect was the biggest sect within the profound sky continent. Even though its overall strength was a bit inferior to that of the four great sacred grounds, based on its scale, no sect in the entire profound sky continent could reach its size. It was also the only sect in the profound sky continent that was qualified to challenge the four great sacred grounds. At the same time, Divine Phoenix sect possessed the only specialty within the continent. It was a sectoral force and also an imperial force. The Divine Phoenix sect had two core bases. One was Phoenix City, the other was the Divine Phoenix Imperial Palace. And the entire outer branches of the sect extended throughout all of the Divine Phoenix nation. Without exception, it was this region's overlord. Divine Phoenix sect unquestionably possessed the strongest force within the profound Sky Seven nations, as well as the highest of political power. Furthermore, these two aspects were both overwhelming. The other 6 nations gave the Divine Phoenix Empire secret offerings, all without exception, especially the weakest Blue Wind nation. Divine Phoenix Imperial Palace. Feng Hengkong, a name known to everyone that thoroughly resounded through the profound sky with prestige above the world. Because he was currently sect master of the Divine Phoenix sect, and also the emperor of the Divine Phoenix Empire. He possessed an unrivaled profound strength. The power he held in his palms covered the entire profound sky. He was like a figure from the legends in the hearts of profound sky's people. To the other 6 nations, an emperor was already an unapproachable existence, and Emperor Feng Hengkong of Divine Phoenix far surpassed their own nation's emperor. He was like an emperor of the heavenly imperial court. As long as they merely thought of his name, they would all feel a kind of deep oppression. In the other 6 nations, the monarch's main hall was surrounded by a massive guard force, and countless peak experts would be guarding it in secret. It was the place that had the tightest security in the entire imperial palace. But the Divine Phoenix main hall, where Feng Hengkong was located, was actually a field of quiet. There were fundamentally no guards in the surroundings, even so much that the imperial palace patrolling bodyguards would take care to avoid this place. In another nation's imperial palace, this was an absolutely unimaginable scenery. But in the Divine Phoenix Imperial Palace, this couldn't be any more ordinary. What a joke! Feng Hengkong was not merely an emperor. He was sect master of Profound Sky's #1 sect, Divine Phoenix sect. What kind of strength was that? With his strength, why would there be a need for him to be protected others? In the entire Profound Sky, how many people were even qualified, even able to protect him? In the entire Profound Sky, how many would even have the guts, or are even able to charge into the Divine Phoenix Imperial Palace? Divine Phoenix Main Hall. With hands behind his back, Feng Hengkong focused his gaze at the Phoenix totem on the wall. His gaze was single-mindedly concentrated, as if he was pondering over something. An emperor's attire was usually a golden-yellow color, embroidered with a 5-clawed dragon, yet Feng Hengkong's imperial robe was a fire-red color, embroidered with a heaven-scorching phoenix. He was over 150 years old this year, but his entire person was unnecessarily white, with not the slightest of wrinkles. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, with his majestic heroic air. It seemed that he was at most 40 years of age, with his cultivation level, if not for him waiting to appear with a prominent monarch's demeanor, and wanting manifest a difference in seniority between his children. He could easily maintain an appearance of around 20 if he wanted to. Altogether, he had a total of 16 children, 15 were sons, and 1 was a daughter. His eldest son, Feng Ziming, was already a full 100 years old, while his youngest daughter just became 16 this year. And the 13th son was exactly the Feng Zichen who had been violently beaten by Yun Qi. It took a long while for a change to at last appear in Feng Hengkong's eyes. He didn't turn around and suddenly said indifferently, "Minger, what is it?" It was not known when, but a 30 or so middle-aged age in a red robe appeared behind him. When he came over, he did not make the slightest of noise. He had been standing behind Feng Hengkong's back for quite some time now, but still did not make the slightest of sound, for fear that he would disturb him. Now that he finally heard Feng Hengkong talk, the middle-aged man immediately bowed and said, "This son greets Royal Father. This son came here to report 2 things to Royal Father." Feng Hengkong turned around. As valiant as a mountain, his calm and dignified face did not show any emotion as he spat out 2 extremely indifferent words. "Go on." "Yes, Father." As Feng Hengkong's eldest son, Feng Ziming was also the young sect master of the Divine Phoenix sect and Divine Phoenix Empire's crown prince. It was clear that he still possessed an extreme reverence toward Feng Hengkong. No matter his posture or words, they all followed the standard regulations. No daring to appear impudent, he slightly lowered his head. The first matter is actually only a small matter and is not worthy of troubling Father. But this matter is related to 13th brother, so this son is hesitant in whether or not he should mention it to Royal Father. HMPH? Feng Hengkong's brows slightly tightened. As my Divine Phoenix's crown prince, when did you become so irresolute, so indecisive? If you want to say it, then say it. Don't want to say it, then don't. Why speak so much nonsense? Feng Hengkong's chiding was not something minor. Feng Ziming trembled all over and promptly said, "Father's lecture is right, this son knows he was wrong. Even though this matter is small, it still relates to our sect's bloodline, so it's still best to report it to Royal Father." "Our sect's bloodline? Since it's related to our sect's bloodline, how can it be a small matter?" Feng Hengkong's gaze concentrated. "What exactly is this matter? Quickly speak." "Yes, does Royal Father still remember the name Xianxia this son mentioned 2 years ago?" Feng Ziming asked. "Xianxia." Feng Hengkong's eyes slightly shifted. "You're talking about that person who released Phoenix Flames in Blue Wind Nation's ranking tournament. Didn't he already die 2 years ago?" Reporting to Father, Xianxia was sealed under Blue Wind Nation's Heavenly Sword Villa at that time, so everyone believed that he was undoubtedly dead. They never expected that he would later come out alive. Once this son obtained this news, he allowed 13th brother to personally leave for Blue Wind Nation to deliver the 7-nation ranking tournament invitation card, with the main purpose being to handle this matter. After 13th brother saw Xianxia, he discovered that Xianxia indeed possesses our Divine Phoenix sect's bloodline. His flame is undoubtedly our sect's Phoenix flame. There's actually such a matter. Feng Hengkong's expression slightly changed. The bloodline was Divine Phoenix sect's core and the biggest taboo. The first rule within the Divine Phoenix sect was precisely that the bloodline could not be leaked out. He said gravely, "Who exactly is it to actually be this daring enough and allowed our sect's bloodline to go out? This matter, how was it handled?" "That Xianxia person, his parents and close relatives, have you investigated them thoroughly?" Feng Ziming replied. "Xianxia's parents and close relatives? This son had already dispatched people 2 years ago to investigate them. But unfortunately, it seems like Xianxia's parents had died not long after he was born to enemies of their family. The one who brought him up is a person named Xiao Lingxi, who is not blood related to him at all. Furthermore, when the truth was exposed, Xianxia had been expelled from his clan. His biological parents ought to have died long ago, or else they would not have appeared to their son for a whole 20 years. But these are all secondary. About 5 months ago, when 13th brother personally set off for Blue Wind Nation to handle this matter, an accident occurred." "Accident? What do you mean by accident?" Feng Hengkong tightened his brows once again. Feng Ziming's face began to fill with rage. His voice became conspicuously overcast. 13th brother originally wanted to seize him after confirming that Xianxia possessed our sect's bloodline, but he didn't expect that he would be obstructed. Ultimately, he returned in defeat. "Disgraceful!" Feng Hengkong fiercely swung an arm. "With the Phoenix bloodline, Chenner is extremely talented, and it is hard for him to find a worthy opponent of the same age even in my Divine Phoenix nation. In a little, worthless, and lowly nation like Blue Wind, he could completely go against the law and no one would be able to hinder him. With his identity as my Divine Phoenix prince and my Feng Hengkong's son who had the guts to hinder him." "Father, please quell your anger," Feng Ziming immediately replied. "This son also did not expect this outcome. Even though that Xianxia is known as the #1 of Blue Wind's young generation, he is only at the laughable Earth Profound realm. 13th brother wanting to capture him should have been as easy as blowing off dust. But what he didn't expect was that Xianxia relied on his identity as #1 of Blue Wind's young generation to become Blue Wind Emperor Kang Wan's son-in-law. When 13th brother arrived at the Blue Wind Imperial Palace, it just so happened to coincide with Xianxia and Blue Wind Princess's great wedding ceremony. Since it was an imperial wedding, the imperial family had naturally invited outstanding heroes from all over Blue Wind. Even though the experts within Blue Wind Nation are pitifully few in number, there are still a few thrones. On that day, it appeared that those thrones were all present, and when 13th brother was about to capture Xianxia, the Blue Wind Emperor gave an order out of fury. Under the Emperor's command, those thrones and a few sky-profound practitioners all moved out. 13th brother is still, after all, too young. Added to the fact that there were only 2 early-stage Emperor Profounds protecting him and them not expecting to face all of Blue Wind's pinnacle experts, they were heavily outnumbered in the end. Unbelievable! Feng Hengkong immediately flew into a great rage. Under his extreme anger, a current of extremely scorching air instantly permeated the entire Divine Phoenix main hall, and even warped the air substantially. His sword-like brows sunk as he spoke in an incomparably overcast voice. A little significant Blue Wind Nation have the cheek to be this defiant, to even group together and attack my, Feng Hengkong's son. Where exactly did they get the guts to be this ambitious? This son was also extremely angry when he received the news yesterday, but 13th brother can't really be blamed for this. Retreating in defeat from little nation like Blue Wind is undoubtedly a great shame, so 13th brother did not have the face to tell this to anyone. Added to the fact that royal father had been preoccupied with the preparations for the 7-ranking tournament and the primordial profound arc, 13th brother was afraid that this matter would distract royal father. As a result, he had always concealed this matter. However, on Blue Wind Nation's side, they are clearly deeply afraid as well since they had sealed off any information. Not even a bit of this matter had spread out in the rumors in these past several months. Furthermore, there is another reason why 13th brother had never reported this matter. Speak! Xianxia had said at that time that he would represent Blue Wind Nation and personally come to participate in this session's 7-nation ranking tournament. Feng Ziming said grimly. So compared to the great matter of preparing to board the primordial profound arc, the small matter of a little Blue Wind brat being dragged until this month is of no consequence. HMPH? Feng Hengkong said furiously. He actually still dares to come here, probably because he knows he cannot avoid it, so he came to throw away his life. This son also thinks this is so. His resistance that day was perhaps just looking for a few months of peace. Feng Ziming laughed coldly. So royal father does not need to get angry over this small matter. If he really dares to come to our Divine Phoenix Empire, he should not think about ever leaving. If he didn't come, this son will just settle this matter personally. After all, like what father had said, though the person himself is lowly, the matter of our bloodline is still nevertheless a big matter. For this matter, Feng Ziming had indeed only heard of this from Feng Zichen yesterday. But the pretext was vastly different from the truth that had happened that day. On that day, Feng Zichen, as well as his 2 accompanying Emperor Profound bodyguards, were beaten up dirty by only Xianxia alone, and were even stomped on. But he told Feng Ziming that he had been besieged by almost all of Blue Wind's Emperor Profound experts, and retreated in defeat after being heavily outnumbered. At the same time, the 2 bodyguards also testified to this pretext. This was because he, as a grand Divine Phoenix Prince, absolutely would not admit defeat, and would absolutely not allow anyone to know that he had been beaten into a dog by an Earth-profound realm younger than him, born from a little Blue Wind Nation, because that was an everlasting mark in the depth of his soul, a humiliation that would never fade away for a lifetime. How could he ever allow people to know of this shameful mark? Preposterous, simply preposterous. Feng Hengkong tightly clenched both hands as his entire body filled with anger. We originally was somewhat hesitant, but it looks like it is no longer necessary for this little Blue Wind Nation to exist. I'll issue note. First time he used the Imperial, we is only at the last sentence of the chapter. What's the other matter? Feng Hengkong said with a hint of anger in his voice. Divine Phoenix Empire had dominated for many years, and its authority reigned the world. The other 6 nations never dared to offend or rebel against the Divine Phoenix Empire in any way. When a Divine Phoenix Prince presented himself in the 6 nations, even the emperors of those nations had to be respectful and submissive. Naturally, he never expected that there would actually be an imperial family who dared to act against his son. And it was even Blue Wind Nation, which had the weakest and smallest national power. This was undoubtedly a challenge to this divine Phoenix Empire's unparalleled authority and might. The amount of fury he had in his heart could be imagined. But in actuality, Kang Wan definitely did not possess the guts to command others to attack a divine Phoenix Prince. And even if he really had such guts, even if those peak-level experts of Blue Wind were all present, not a single one of these Blue Wind experts would dare to make a move under his command. From beginning till end, Yun Qi was the only who acted against Feng Zichen, and he even intentionally prevented others from being involved. Even when Xia Qingyu wanted to help him, she was halted. Because with Yun Qi's personality, even when he knew that it was impossible for him to be divine Phoenix sex match, he definitely would not be willing to take it lying down. Instead, Kang Wan was the one who spoke out and helped Feng Zichen in the end, but it was really unfortunate. In order to hide his own embarrassment and shame, Feng Zichen had instead aimed the tip of his spear at Kang Wan. And this, in the near future, had intangibly accelerated the descent of Blue Wind's calamity. The other matter is related to the seven-nation ranking tournament. Feng Ziming's expression turned heavy. In the past 2 days, this son had received news from the 4 great sacred grounds respectively. On the day of the ranking tournament, all 4 great sacred grounds will be sending personnel to spectate the battlefield. HMPH. In the past 7-nation ranking tournament, at the very most, only one of them would appear. However, the moment the primordial profound arc appears, not one less of the 4 great sacred grounds would be present. Even though they said it was to spectate, in actual fact, isn't it all for the primordial profound arc? We have never even thought of fishing the benefits from their sacred grounds. Yet, all they have in their minds is fishing up a big haul from the primordial profound arc that appeared in our divine Phoenix City. This is really outrageous, Feng Hengkong said with an ill voice. If not because he could not afford to offend the 4 great sacred grounds, he would definitely not allow those from the sacred grounds to step onto the primordial profound arc. But this time the people that are coming are a little irregular, Feng Ziming said. Irregular? Feng Hengkong raised his eyes. Could it be the Saint Emperor, Sovereign of the Seas, Heavenly Monarch, and Sword Master are coming personally then? Feng Ziming said. Naturally, these lords of the sacred grounds would not come personally. Coming from the Absolute Monarch Sanctuary is Spiritual Master Gu Kang, and it is reported that he will be bringing a closed-door disciple forward to spectate the matches. According to what was reported, the talent of this disciple is extremely terrifying, and even among the young generation of the sacred grounds, he is still a rarity. He had even shook the sacred grounds once. Coming from the Supreme Ocean Palace is Jai Qianru. What? Jai Qianru? Why is she the one coming? Hearing the name Jai Qianru, Feng Hengkong actually lost control of his voice on the spot. On his initial face, which was filled with dignity and might, a moment of spasmodic activity actually appeared. About this son doesn't know. If Royal Father isn't willing to make an appearance then, it's fine to allow this son to receive him. Coming from the mighty Heavenly Sword Region is Rinsing Sword Region's 7th Elder Ling Kun. The people coming from these 3 sacred grounds are still rather normal. However, the person coming from Sun Moon Divine Hall is actually Yi Xinghin. Yi Xinghin! Feng Hengkong's brows furrowed fiercely. The eldest son of Heavenly Monarch Yi Meixi, Young Hall Master Yi Xinghin, why is he coming for? This is also the reason why this son has swiftly come to report to Royal Father, Feng Ziming hurriedly said. The ventures into the primordial profound arc had been fruitless for 10,000 years. Although it still piques the interests of the 4 great sacred grounds, with so many years gone by, their interest had long waned. The people that had been dispatched in these recent years were basically not considered as core figures. The Sun Moon Divine Hall should not have any reason to have Yi Xinghin come forward. It's even more impossible for him to be here to spectate the 7-nation ranking tournament or to train. Hence, this son thinks that there's an extremely high possibility that the reason why Yi Xinghin is personally attending. Feng Ziming fiercely gritted his teeth and slowly said, "There's a possibility that he's here for Zuer." Feng Hengkong was slightly startled, then a great rage followed right after. The ground beneath his feet instantly cracked. "What did you say?" The sudden outburst of anger from Feng Hengkong caused Feng Ziming to shudder for a moment in his heart, however. He did not feel the least bit unexpected, because the Zuer he brought up was the most important existence in Feng Hengkong's heart. In Feng Hengkong's heart, her importance had even surpassed the entire Divine Phoenix sect. She was Feng Hengkong's biggest landmine, touching would mean certain death, and to Feng Ziming it was the same as well. To him, Zuer was the world's most important existence. No matter what anything else was, it could never replace her. He hatefully said, "Royal Father should have heard of it as well. 10 years ago, Yi Xinghen had succeeded in training in a set of black arts that had long been lost by the Sun-Moon Divine Hall. Ever since then, his strength rose explosively, and the training of that set of black arts required the usage of women with extremely high-grade physiques as incubators. Hence, in these recent years, Yi Xinghen had been gathering a large number of women with unique physiques in the shadows. At the same time, he has a lustful personality. There's no woman he doesn't like, and this is fact that the entire world knows of when Zuer revealed herself for a short moment at the Imperial City 3 years ago. She was instantly titled the world's #1 beauty. At the same time, she possessed the divine soul body as well. It's impossible for Yi Xinghen not to harbor any coveting intentions in his heart. The reason why he's personally coming forward this time, there's a 99% probability that he's here for Zuer." In Feng Ziming's speech, every single one of his words was filled with deep hatred and anger, as though he hated that he was unable to personally rip the body of Yi Xinghen, who was having on thoughts of Zuer, into countless shreds at that very moment. Except whenever he brought up the 2 words, Zuer, all of his anger would suddenly turn into gentleness, as though those 2 words were the most precious, the most warmest in his sea of consciousness. Even his eyes were projecting infatuation that could hardly be concealed. "Bastard!" Feng Hengkong's entire body shook from his anger as he spoke out with explosive rage. He looked at Feng Ziming, and a leg suddenly flew up as he ruthlessly kicked Feng Ziming's lower abdomen. Bang! Feng Ziming, who did not even have the time to react, wildly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his body heavily smashed onto the wall at the back. He held onto his lower abdomen and slowly stood up. Painfully, he said, "Royal Father, HMPH, you trash, you still have the guts to call us your Royal Father." Feng Hengkong pointed at him and roared furiously. "Zuer is your biological sister, and you actually dare to harbor lust for her in your heart. We had initially thought that these 2 years had allowed your will to overcome this demonic barrier. We never expected that you had yet to change even the least bit, and you had even uncontrollably exposed yourself in front of us. You have really disappointed us." Feng Ziming knelt on the ground with his 2 knees and said with a painful expression, "Royal Father, this son admits his mistake. This son knows that these thoughts are ethically forbidden between this heaven and earth and is simply unforgivable. This son has been putting all his might into suppressing these thoughts these few years, however. The Zuer's flawlessness is basically unable to be resisted by sheer will. This son is really unable to do it. And not just this son, 3rd brother, 4th brother, 7th brother, and shut your mouth." Feng Hengkong's 2 brows straightened vertically, and his entire body released an extremely shocking amount of anger. "Zuer is a gem that the heavens have bestowed to my divine Phoenix sect, and is also the biggest hope we have to go shoulder with the sacred grounds in 5,000 years. No one shall think of tainting her. In this world, there's no other man who is worthy of Zuer either. Forget about Yi Xinghen. Even if Heavenly Monarch Yi Meixi were to personally attend, he shouldn't hold any intentions of obtaining Zuer either. You unfilial sons, the lot of you best suppress all these thoughts that are not meant to be deep in your hearts for your entire lifetimes. If anyone dares to make any slightest of moves outside of their mere thoughts, even if he's our biological son, we will still personally cripple him." Feng Ziming said in a fluster, "Royal Father, calm your anger. Royal Father, be at ease. This son has never forgotten that he is Zuer's brother. This son shall promise Royal Father that I will never do anything that will sadden Zuer in my life. If anyone dares to bully Zuer, even if this son has to risk his life, he will render him beyond redemption. 3rd brother and the rest have similar thoughts as well. All of us see Zuer as the world's most important treasure, so how would we dare to do anything to harm her? Otherwise, even we ourselves will not forgive ourselves." "It best be that way." Feng Hengkong's anger had yet to dissipate as he turned around and said coldly, "Zuer is currently training at the Phoenix Perching Valley. On the day of the ranking tournament, Zuer will be present to spectate as well. After all, it is the first 7-nation ranking tournament since her birth. When the time comes, you'd best stay as far as possible from her. If you dare to approach within 30 meters from Zuer, we will break off your legs." "Yes." Feng Ziming lowered his head. His face was filled with dejection. "Take your leave, then. We have taken note of the matters you have said earlier." "Yes, this son shall take his leave." Feng Ziming stood up, and with careful steps he walked out of the Divine Phoenix main hall. After leaving far from the Divine Phoenix Great Hall, Feng Ziming stopped his steps. Reaching out his hand to wipe the stains of blood at the corner of his lips, his head rose as he looked towards that gigantic shadow in the sky. His face was constantly interweaved with expressions of infatuation, hatred, unwillingness, and decisiveness. "Zuer, my Zuer, for you, I'm willing to sacrifice everything, even if you want my life. I will definitely not hesitate either. Wait for the moment I take the throne of Divine Phoenix Emperor and become the Divine Phoenix Sect Master. Then, no one will be able to stop me from obtaining your everything, Yi Xinghen. If you dare to have any thoughts about Zuer, even if you're the young sect master of Sun Moon D. Ivan Hall, I, your father, will definitely cripple you." At the same time, after experiencing 13 days of journey, his 2 feet finally stepped onto the grounds of the Divine Phoenix City. The air of the Divine Phoenix City evidently carried a trace of searing heat. It was not because the air here was warmer than Blue Wind Imperial City. Rather, there was an extremely huge number of profound practitioners who trained in fire attribute profound arts, especially with the Divine Phoenix sect as the head, in Phoenix City, where the core grounds of the Divine Phoenix sect. And it's also because it was within Divine Phoenix City, which allowed the air here to be filled with an excessive amount of flaming aura. Although Kang Wan's words had long given Yun Qi the time to prepare his heart, the bustle here still gave him a small shock. The size of Divine Phoenix City was enough to be 20 times larger than Blue Wind Imperial City. Even if that was the case, the level of density of people was still exceptionally shocking at the borders of the city. Countless of profound practitioners, wearing various types of clothes, were moving about. Among them, most appeared in groups, and seemingly everyone was emitting out an extremely dense and heavy profound aura from these people. Just by casually picking any one of them out, he or she would be at the level of a sect master in Blue Wind Nation. Evidently, among them, a lot of them had came here in advance to spectate the 7-nation ranking tournament. On the few days at the start, and the few days before the tournament, the degree of bustle and liveliness would still definitely rise by a few more levels. As expected of the Imperial City of Divine Phoenix Empire, the imposing feeling, atmosphere, and the level of strength here naturally cannot be compared on the same grounds with Blue Wind Nation. They're seemingly worlds apart. Yun Qi could not help but exclaim. He did not disguise himself, because his fame only laid in Blue Wind. In this territory of the Divine Phoenix Empire, there basically wasn't a single person that would recognize him, and there were countless of experts in Divine Phoenix City. The moment his disguise was exposed, it would instead raise their awareness and might bring about a huge trouble. However, when he had to state his name, he would still naturally not use his real name. "Look above!" In his mind, Jasmine's voice suddenly rang out. Yun Qi hurriedly raised his head and looked above. In the sky above Divine Phoenix City, there would occasionally be boat-shaped flying objects flying past at extreme speed. These flying objects were separated into highs and lows, or big and small. The shortest one was merely a few meters long, while the longest one could even reach 60 meters. Although Yun Qi had never seen such things in the Blue Wind Nation, and had only heard about them before when he was in Azure Cloud Continent, he had seen such things more than a single time. Profound arcs, an extremely luxurious type of flying tool, and had many advantages which could not be compared by many flying profound beasts. However, the price to craft one was extremely expensive, and its source of energy, profound stones and profound crystals, were even more incomparably costly. The consumption amount of profound stones and profound crystals flying a profound arc of a regular size for 2 hours, when converted into profound coins, would entirely be a humongous figure that could dumbfound normal people. Hence, the number of people who possessed a profound arc was extremely small, and the number of people who could bear to use one was even smaller in Blue Wind Nation. The ones who possessed profound arcs were most probably only the imperial family and the 4 major sects. However, he had never seen them use one before. However, in this Divine Phoenix City, profound arcs filled up the entire sky. Thus, it was evident to see the strength of their national power. Looking past these profound arcs, in the faraway sky, Yun Qi was shocked to see a gigantic shadow, as though it was a giant black cloud floating shakily above the blue skies. It obscured a large extent of the brilliant rays of light that were shining down. With its shape and the posture it was adopting to float in the air, it looked just like an odd-shaped profound arc. "That is," Could that be the legendary primordial profound arc? Yunqi said with a low voice, and then, right after, his brows slightly twitched. There seems to be another mistake as well. Royal Father has told me that the size of the primordial profound arc could be compared to the entire Blue Wind Imperial City. However, if one were to look at it from here, it basically did not look that big at all. Could it be that Royal Father was exaggerating his words? HMPH, they weren't the slightest of exaggeration at all, Jasmine said in disdain, because the height which that profound arc is at is a full 60,000 meters above ground.